English channel. During the conference, we will switch between German and English, depending on the panelist.
Und wir starten auf Deutsch, und zwar mit den Geschäftsführern von
And we start with the managing directors of ZEIT, Tagesspiegel and Handelsblatt, Nils von der Kaul, Nicolas Köhn and Andrea Wasmuth.
Ja, ganz herzlichen guten Morgen.
Good morning, everybody, and great to have you here. And starting a bit later is a good idea. We are fully booked here, and about Europe, we can say a lot about Europe and the role of it in Europe, security and stability. So we're going to talk about that during the next days. So that's why we are going to start differently with our personal European feeling and what Europe represents for us. So for me personally, it is not an institution, it is an experience, and it is a personal experience. Like many, I had the opportunity during my studies to get to know many people from across Europe, and I think this is more important than ever before. Erasmus means, for instance, that encounters become connections, and connections are key today to get to know people from other cultures, where we get new perspectives, where we understand like other people work and where our own needs and perspectives can be changed. The fact that it is so obvious to travel in Europe, to get to know people from other countries, to study elsewhere is actually a miracle. Because historically speaking, Europe has not been a continent of peace, but a continent of wars. Over the centuries, there have been wars. The nations have been fighting each others, the Napoleonic wars, World War I, World War II, and we are now in a Europe of peace, and this is something unusual. On the other hand, the question is, of course, how do we get there? How can we keep this up? And we are intimately convinced that Europe is always strongest when we have encounters being created, when encounters turn into discussions, and discussion becomes understanding. And maybe Europe 2026, our conference, will contribute to this. Well, for me too, it is part of my own history. My mother is Norwegian, my mother is German. They met briefly after the Second World War, and after a war where the two countries were enemies. What is obvious today, so family love across European borders, was not normal at the time, and it required courage, also courage to go against own opposition in the families, because it was former opponents. Today this has become obvious. People fall in love across borders, they study together, they work together, they set up families together. What a milestone, after all. And I'm convinced nothing is more European than going across the borders and see our differences as an enrichment. There's nothing more European than love, I would say. So my personal feeling is in Düsseldorf. I had a meeting of the European business media, 28 countries, Spain, Portugal, Ukraine. So 28 different countries, many participating, and we have a joint system of values. So the importance of independent journalism for democracy, and I think it became quite clear that we can be happy to live in countries where there are independent media, because it's no longer a matter of course. And what was also exciting and great was two media representatives from Ukraine who work under the most difficult conditions, but get nonetheless a lot of support. And when we talk about support, we are particularly grateful about the supporters which make Europe 2026 possible, our partners and sponsors, SAP and Johnson & Johnson. Without them, we would not be here. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to DWS, EY and Partner, Opel Stellantis, Organon, and Pfizer. And we thank also Takeda, the Helmholtz Institute, Intuitive, and of course also the host, the DZ Bank for these premises. We are at the end of the introduction because they are here because of the great program and not because of us, and that's why we go back to the presenters of today and wish you a great day today and tomorrow.
Ja, vielen, vielen Dank.
Thank you so much, Niels, Nicholas, and Andreas. This is quite positive, very positive associations about Europe. And now we would like to ask you, what do you associate with Europe? When I think of Europe, I think of, and you can share this with us by just using the QR code, which is either on your badge or which will be on the screen here. And for all of us, for all of you who are in the live stream, in the right upper corner, you can go to Slido. And it's worthwhile to go there because during the full day, all your questions can be submitted to the panels through this means, and then you can answer the question. If I think of Europe, I think of, we are looking forward to the association that also you in the room, because now we come to you. Because while we are creating our word cloud, we would like to point out to you that there's a photo box in the lobby where during the breaks or this evening, you can have a picture taken of you with the term that you associate with Europe. We hope that we will not only have a work and word cloud, but also a photo panel. So we have freedom, diversity, and Hannah, I wanted to ask you, what do you associate with Europe? Well, very classical, like some Erasmus. I studied in Vienna for a year, and I still have many friendships from that time. What about you? Nicole. So what we throw around here is a mic, so we want you to be ready when we throw it into the room. I associate with Europe, Euro, 20 members, and also a bit the smallest common denominator concerning the decision-making in Brussels. Who dares to share associations? I associate with Europe diversity. Another association here from the room? Any association from the room? They are all still very timid. I didn't want to throw it across the room after all. I associate with Europe's solidarity. That's what I associate. Oh, that's a good fit, because what we have together here is cohesion, it's democracy, it's united power, but also competitiveness, and it's joint values, and I also saw good food. I can share this value. Before the beginning of the conference, Niels, Nicholas and Andrea were asked what they associate with Europe, and they have already used the photo box, and maybe we can see what they associate with Europe, with freedom, democracy, and confidence. And there is one word which I have neither seen in the word cloud, that's strength. And that takes us to our first speaker, strength.
This is perhaps not the first word we would associate when we think about Europe. Just remembering, for example, the trade deal Europe accepted last year with the US because of its security dependence. But strength is exactly what our next speaker wants to talk about. A stronger Europe in an age of geopolitics is the topic Roberta Metsola will speak about, the President of the European Parliament, and afterwards she will be interviewed by our colleague Anna Sauerbrei, foreign editor at Die ZEIT.
So please welcome on stage Roberta Metsola.
Guten Morgen. Es ist großartig.
Good morning. It is great to be back in Berlin with all of you.
Lernte erst relativ spät im Leben Deutsch.
My mother only learned later in life to speak German, but she used it to convince my father to take us in each summer from the Mediterranean home to Germany.
Durch Österreich.
We went with high speed through Austria, then to Bavaria, with stops on the way and staying in small inns by the road. My father never had to be convinced to be able to drive on motorways. And that is why reminiscences of the childhood and this wonderful country are always associated with driving cars and cars, but not only with what it means for people here, but also as far as industry is concerned and the workplaces which are secured and supported. And so I was sitting in the back with a map, and I tried to not to miss the right exit. And that's where I began to understand what Europe is all about. It is a place where borders which were keeping people apart disappear progressively, while the roads are carrying us forward.
So I switch to English. Good morning. So coming back here now, it is impossible not to think about how deeply Germany has shaped Europe's story, how your industry has driven forward the continent, how your reunification showed the world what is possible in Europe. And it reminds us that the Europe we know did not simply appear one day fully formed. It was built because people made difficult choices, impossible political decisions, at moments when the easier option would have been to do nothing. And in many ways, Europe is once again at one of those moments in its journey. Finland's President Alex Stubb described 2026 as a 1989 moment. It is time for big, bold, and yes, difficult decisions. Small steps will no longer be sufficient in today's world. We need giant leaps. Europe needs to adapt, to move faster, and to show that our way of life, our European values can shape our future in a turbulent world as it has shaped our past. And there is no one who recognizes the need for European leadership more than elected members of the European Parliament who face constituents every single day. And we know what the challenges are and how to address them. Our way must provide the answers to people, to families, to industry, businesses, and startups, or our way will no longer be the natural answer for the next generation of Europeans. We are seeing more and more people retreat to the comfort of the extremes and find the attractiveness of those who promise to tear everything down, offering simple, false answers to a world that is increasingly complicated. So how do we respond? Do we hide in our shells and hope it will go away? Do we ignore the message in election after election in every corner of Europe? Or do we tackle it head on? My answer is to never shy away, but to take the arguments to them, to lead. For too long, we ignored the warning signs. We explained them away as a phase. We stood silent instead of countering the narrative.
And even as established political forces that we've known for generations collapsed across the continent, we looked to the media we knew and trusted and left the debate raging on the corners of the internet that we had never looked at. And this needs to change. We must give people a reason to vote for something rather than just a reason not to vote for others. The truth is that for too many, too often, our way has not delivered the results they expect. Those who lost the security they need, who cannot find the opportunity, and who stopped believing that tomorrow might actually be better than today, have stopped listening. They've stopped caring about ideology as we know it. And instead, they start looking for someone who promises to break a system that has already broken them. It is that sense of frustration, a real sense, that we must address. And I think we can do that. That we can win the argument, that we can show that building something together is more beneficial for our people than tearing it down. And that means moving beyond the status quo. Because Europe has always moved forward when we were willing to take risks. The single market was a risk. Schengen was a risk. The euro was a risk. None of these decisions felt easy at the time. Yet Europe moved ahead because people stepped forward and took responsibility. And that spirit, that meant inventors, innovators, builders, and entrepreneurs found a natural home in Europe, where we pulled down walls and destroyed barriers holding us back, where we took risks and where our entrepreneurial spirit meant that we built an enviable combination of free markets, of liberal democracies and social safety nets. Europe needs that same spirit again today. That's what I mean when I think of our generation's 1989 moment. And while we must try to move all together, those who are ready should move forward, just as they did with Schengen and the euro. This is why the leadership we are seeing here in Germany right now is important. Chancellor Merz has been clear that Europe cannot simply drift while the world around us changes. And his decisions on defense, on competitiveness, and on reform set the tone for Europe. And Germany has stepped forward in a way that has reshaped the debate about Europe's security. The ZEIT, announced after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, was a historic shift for the whole continent. We have seen the increase of defense spending, the deployment by Germany of troops to NATO's eastern flank in Lithuania as one example, sending a very clear signal that Europe understands the seriousness of the moment and our responsibility. Europe's support for Ukraine flows for that same realization. It is not charity. It is an investment also in Europe, because even as we seek a real and dignified peace, we understand very clearly that Ukraine's security is Europe's security. Across Europe, countries are now committing to spending levels approaching 5% of GDP on defense, something that not long ago would simply have been dismissed as politically impossible. And yet here we are, because Europeans understand that the responsibility for defending our continent ultimately lies with us. At the same time, we also have to be honest about how fragmented Europe's defense capabilities still are. It cannot be that Europe has 178 different weapon systems while the United States has just 30, because that level of fragmentation leaves Europe trying to defend itself with one hand tied behind our backs. So we can do more, but ultimately Europe's strength in the world will depend just as much on whether our economy remains strong, because security and prosperity have always gone hand in hand. We're seeing this very clearly right now in the Middle East. The Iranian regime's escalation, particularly against Gulf countries, is unacceptable and will have far-reaching consequences. And I want to speak about Iran here briefly to salute the courage of the Iranian people. Those demanding dignity and liberty need to know that Europe hears them, that their future matters, that our regime for 47 years has brutally abused of theocracy to repress women, to destroy the hopes and dreams of millions, to hang dissidents from cranes in public squares, kidnap Europeans, fund proxies spreading terror across the Middle East, whose drones swarmed across Ukraine, who massacred thousands and thousands of people protesting. This is a rogue regime that is trying its best to hold on to power. And as we've seen, it is already pushing energy prices upwards again, reminding us how quickly events far away can reach directly into European households and European industry. Because when energy prices spike, families feel it and factories feel it. And this is already happening against a difficult economic backdrop. Across Europe and right here in Germany, more than 125,000 industrial jobs have disappeared in recent years. Factories are closing in regions that built Europe's prosperity, and we should not ignore it. We would make a big mistake if we did. We must reply with a sense of urgency that meets the moment. Europe is a single market of 450 million people. We have world-class universities and research centers. We are global leaders in sectors like car manufacturing, mechanical engineering, aerospace and chemicals. And we also have companies operating right at the technological frontier. Companies like SAP here in Germany, or Mistral in France. Yesterday, I had the opportunity in the evening to exchange views with the BDI, Germany's main industry federation, and their message, and the message I get from European industry wherever I go, was very clear. Please make our lives simpler, not more complicated. Too often, businesses in Europe find themselves fighting through layer after layer of rules that slow them down, make it harder to innovate and harder to invest. Some of that is European, we take it. Some is national, some is regional. Simplifying those rules is not about lowering standards, but it is about recognizing that if we keep piling rules on top of rules without thinking about how they work in the real world, then sooner rather than later, we end up making things harder for our own companies than for everyone or anyone else. This is also why the automotive package now on the table is something the European Parliament has long called for, because we know that what our manufacturers need above all is predictability and the breathing space to adapt and stay competitive. I started these remarks with a small anecdote of driving holidays across Germany on purpose. By the way, my little country did not show on the map that you showed at the beginning, so maybe you should add it. There's a little ferry that you need to take, but then you get on the road. So I know that, and in this case, and going back to seriousness, what the automotive industry means to this country and to this continent. For too long, we almost made people feel guilty about driving a car, or made it impossible to produce a cheaper, small version, or worse, in some places, subsidized competitors from third countries. In our Europe, on this continent, Europe also needs to invest in the industries that will shape the future, whether this is artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, clean technology, or digital innovation as drivers of economic growth. But for that, we need investment. Every year, European households set aside enormous savings, trillions of euros, and yet too much of that money sits idle in savings accounts instead of backing European companies and European ideas. This is why building a real savings and investments union is one of the most important things we can do right now, because European savings should help build the next European champions. Coming to a close on trade. Trade is part of that same story. Europe has always thrived as a trading continent built on openness, on exports and partnerships with the rest of the world. But we cannot spend decades negotiating trade agreements while the rest of the world moves ahead at a much faster pace. So the recent agreement with India sent exactly the right signal. Ursula von der Leyen and Antonio Costa showed that Europe is ready to move faster and engage more confidently with the world. And we need more of that same spirit with partners around the world, with the United Kingdom, with Australia, with Canada, the United States, and beyond. Parliament will vote on the EU-US trade deal later this month. We have got clarifications, and my hope is that we will be able to give some stability to our trading relationship and offer predictability to companies. Europe has faced moments like this before. Each time the answer has been the same. People stepped forward. They took risks. They rolled up their sleeves and chose to move ahead rather than stand still. Gustav Mahler once said that tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of fire. And that idea captures something essential about Europe, because Europe is not a museum. It is not a relic of history. Europe has always been about shaping the future. We have the self-confidence to take the risks that this moment demands, and the determination to do the hard work that comes with it. And then I know the road ahead for Europe can lead us somewhere extraordinary. And I say so with confidence. The future is Europe. Vielen Dank.
President Metzler, I would much rather talk to you about your childhood experiences in Germany. My journalistic instincts tell me there's a story in it, maybe even a novel, who knows? But as we live in times of war, I'd start with that and ask you about the events of the past several days. Donald Trump is pushing several European countries to enter the war, to support him, keeping the Strait of Hormuz free, and they said, no, thank you. Do you think rightfully so?
So we have pushed, and I wanted to spend some time talking about the context of Iran with a reason, because it is easy sometimes when days pass that we forget that there are millions of people on the ground in Iran who have been fighting for decades for life and their liberty. Now, we would have pushed, and we did quite openly, for diplomatic solutions, for de-escalation. We saw that when there is escalation, for example, with the Gulf countries, what that has meant, it has triggered massive movements of people. We have had to bring people over, European citizens, to Europe who were stuck there, which also shows you that a couple of days can change a global scenario. This will be on the agenda during the European Council, no doubt, this next few days. What is for sure is that Europe needs to find solutions as to the spiking prices, how our reserves, making sure we protect people, seafarers, and making sure also that the de-escalation that we've been asking for, and we need clarity in that, takes place.
Do you think European countries will stand with their answer, which is right now no? Or is the pressure maybe too high from the American side?
Well, I think that if you put together, and here it's not only the European Union, but you have countries like the United Kingdom that are also weighing in, that you have a coming together of leaders as we saw in the case of Greenland, for example, where Europe can speak with one voice, where there is an appeal for de-escalation, no attacks on the Gulf countries, and let's hope that the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened.
Do you think that the mission Aspides in the Red Sea could be changed or broadened to fulfill some of the US's wishes?
Well, Aspides, there has been long talks about this being expanded, right? At the moment, it is just, sorry, this is one of my sons. He has overridden.
It's your parents.
No, maybe. No, actually, because my son is in the Finnish military, so when he calls me, I have overridden the system, so he calls me, but I presume it's not that bad. Okay, I'll call him later. Sorry. No, so Aspides we have been discussing for a long time. At the end of the day, this is only, at the moment, a two-country mission. It is Greece and Italy. Let's not forget, there are talks also about France being able to aid. There is a very specific remit of Aspides. It is in a different part of the world, with a specific competence. Yesterday there was a discussion within the foreign ministers and the decision was negative to this. So if there has to be, it would need to be a different mission and would have to be a completely different format.
I would like to look at a different part of Europe, Hungary. There's a very important election coming up, as everybody here is aware, on April 12th, and the opposition party and Peter Magyar are in the lead. So I was wondering, will you open a bottle of champagne if he wins? I take it as a yes.
So the position of the parliament in this regard is very clear, has been for a long time. We would always ask that decisions in the European Union are taken at 27. We have done over the past 5 years against all odds, both during the pandemic as an example, but since then more importantly ever since Russia invaded Ukraine. I will not speculate on outcome of elections. I have learned not to do that. And I think that that's where I will stop. We will see what happens on the 12th of April and we'll move from there.
Do you speculate about the outcome of the next council? Do you think that the other states
That's
will
even
get
harder.
Viktor Orban to stop blocking the very important 90 billion loan for Ukraine?
So the European Council is an institution that works and has worked very well over years with consensus, right? Where you have 27 prime ministers, heads of state and government coming around the table and agreeing and delivering on that agreement. If you change that, what kind of signal would you be sending? Let's not forget, and this will be what I will say this week in the European Council, that there are many parts of the world that would not like the European Union to exist. There are many parts of the world where people do not choose their leaders. In fact, more people can't choose their leaders in the world than there are people who can. And if the European Union cannot send a message of unity on a decision that was taken, we can leave the others aside. And where on our continent there are people fighting for our fundamental freedoms that we took for granted for years, then what answer would we be sending to those young people in those countries that are looking to Europe as their home? And that, for me, is fundamental, and that is what I would hope that a solution is found at the end of this week. I know that discussions are taking place, and President Zelensky will address the European Council, and we look forward to having a resolution that will put our money where our mouth is, because that's exactly what we promised in December and what the European Parliament voted overwhelmingly a couple of weeks ago.
It's of course not the first time that Hungary is blocking important European decisions, or at least delaying it. So this brings us to the topic of your speech. How can Europe become stronger? And you've said that Europe needs reforms and that even if it can't do with all the 27, some need to move ahead. Could you be a bit more concrete of what kind of reforms you're envisioning and who could be the ones that move on faster?
So, you know, when you study law, so I studied law in university, and this is something that is a theoretical first, you know, that you have on paper the possibility that some countries will go further than others with some caveats here and there. And in fact, it happened. That's why in my remarks, I referred to Schengen and the euro, and I referred to those two specific examples for a reason. Because, first of all, unanimity should not be seen as the reason why no decisions are taken. There is a reason why unanimity was placed on the table, and that should be respected. Two, there should be no obstacle to member states wanting to go further, if they want to, right? And if they need to. Now, this is, of course, in a situation not because it is an obstacle to unity, but rather it is a pathway to unity. Because as we saw with Schengen and the euro, when you have a positive project and some countries are ready earlier, then many other countries want to join. And it is something beautiful about the European Union. It's a long talk discussion also here in Germany every so often. It's sometimes misperceived as though this is a big country versus small country issue, or a more developed country versus less developed. But if you look, my country was one of those that joined in 2004, 22 years ago. The economic growth of all the countries that joined is enormous. Think about it. We can grow and be strategically much better, economically much stronger, and also security-wise in a much better shape. So this is why I think it is the right time to bring that discussion. Why hide behind the fact that, oh, no, this is going to create divisions? No. Let's see. If you want to go further, if you want to do more for your citizens, why not?
In the Greenland crisis, the European Union has become a geopolitical actor for a brief moment in time so far. The European Parliament has played an important role, delaying the vote on the US-EU trade agreement. You said that now, of course, it's up for a vote again. What's your sense of your colleagues in Parliament? Will this pass?
I've also learned not to predict outcomes of votes in the European Parliament for very few reasons that have happened a few weeks ago, where majorities are down to 5 votes either side or 1, and this is in a parliament of 720 members with 200 individual political parties.
But you would say it's close?
No, I won't say that, because the vote in the committee has not taken place. It will take place later on, I believe, this week, and then it will go to be voted on in plenary next week. Once it goes through the committee with the majorities, we will see that. Those are normally reflected in the plenary. I think it was that moment in January when you go back, and it will be one of those moments, in fact, that we will remember. I would not have thought that it would be Greenland that would bring all the member states together within hours of saying we stand with the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark. We had the Prime Minister of Greenland before the plenary. It was amazing, the amount of solidarity. One of the gentlemen in the audience used solidarity as what he thinks of Europe. That was a moment of true European solidarity. And it should teach us that if you go to the heart of what the European Union could do, then if you have the self-confidence, you do it. And this is perhaps what we have been lacking over the past few years, where we, rightly so, criticized, were autocritical, realized that certain decisions that were taken in the past could have been avoided or fixed, as we are doing. But we should do that with the self-confidence of saying, we listen to our citizens, and we are going to address their concerns. Because if we don't, then they will move away. They will either stop voting or vote elsewhere. And this is where they need predictability, and our partners need predictability too. So far, the vote is scheduled to be voted next week. We will see.
Wouldn't it be smarter as a geopolitical player to keep that card? Donald Trump likes talking about having the cards or not having the cards. Right now, we have a card in Europe, and that's this agreement. Wouldn't it be smarter to keep it, to keep that ace?
Yeah, this is a constant discussion. as you can imagine, with members having very different opinions on it. You have the strategic angle, as you just mentioned, this is a negotiation, but then you also have predictability angle. So we have industry organizations across the continent telling us to give them predictability. And even though it's not perfect, and we could argue for a long time as to whether this agreement was the best we could get, etc., or not, there is a realistic expectation that when you enter a deal, you carry it through. But times change all the time, and you can always, as we live today, there is a constant up and down. So far, it's scheduled to be voted, and if it's voted, it would give the predictability that is needed. At least that's what I tell you today, Tuesday morning at, I don't know what time.
Our time is really up, but just one really quick reaction I would like to have from you is on the big block of far-right parties in the European Parliament. And in recent days, there were media reports that some people from your bloc, the EPP, have coordinated with the far-right on a bill, on a migration bill. So what should be the consequences? How are you discussing that within your caucus?
So I represent all the members of the European Parliament, and that is my job, as would be any president of any parliament, as it works as it does. This cooperation is a question for political groups to decide. If you ask me, majorities, and that's what we will always work for, majorities are best when they are from the center outwards. Why? They give you more predictability, and they also give you more negotiating strand with the Council. In other words, how to make sure that you get a deal with the other co-legislator. We will see. This is not an easy parliament. Majorities are difficult to find. There are instances that happen, but that's up to the groups to decide.
Thank you very much, President Metsola. Thank you. And I will hand it over to Nicole and Hannah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roberta Metsola and Anna Sauerbrei. Thank you so much. Danke für die Einblicke und auch für den Blick auf die Herausforderungen.
Thank you for the insights and for highlighting the challenges you must overcome. Not just in the current situation, but also in the past, there were always repeated attacks and provocations against European states and institutions. For example, I remember very well the incident last fall when Russian fighter jets violated the Estonian airspace. And besides that, there are many other so-called hybrid attacks, but the definition is not so clear. We think of cyber attacks, disinformation and influence campaigns, espionage, sabotage. That's all attacks that often remain below the threshold of open military escalation, but can nonetheless have a very real impact. Exactly. And that's also why the question, how often does something like this happen in the EU, isn't so easy to answer. There is no fully standardized, centralized record of all forms of hybrid attacks. However, there is a European independent research project called EUREPOC that attempts to systematically document such incidents and breaks them down by sector. I was surprised by some of the results, and perhaps you will be too. That's why we have brought a question for you, which you are welcome to answer. The question is, which EU institutions or sectors have been targeted by the most attacks in the last 12 months? We do it by show of hand to be as fair as possible. I give you 3 sectors and you show your hand if you think that this is where most of the attacks took place. So you have the choice of the defense industry, the European health sector, and the European energy supply. Let's start. Who believes that the defense industry suffered most of the attacks over the past 12 months? Please show your hand. Nobody, come on, this is not possible.
Aber wenige.
Wenige.
And only a few, only a few. I am surprised. Who believes that the health sector had most of the cyber attacks or the attacks?
Ja.
That's a bit more. And who believes that it was energy supply?
Oh, deutliche Mehrheit. Ganz
So that's the absolute majority here. And so it's similar to what I thought. So we should see the resolution here. It is health which comes first. Energy is on 5 and defense only on 7.
Waren wir ganz gut hier im Raum.
And so we were quite good here in the room. I would never have thought that most of the attacks were on the health industry because we do not know enough about the nature of these attacks. And our next guest knows quite a lot about it because the attacks against European security, that's something he thinks about every day. Magnus Brunner is the Commissioner for Home Affairs and Migration, and he's responsible for implementing a new European strategy for internal security against all threats, both online and offline. And Anja Wähler-Schöck, editor-in-chief of the Tagesspiegel, will interview him on this topic after a short keynote. Magnus Brunner and Anja Wähler-Schöck.
Ja, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen.
Yes, good morning and welcome to this year's Europe, and thank you very much for the nice comments at the beginning. I sit here with my guest, Magnus Brunner, EU Commissioner for Internal Affairs and
Zuletzt beim European Forum in
we
Asbach im schönen Tirol.
migration. So we met in Tyrol recently, and we talked a lot about migration at that time, Mr. Brunner. And this is what you are usually talking about, but as the two colleagues just mentioned it, we want to talk about the other part of your portfolio, European security, which is just as exciting. And I would like to start with our wonderful Berlin, because at the beginning of the year, the light went out in Berlin, and it was very cold because 45,000 households, including mine, we had a power failure over several years, and the Vulkan group, a left-wing extremist group, but the pattern is clear. It shows where the weak points are in Europe, not only in Berlin. Do we have too many open flanks? What do you think? There are always possibilities for improvement. Of course, we have flanks. We thought we were on the safe side during the past decades and years, and maybe we must do everything to become quicker in implementing reforms and to become more independent. And the survey that you just showed was quite obvious as to what is most at risk. And we have the expert from the German Minister of the Interior who gave the right tips, so the Germans seem to be well prepared and they know what to say, so that's a good sign. So maybe we thought that we were on the safe side. We thought too much that we were on the safe side. But we currently do not, because of what just happened now. Our internal security strategy, Protect EU, was submitted where these hybrid attacks are being dealt with. So attacks on our critical infrastructure. We saw it in Berlin. We have seen it in the Baltic Sea, where the infrastructure cables were attacked. So we have to be better prepared for that, and maybe we were too self-assured, but now we are going full stream. So critical infrastructure is a very wide field. Is it possible to protect it against these hybrid attacks? Well, protect better. You can never have 100% security, but we can have a better protection, and we do it intensively with drones, drone defense, where we work together much better all over Europe. And this is where we still have leeway, where we still have room for improvement. We improved this already last year. And between the member states, the situation has improved. And Germany plays a very important role in this connection. In particular, drone defense, a lot has been done, but we also need to improve international cooperation, in particular when we have an exchange of intelligence. Europol plays an important role in that respect, but also the cooperation with Interpol for this exchange of information, of intelligence, which needs to be improved. Here we have possibilities. We are currently negotiating with the member states a new mandate for Europol, and to have simply more possibilities online, which are to be created so that the member states can be supported better. By talking about cooperations, this new form of attacks, drone attacks, here we are faced with completely new challenges, also with a view to the cooperation between the different public authorities, police, the army, the cooperation between the federal states. If you look at it from the German perspective, and this also applies to other EU member states, and the cooperation between the EU member states and beyond. How can this work? How can we make sure that this goes hand in hand? Well, there are no longer borders between internal and external security. This is a moving frontier, and the Russian example was already mentioned. And then Mr. Kubilius will come after me. So what we do already is that the cooperation between the different portfolios of the Commission, between the different commissioners, is much better. External security, defense with Mr. Kubilius, myself, then migration, but also the digitalization with Vice President Hepkernen. Cooperation between the commissioners works much better and must work much better, because everything is no longer as clear-cut as it used to be. So we must be better prepared, and we do so by having security plays a main role as a Commission. So once a month we have a security college where we deal specifically with the challenges of security, where we discuss it, where the different experts come together, because these borders are vanishing. So the strategy of Protect EU, which is very close to your heart, you argue that you need a security mindset, a mentality change and break, so that security becomes mainstreamed into all the political areas. What is the practical side of this? So it works within the Commission when we talk about energy policy, for instance, and talk about the security aspects in that connection. When we talk about migration policy, the security aspect is being integrated. So security plays a role everywhere, because it is a basic prerequisite for the business community, then for societal aspects, for price certainty and security. Security plays a role everywhere. Without security, there's no growth, there's no prosperity, there's no democracy. So security is omnipresent and is an essential prerequisite. And since we are talking about the mindset within the college, between the Commission, we try to do it, but also in the Parliament, in the councils, there's always this security aspect which comes to the fore, so that this mindset change comes about. How can you have the balance between an open society for which Europe stands, freedom, strong civic rights, and protective measures that Europe must seize? Well, that's very difficult to shoulder, in particular when we have data protection versus access to data, because we need to have a certain access to data, and on the other hand, data privacy must be observed. So we need to find We need to find possibilities to tackle these challenges, and this mindset change means that security plays a role everywhere, and it is a basic prerequisite to the freedom you mentioned. Without security, we will not have any freedom, and this must be very clear and anchored in the minds of people. You talked about the cross-border cooperation and its significance. How does this evolve in a time where multilateral institutions and international cooperation is challenged or ignored by the United States, which were a pillar of it in the past? Well, first of all, we have to say that Europe is the safest region in the world, so that's a good news for sure. There's a critical view over there. No, I can confirm this to you. We are the safest region in the world, 100%, so we can come back to this later. So that's a good news, but on the other hand, we cannot rest on our laurels, and this is why we do all these strategic initiatives, everything we create, and so that we do a lot with third countries, for instance, when we fight drug trafficking, we work with Central America. We have cooperations between Europol and the member states of Latin America. We are working closely together with India. This is also part with the trade deal with India. We work a lot with UK, a very important partner, and UK wants to come closer to Europe, in particular as far as security is concerned, also as far as migration is concerned. So if it were about solving only migration and security, they would come back immediately next week. So Europe is reliable, we are stable, we are trustworthy, and we see it in all the regions, and we see it everywhere. Everybody wants to come closer to Europe because we are reliable. We are credible and reliable. We are the most reliable partner probably throughout the world, that we feel this every day, and even Switzerland comes closer every day. That's good news. That's definitely good news, because it supports our stability, our reliability. We are not always the quickest. We are having a lot of red tape. We are bureaucratic, but we are reliable and trustworthy. And as far as the USA are concerned, you mentioned it, as far as the exchange of information is concerned, we relied too much on the US over the past years, but the data exchange works. The exchange of intelligence works rather well. We have a lot of joint operations when we fight terrorism. This works quite well. The US will always be a very important partner for European security. You mentioned some states where the sense of democracy is perhaps not the same as in Europe. How can there be a close cooperation as far as internal security is concerned? Because it is important to exchange this information and this data. We cannot always have the free choice of our partners. That's why I say we are the most stable factor. It's not always states and regions which defend the same values as we do. Of course not. So we are the most stable and the most reliable and also the most democratic. Maybe sometimes it's a bit complicated and complex for us Europeans, but we are in a democracy. We are stable in a democracy, and you cannot always choose your partners as you want. This is as it is. We need to be pragmatic, but we nonetheless need to work together to make life safer for the Europeans and Europe. To wind up, I would like to come to a current conflict, the war in Iran, with the strikes of the US and Israel. Something has started, the consequences of which cannot yet be foreseen. What can you expect concerning your portfolio? Do you think that the security situation becomes even more difficult? Do you expect a new migration wave? So the two sides of your portfolio? Well, you are right. The two sides play a role in every conflict, in every war. Let's start with the security. We do, of course, have an eye on the terrorism that comes from Iran. We heard it from Mrs. President. Iran is the biggest terrorist regime throughout the world and also within Iran. So the member states, with our support, have also protected infrastructure much better. The Jewish institutions, which are now better protected since the attack, and different measures have been taken where we work very closely together with the member states. In migration, we do not see at present any major movements out of Iran. This can, of course, change if the war lasts. We see more movements within Iran, but with our partners, with Turkey, for instance, we are in a very close cooperation. I just had a phone call with the Turkish foreign minister. Turkey has closed the border to Iran, is certainly much better protected than 10 years ago, prepared than 10 years ago. And we made the reforms, and we have gears which will come, which will not work perfectly 100% from day one, but we do have a system. 10 years ago, we took over a lot of responsibility as Europe, but we did not have a system. We did not have a control over what happens, who can come to Europe and who cannot come to Europe, and we are certainly much better prepared now. And back to security, here too we are better prepared. We have our entry-exit system now, which is progressively put into place and implemented. During the first 4 months, 40 million registration were recorded of people who came to Europe or left Europe. So we didn't know that in the past. And of these 40 million, 19,000 were rejected. So an Iranian from an Iraqi passport wanted to come to Europe, and of these 19,000, we had 500 cases, only 500 cases of people who were a security risk for Europe or had terrorist connections identified and were not let in. So the system was absolutely necessary, absolute urgency if we compare to other regions in the world. The US has a system for anything migrating in, but not for migrating out. So Canadians is the same, they have the two, but they are not interconnected in terms of IT, those immigrating and emigrating. So we have the most modern, most innovative border management system. Of course, it needs to be implemented over the next weeks, and this will last until April, this implementation phase, but we do have it under control. We know who comes to Europe, when they come in Europe with biometric data, with fingerprints. We did not have that in the past. So we did our homework in this field, but nonetheless, we need to be quite attentive because every conflict has an impact. Mr. Brunner, a last question. There were disclosures that your EVP party worked with the right extremist parties for your portfolio migration. Do you support these contacts? Must the firewall fall in the European Parliament? Does it not have to? I could say that's a parliamentary affair. No. If we come to the content, I would prefer that, as Mrs. President said, it's that we would have majorities in the center for this policy, because the member states themselves, where we have social democrats together with free democrats, so the member states agreed on this reform, also for sending back people. So the agreement was reached on council level, also on commission level, where we have socialists, where we have free democrats. And as far as content is concerned, I am happy that both the council but also the parliament has a negotiation position, and this is very close to the proposal by the commission. So in terms of content, I am happy that we are moving forward, because it is important to be quicker. So in March, so a year ago, We made the proposals, and now we have been talking for 1 year. And so, honestly, we need to be much quicker. So I'm happy that we can move on now. And majorities in the center is what I would prefer. And it is a pity that some factions departed from the contents. It would have been better to have a broad majority for these reforms. Unfortunately, I cannot continue to grill you on this because of time, but we are going to continue our talk. And for you, thank you very much for listening to us.
Vielen, vielen Dank, Herr Brunner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brunner, and thank you, Anja Müller-Schöck. So, what do you take from this first part? Well, on the one hand, that we do not have a lot of control at the borders, and what is happening now, take note of it, and then I take up the reflection of Roberta Metsola, that prosperity and security are part and parcel of the same idea, and that we need to work on the fragmentation of our defense, where we will certainly come back to that. I hope that you have already been able to take away a few ideas, but there's more to come. That's more of a promise than a threat, by the way. But to ensure that you can continue listening here with full attention, we have scheduled a 20-minute coffee break, and you will find drinks here in the room behind us. And maybe you will also find time to take a photo in the photo booth. We want to have a full wall with photos, so use the occasion and opportunity, and we will be back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
We must build our hard power, because that is the currency of the age. And yes, if necessary, we must be ready to fight.
Europe is actively working to become defence ready, because even though NATO remains the backbone of European security, the political relations with the United States have become increasingly strained. The Rearm Europe plan could unlock up to 800 billion euros in defence spending. But how quickly can these funds turn into real military capabilities? Some projects are already underway. For example, an anti-drone system with advanced early warning technology. Another proposal currently under discussion, a European shield against Russian missile attacks. And there are also plans for a nuclear deterrence umbrella under French leadership.
And beyond our British and German partners and friends already mentioned, Poland, the Netherlands, Belgium, Greece, Sweden and Denmark will join it.
Suède et le Danemark s'y joindront.
Meanwhile, joint weapons purchases across Europe remain difficult, and in Poland, the European plans are causing political disputes.
I will never sign legislation that undermines our sovereignty, independence, or our economic and military security.
So where do we stand? Are we witnessing the rise of the European Union as a military power? Or is Europe still struggling to keep up with events? Let's talk about it.
Herzlich willkommen zurück aus der Pause.
Welcome back from the break to our defense block. By 2030, the EU wants to be defense ready, and it wants to close the gaps in capabilities for cybersecurity, for artillery, for anti-drones. And together, more is to be brought about, more is to be procured within Europe. The production capacities in Europe are to be extended massively, and the tendering is to be improved, and new jobs are to be created in Europe. And the most recent developments show how risky it is to be too dependent on arms systems built outside of Europe, and so many Patriot missiles are being used, and elsewhere than Ukraine, they are missing in Ukraine. So is Europe pulling in the same direction? So for FCAS, and we have been talking about it, the fighter system of Germany and France, there are major difficulties, and this raises a fundamental question: how effective is the European defense policy if the armies of the 27 member states are led nationally? That's why we want to invite you to interaction, because we want to ask you also as an impulse for the next speaker, do we need a joint European army? If you think that this is necessary, please raise your hand. If you say no, there are more important things to do, just raise your hand now. So this is pro-European army, and I'm really looking forward to what the next speaker will say.
For the introduction, our next speaker knows defense against Russian aggression by heart. He has been Prime Minister of Lithuania, among others, and since December 2024, he now works in the center of Europe's endeavor to become defense ready. He is the EU Commissioner for Defense.
Now our colleague Anna Sauerbrei from the ZEIT will sit down with Alexander Kubilius to discuss the true state of rearmament in Europe and the consequences of the conflict involving Iran. Please give a warm welcome to the stage Alexander Kubilius and Anna Sauerbrei.
Well, thank you for being here. Busy days.
My pleasure.
Thanks. I saw you smile when you saw the reaction in the room to the question whether there should be a European army. Why are you so delighted?
Well, it shows that we are of the same opinion, with a majority, so always it's good to be with a majority. But if to speak more seriously, I think this is one of the debates which we need to have in Europe, and especially taking into account our transatlantic partners' wish that Europe should be ready to take responsibility on European defense, on conventional defense onto our shoulders, which means that we need to be ready to replace what now is provided by Americans. And Americans are providing very important strategic enablers, space, intelligence data, secure communication, air refueling, and so on, but also they have 100,000 military troops on the European continent, which according to experts are playing a very important role, being a backbone military force, being able to play the role of what we can call a rapid reaction force, able to move from one side of Europe to another side. And if they will diminish that presence, the question will be, so how we can replace that capability? And some experts are saying that just to have a combination of 27, different army, branches combining into some kind of rapid reaction force will not be able to achieve such quality which now is provided by Americans. That is why some experts are saying we shall need to have European standing, permanent, rapid reaction force, and that is what we can call European army. So I saw majority here supporting that idea, and this is very, very rational, very clever approach.
I'd like to dig deeper into that idea of a European rapid response force. Let's maybe start with the broader question, the question whether Europe can defend itself and when can it defend itself. And one person who seems to think about it very negatively is Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO. He said in January, if anyone thinks that the European Union or Europe as a whole can defend itself without the US, keep on dreaming, you can't. Do you share that for the moment?
Well, of course, Mark Rutte maybe could explain more about what he had in mind, but at least when I read his discussion in the European Parliament and where he put this sentence in his answer, the question was about nuclear deterrence. So on nuclear deterrence, really, for us, for time being, we need to understand how important is American nuclear umbrella. It's good that, French and Germany and other countries are discussing what we need to build, but for time being, really, that size of nuclear umbrella, which now is Americans are providing, really, it will take time for us to replace that. So that is one thing. On conventional defense, I think that we can be more optimistic about our capabilities. Definitely now we are quite dependent on American, as I said, strategic enablers and their rapid reaction force. But that, simply demands from us investment. It demands some time for us to be prepared. But really, our plans for Defense Readiness 2030 is in some way the answer what we need to do.
The question is, in which framework should Europe develop its new capabilities? And you're suggesting that there should be an independent rapid response force, for example, a European force independent of the United States. At the same time, NATO is moving to become more European. So from your point of view, which one is the right framework? Which one is the right institution?
I mean, those are two very much, combined things. Definitely from one side, if Americans are diminishing their presence on the European continent, we need to think about and to plan what is called European pillar of NATO. How we shall strengthen our capabilities being inside of NATO on the European continent. And that is a topic, if you look back into Munich Security Conference, perhaps was spoken by all the European leaders, starting from Ursula von der Leyen, Friedrich Merz, Emmanuel Macron, Keith Starmer, everybody was speaking about European pillar of NATO, that we need to be ready to take that responsibility.
And the Americans did too.
Yeah, and Americans are looking for that also. And even, I don't know, was that some kind of small provocation when Americans suggested for Germans to take secure immediately. So that is what we need to be ready. It's open question. But second, definitely we need to see how we are preparing for that. What capabilities we need to develop, European Rapid Reaction Force, European strategic enablers, our industry, how to make it more effective, more able to scale up, how to overcome all the fragmentation in defense industry, how to bring much more of unity into in general, into how we are doing defense in Europe, because, defense, according to the treaties, is national responsibility and national prerogative. And sometimes, really, definitely, this is very important for member states to do their job. But sometimes we need also in what I call top-down approach. And that is why an European Parliament and myself, I said that maybe this practice which we now see on the European continent, very informal practice of so-called E5 format, when the big member states, the leaders of them are coming together and discussing and deciding on some very important issues related with defense and security, like Ukrainian security guarantees, that format could be established as really a very important format for us to be more effective in deciding big questions on European defense and security, maybe moving to what is called European Security Council, which was the idea proposed almost 10 years ago by Angela Merkel, by Emmanuel Macron, but nothing had happened.
And it's still not there, so we see how fast Europe moves sometimes. You say you can do both at the same time, develop European capabilities independently of the United States and push NATO to do more. In reality, there are conflicts, of course, with European countries like mine, like Germany. They're struggling to come up with the troops they should provide to NATO or have ready for NATO. How could they, at the same time, have troops ready for a European response force?
Well, I think that those are two the same things. One, we are strengthening our defense capabilities as member states, as Europeans. We are strengthening at the same time capabilities of NATO. So this European pillar of NATO, which we want to strengthen, means that we are strengthening both European defense, but also NATO capabilities. And I think that is also beneficial for our transatlantic relations. So there is no contradiction, no two parallel tracks. It's strengthening European defense capabilities means that we are also strengthening NATO capabilities.
Who would be in charge of a European response force?
Well, that's for member states to decide. But I'm always saying, look, several years ago, European Council agreed to establish so-called European battle groups for, first of all, for international operations, but again, it was quite a big, decision of a big size of military force. And at that time, European Council had very clear understanding of how it will be managed. Well, those battle groups did not become very popular or very effective, I mean, in reality, but nevertheless, the answer was given at that time. So we have European Union Military Committee, we have other bodies, we can strengthen them. I would not see here a big challenge and big issue. First of all, what we are planning to do is that all the structures which we need to develop here on the European continent would be part of NATO. So NATO will keep that general umbrella, but of course we need to look also how we are strengthening our management capabilities, European management capabilities of our defense issues, because definitely that will be our responsibility also, if Americans will diminish their presence, to be responsible also for the whole management. You have an interview in the Tagesspiegel today, and
and in that you say you're currently on a rocket tour. When I first read that, I read rock tour, and I thought about the Rolling Stones, but that's not a different thing. So rocket tour, what have you learned, and who are you visiting?
Well, we call it missile tour, but no problem, if, of course, that is what I'm always saying. It's not a romantic tour, It's not a tour on missiles. It's a tour, through the industries, through the producers of missiles. It comes, first of all, from our obligation of my team to prepare so-called Ukrainian support loan, 60 billion euros to support Ukrainian defense capabilities. We hope that all those disagreements with Hungary will be resolved very soon. And that is why we are preparing that loan to be available as quickly as it will come, maybe April or beginning of May. And while talking with Ukrainian authorities, we got very clear message what is their strategic priority, what they need to get in order to be ready to defend themselves. And of course, for them, those three priorities are very clear. First of all, drones. They need to have, during this year, more than 7 million drones, because Russians are ready to produce and to use around 7 million drones. It's almost 2 times more than last year. So this is, we need to see how it's scaling up. But Ukrainians are very good in production of drones by themselves. Now we see that Gulf countries are looking for their assistance. So this is not a big challenge, how we shall manage to assist Ukraine with the drones. Second priority is extended range 155 ammunition. Again, Europe is not bad in that area. And the third priority is, of course, missiles and air defense missiles among them, anti-ballistic missiles among them. And that is a big challenge. Because the numbers, the numbers. Last year, Ukrainians faced 2,000 missile attacks from Russia. Around 900 were ballistic missiles. For ballistics, to fight against ballistic missiles, usually most popular is, of course, Patriot systems. In order to shoot down a Russian ballistic missile, you need to have 2 or 3 anti-ballistic missiles to use. Russians did something, modernize their ballistic missiles, and now they can change the trajectory, which was not the case before that. So it's even effectiveness of defense is going down, so you need to have even more missiles. So it means that per year, Ukrainians need to have around 2,000 anti-ballistic Patriot missiles. Now, since the war in Iran started, I saw a New York Times publication which said that during the first 5 days, Americans and Gulf countries used around 800 Patriot missiles. Patriot missiles production per year in the United States is around 750. So 2,000 for Ukrainians, 800 in the Gulf during 5 days, and 750, production. Arithmetic is not matching. So we need really to scale up production in Europe, to look for new production. Ukrainians, with their very innovative and dynamic industrial, defense industry, they are ready to look for possibilities to develop even new anti-ballistic systems, maybe together with Europeans, and that is what we are also looking for, such kind of development.
Scaling up production is wise, of course, but how can you face or confront the immediate shortage that Ukraine is looking at?
Well, that is why we started this missile tour. The first stop was in Warsaw. Next is, again, I'm coming now, today I will leave, but tomorrow I will come back to Germany, but to Munich, to Deal company, to MBDA company, then we shall move to Italy, where we are talking both with the governments and also with industries. And we are looking how we can organize some kind of triangle agreements. That maybe governments have something in their stockpiles, which are very much needed for Ukraine now. And then we can, maybe look into possibility to agree with the industries that they will ramp up their production. And first of all, they will assist those governments to replenish their stockpiles. So that's, not easy, but we hope that we shall manage.
Yes, I think our defense minister has tried that too. And with some success, but not enough. I would like to take a few questions from the audience before our time is really up. One is fairly specific. An anonymous questioner asks about an Italian defense system equal to the Iron Dome in Israel, and he asks your opinion about how efficient this defense system might be.
Exactly yesterday we had an important day that member states notified us about their plans to develop so-called European defense projects of common interest. This is a new thing, which we hope will be really effective in bringing member states together in development of most important flagship defense projects, like drone defense initiative or Eastern Flank Watch, but also air defense. And Italian proposals, which are, first of all, devoted, we got an information and presentation of that project, Michelangelo project, is devoted first of all for data management. How to make really systems very quick in reacting to possibility of attack and so on. So this can be very important part of that system.
Mm. And Christoph Gottschalk asks about the French election in May 27. He says that's tomorrow, and I agree. What are key priorities which need to be accomplished with President Macron, which might be impossible afterwards? What are you working on?
Well, you know, President Macron always has strong ideas how to develop European defense, independence of European defense. Now we see him very active in offering and discussing with other member states on nuclear, European nuclear defense. That's important, but that's more for member states to agree. We are not participating in that discussion very much. We're looking really, of course, France has very well developed defense industry and space industry. And we have a lot of different pan-European projects where France, together with Germany, are playing a very important role. Mm. So I hope that France, even after next year elections, which are very important, but it will keep being a very pro-European country, able to lead, you know, in different areas, very important developments in Europe. And that tradition that Germany and France are, you know, being some kind of tandem of the leadership, will continue to be present in Europe.
Even with another president, a president from the far right in France?
Well, you know, I cannot predict what will be, you know, how elections will happen in France. That is for French people to decide. But, you know, I see exactly that European citizens in general, looking into different opinion polls, are becoming much more in favor on Europe taking, you know, more responsibilities in defense. And, for example, one of the opinion polls which were done by a French company last year, where the question was about what would be the preference of the people for defense of their country. And here were three answers, like, you know, European defense with European army. Second was national army, and the third one, NATO. In Germany, Spain, and Belgium, 70% of the people were choosing European defense. In France, it was a little bit less, but nevertheless, it was much more than 50%. So that is why this vote, which you know, did at the very beginning, what was done, you know, about European army, is very much reflection of what people want to see in Europe. So I do not see here, you know, that either Germany or France would lose this, you know, feeling of what voters they want to see in Europe, and that is why, in my view, Europe really is moving right direction in building its own independent defense capabilities.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, thanks a lot.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much, Alexander Kubilius und Anna Sauerbrei.
Thank you, Alexander Kubilius and Anna Sauerbrei. Just imagine
Strafgerichtshof.
You are a judge at the International Criminal Court. You ramp up your computer, want to have your data, but your account is blocked. It's not a technical problem, but it is a political instruction. And here we stop, because this is a reality. It is now part of the reality, because this happened last year. A political instruction meant that the main prosecutor had no longer access to his Microsoft account, so that was political will from the US, which was sufficient to just block a central service in Europe. So we are easy to attack if we rely on only a few American tech groups. But can Europe emancipate digitally? That's what Martin Merz will talk about, who thinks about it every day. He is the president of the Sovereign Cloud of SAP and a very competent speaker called Lisa Hegemann, the head of digital at the ZEIT. Welcome to the stage.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen.
Hello, and welcome also from my side.
Switch to English now, because we're going to have panelists on the stage a little later that are going to speak English. Our topic today is sovereignty and resilience, the digital foundation of critical infrastructure. Mr. Merz, let's start with a seemingly simple question. What is digital sovereignty?
That's a simple question, yeah. And then everyone has an opinion in this room, I guess. I put it in my words, yeah. For me, it's about freedom of choice and control. And I'm very honest with what I just heard from your colleague in German. I'm supporting a world where, especially in Europe, we have the opportunities to use the best technologies worldwide. No matter it's coming from China, Asia, US, whatever it is. We have to control them, we have to put them under our governance, under our values. But I tell you one thing, for me it's super important that we do not forget, when we talk about sovereignty, about innovation and on what innovation will bring us in the future. So if we are not able to innovate in Europe, we will lose that game at all. It's not only about security, it's really about being front runner when it comes to innovation and to technology. And that's for me the pure definition of digital sovereignty, a world in Europe where we, under our for 15 years right now, but we can come to that one later. We just have 7 minutes left, so next question.
We just heard about the security aspect, and we would like to put that into the context of, if we put that into the context of digital sovereignty, why do we need digital sovereignty, in your opinion?
Look, I just discussed with Commissioner Kubilius half an hour ago in the speakers room one thing. And I'm not aware if you know the numbers, but if you take from a cybersecurity perspective all the damages that were basically created in 2025, not 26, the numbers are even higher, then does someone know the amount of damage created by cybersecurity attacks last year? Yeah, I have another number. It's 10.5 trillion US dollars. Only Germany, worldwide 10.5 trillion US dollars. If you just compare it to the GDP of the US and China, and then, well, that would be a nation on third place regarding a GDP, just a GDP number. So, well, it is a strategic topic that we need to discuss here. We need resilience when it comes to, well, I'm specifically talking about sovereign cloud, but digital sovereignty at all. So it's a super important topic. And we can go on and go on with discussions like, for example, also in Iran, what just happened, also interesting to observe. In every conflict, you see a race of cybersecurity attacks. Ukraine and others, what's happening there. Very interesting to see how the US in this conflict started. Like, for example, I think Iran is on top 5 or 6 regarding their place in cybersecurity capabilities to attack. And after 2 days, we just saw a drop of 80%. Just after 2 days, means their infrastructure was hit very hard, means also there is a plan behind what's happening in Iran, at least from a cybersecurity perspective. So you see how you can basically also damage capabilities on the bad side of the house, but on the other side of the house, we need to protect our critical infrastructures. It's about water, it's about energy. Just imagine, I mean, a super important topic, we're investing in tanks, weapons, soldiers, armies. But if I'm going to attack Europe, I would do it another way. I would just shut down your water supply completely, just in Berlin for 3 days, energy supply for 3 days, and then I guess the security apparatus is super busy to take care of that. Yeah? So it's the whole picture we need to consider. But yeah, this is why, for me, digital sovereignty at all is super important.
What part does data protection play? I'm asking this, of course, because with the US Cloud Act, we have legislation that allows the US to look into data centers even if they are stationed in Europe. Is that a factor we should consider as well?
Look, there are, and this is a huge debate that we are having in Europe. By the way, we are debating a lot in Europe. That's also something we need to mention here. I give you another example, maybe to make it easy. As I said, deploying sovereign clouds for 15 years started in the US, by the way, with a dedicated proxy company. So if you want to deliver top technology to the US government, Army, Navy, whatsoever, you have to do it under their rules, under their regulation, and they just found a mechanism to do that. So they are consuming, not only SAP, there are other big companies here that deliver basically their best technology to the US, because the US is saying, and also Australia and the other Five Eyes, let's focus on where we are the best. Let's buy the best technology from all the other countries and then assemble it under our control. And this is what they are doing, and this is what we should also focus on. Have a pragmatic approach. Take what we have right now, what is available, focus on where we are the best, and then bring it together. Yeah, and there are solutions out there right now. It's not only SAP. I saw some other players here, Capgemini, Thales was sitting here. We have a lot of players in Europe already with the right setup, with the right technology in place, and we can just start. But we are discussing a lot.
I'm going to take the ball here. What does the path to digital sovereignty look like then?
Look, I think that there's several aspects of that. One I already mentioned, it's about governance. We need to find a balanced governance approach regarding regulations. I think it's about sovereignty by design. When I talk about sovereignty, there is not one size fits all. I mean, I have an army representative sitting here. He has another requirement for his organization than maybe a critical infrastructure provider, than maybe a bank, maybe others. So we need to also consider that. It's about, for sure, interoperability, and also not to get into a kind of being locked in situation that you also mentioned. But for me, in the end, it's all then, when you take this together, it's about cooperation and being able to leverage the best technology. And last point, as I just mentioned, I will do that the whole panel, it's starting, doing something.
Germany is expected to introduce a national data center strategy tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is that the sort of doing you mean?
Look, we already have a multi-cloud strategy in Germany, and I guess most European countries have that also. So that's the overall picture that we have. We have the right setup, basically allowing everything that I just said to start, and this for me is basically part of it. Yeah? But from an overall perspective, we have a multi-cloud strategy, I think for 2 years right now, but feel free to correct me. So we can start, and that's another part that is super important. But again, the overall strategy is there.
Okay, thank you so much so far, Mr. Merz.
Sure.
I'm going to open the panel now. And with that, I would like to bring in our panelists. It is my pleasure to invite Catherine Kluwer-Ashbrook to the stage. She is the Executive President and Senior Advisor at the Bertelsmann Foundation. Welcome. I'm also waiting for the music to end. I'm also looking forward to have our third panelist join us on stage. He is the Secretary General at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Estonia, was the Estonian ambassador to the US until 2021, and he worked on the national defense strategy of Estonia back in 2010, so he has quite some experience. Please give a warm hand to Jonathan Veseviov.
Thank you.
Before we start the panel discussion, I would like to ask an opinion of all of you. How would you rate Europeans' digital sovereignty from 1 to 10, with 1 being poor and 10 being excellent? There should be a QR code on stage right now. And you can take part anyway. You can take part via Slido, and I will read the answers aloud in a bit after I've asked the people on stage the same question. So, we're going to start with that question that I just posed to the audience. How would you rate Europe's digital sovereignty on a scale from 1 to 10? Mr. Visiviev, would you like to start?
Me first. Okay, good. So first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion with two colleagues who clearly know about the subject matter, whereas I am a government official. Worse, I'm a diplomat, meaning that I have to explain difficult, complex issues in very, very simple terms without necessarily understanding them myself. So a diplomatic answer to the question would be 5. Between 1 or 0 and 10, my answer would be 5. So we're obviously not there yet. I think 4 of the 50 biggest tech companies in the world are European. So when listening to Mr. Merz describe or define digital sovereignty, we're clearly not there yet. On the other hand, the very fact that we're having a discussion on this means that we are recognizing the problem. Mario Draghi's report recognized the problem. Increasingly, we are trying to find solutions to the issue. So I think we're halfway there. We haven't really fully figured out how to get there and what exactly is it that we want, but at least we've identified the problem.
Okay. We'll talk a lot about how to get there in a bit. Ms. Kluwer-Ashbrook, same question to you.
Well, I'm a little bit more optimistic, shall I say, because I basically arrived back in the shores of Berlin from a wonderful conference in Münster, the Techland conference. And this gets straight to what Martin Merz said. I think on the regulatory issue and then what we might consider our offering, because digital sovereignty doesn't mean digital autarky, it means basically what he's described. More room to maneuver, more control, more ability to negotiate internationally based on endemic European strengths. And so I think there you have a combination of a regulatory frame that in concept is strong but hasn't found all of its applications. You have an enormous amount of sort of digital ecosystems being built in the wider sphere. You have a doubling down of investments. You have much more interest in the kind of critical and risk capital flowing into a number of these massive ventures in part. So I think that's all good news. I think where sort of things become unplugged, and we've heard this here a little bit, is on the point of timing. Right? So an incursion like Iran saw a couple of things. Many of you have paid attention to this. Just before the Iran war, the American cyber defense strategy dropped. It's not a defense strategy in many ways, it's a cyber offense strategy. So despite all the excellent work we've been doing in the Cyber Center of Excellence in Estonia, the way that we think about protecting ourselves, the rest of the world is leaning into an offensive piece for which we have really no regulatory and systemic approach. So we've got lots of homework to do on the military piece, but also on the protection of our critical infrastructure, how we do it, how we pay for it, and how we get all elements of the stack to come in on that.
I might have missed the number, actually, that I was asking for.
Oh, I said 6. I said 6
okay.
right at the beginning.
There we go. Mr. Merz, how would you rate it?
So then I say 7 because I'm also very optimistic. It's clearly not a 0. It's also not a 10, just because I think that we, from having a debate, really need to start to implementing and start building something. But I see clearly that we're on the right path. So I'm going with a 7, 7.5.
I don't know if you actually have the opportunity to give points, but let's see. Actually, our audience is much less optimistic. They're saying 3. I can guess why. Before we start to talk about solutions, I would like to pinpoint in which sectors is Europe's dependence on non-European digital infrastructure most critical and might even pose a threat. Maybe one sentence for each.
I start?
You start.
Looking into the future, I mean, when you look into the investments going into the AI area right now, we are investing globally this year $2.7 trillion US. And there you clearly can see the dependencies in the future. US is investing 40% of this amount of money. China is investing 25%, and Europe at all almost 10%. So there you already can clearly see what will happen in the future regarding this AI game. So just we talk about one topic, that would be the topic for me right now.
Well, I think that's, I mean, Martin Merz has just pointed out what you would call a mission-centered approach, and you see that with respect to technology in China, in India, by the way, as well, and in the United States, this idea that everything around the energy market and the control of energy and the choke points on energy are there to service an AI and technology industry that will have knock-on effects, by the way, on the lower two-thirds of the American economy and on other parts of major economies. So I think seeing that as sort of the kind of rattling effect in the global economy very clearly. I think where we're not paying sufficient attention, Matti Matz pointed out, on the corporate side, on the corporate protection side, on the critical infrastructure resilience, we have woken up to the challenges. Where we haven't and aren't clearly seeing the challenges are the kind of effects on surveillance and in the defense tech space that are fundamentally dangerous, if you ask me. I spend a lot of time thinking about how Gotham and Foundry systems run by Palantir work to aggregate data on the American side and what that's doing to American democracy. We are consistently inviting Palantir here to anchor our security systems, our law enforcement in places like Baden-Württemberg that's just had an election. What that does, the access, and again, you have to understand how these systems work. They work like spider infrastructures. They aggregate mass amounts of data, and they then become manipulable to whoever holds the key to that data. And I think those are the kind of places where we're inviting vulnerability at the same time where we're trying to shore up our resilience capacity. So the fact that we don't have ownership, if you look at the French system, it's entirely now tied in to an American infrastructure on the intelligence data side, that you cannot, if you were to extract yourself or try to extract yourself immediately, you'd be rebuilding base intelligence from scratch. And that creates a vulnerability that strategically we haven't sufficiently looked at or are building against.
Yeah. And just to add to that, and this is no longer just a niche topic, just Eurostat statistics say that over 52% of EU enterprises used paid cloud services in 2025, and more than 40% of all enterprises were already highly dependent on sophisticated cloud services. So we're not talking about a digital issue here, we're talking about a whole of society issue. Right. And this dependency, I mean, I know the headline of the panel is digital sovereignty and digital resilience. Digital doesn't exist in a separate world anymore. Not for the government, not for the private sector. So this is increasingly not just a digital sovereignty issue, it's a sovereignty issue.
I think we made the point pretty well why it's so important to the security. And yet, I would love to ask you, Mr. Vseviov, Estonia has started to think about digital sovereignty way before other countries have. You started your data embassies, I think, 10 years back, which basically means that what Estonia does is they put the data centers not only in their country, but also have them stationed outside of it to make sure they're not physically attacked. What can we learn from the years you've had in digital sovereignty and the years ahead you are?
Right, so first on the data embassies, for those who don't know. The project started back in 2015 with Luxembourg, between Estonia and Luxembourg. I think the treaty or agreement with Luxembourg was signed in 2017, and basically, yes, it does foresee critical Estonian data being housed in Luxembourg for obvious worst case scenarios. So basically, we have a backup. The story of Estonia's digital development goes back to the 1990s and the early 2000s. So basically, we regained independence in 1991, had lost 50 years of our history, and had to make up the lost time. So we managed to do that in roughly 10 years by jumping over decades of technological development, and we were lucky enough to restart the country at about the time when the internet was becoming the thing. So we developed a digital society. Everything went online. We provided our citizens with digital IDs, and we created a non-centralized layer or a network of data exchange that made it possible for the private sector to join the Estonian digital state. Anyways, long story short, soon turned out that people in the countryside, people with disabilities, pensioners, they loved the digital services because they managed to do everything without leaving their house. The moment that became apparent, others also figured out a way to attack our systems. So the incident that made cybersecurity famous, obviously 2007, Bronze Soldier incident in Estonia, we remove a Soviet-era statue. There are wide-ranging cyber attacks against the Estonian government. Now, by that time, most governments had already preached the whole of government story. Everybody had recognized that it's not the Ministry of Defense, it's not the Ministry of whatever, digital development. You need a whole of government approach to defend your critical information infrastructure. And we had more or less mastered that by 2007. And we were able to deal with the cyber attacks because they were not very sophisticated. What turned out was that it doesn't matter, because they weren't just attacking the government, they were attacking newspapers and telecommunications companies and your basic service providers that most of the time are in the private sector. So the fact that the Ministry of Defense had their systems running was of little use when people couldn't log on to get news, for instance. So we recognized that we need to move from a whole of government to a whole of society. So since those days, I think we've built security thinking into the very sort of fabric of developing not just the digital society, but the society in general. And final point, and sorry for going on for too long, I think the thing to learn from Estonia, if there's anything to learn from Estonia, is that you cannot think about digital in a separate sort of chapter. Everything is digital. Everything is digital, and digital needs not just a whole of government, but a whole of society approach. The way we approach sovereignty, this Luxembourg initiative that we have going on, or the way we try to build basic cyber hygiene in the society writ large, is us trying to think about security in a holistic manner, not separating digital issues from other issues.
Good point. Mrs. Cleaver-Ashbrook, in your research, Mr. Vasilev just said that companies are a big part of digital sovereignty as well, and yet you said that in your research you actually have many companies that are hesitant when it comes to digital sovereignty. Why?
Well, it's more the cybersecurity piece, and we just heard the massive global number, the German number. Bitkom publishes these every year. They've gone up by about 18 to 20% year on year. It's 289 billion euros that the German economic system as a whole loses on account of everything that we've heard. So cyber, ransomware, IP theft is a massive issue for the German economy. You know, just because you have a drone flying over, your production facility and think, well, nothing happened, and then you're surprised the same exact, production design facility finds itself, a couple months later back in China. Those are the things. So there are a number of issues that we have trained ourselves in an integrated economy as an export economy to work, as Matti Matz already implied, in a just-in-time logic, and the just-in-time logic means that we oftentimes haven't planned for redundancies. Redundancies are expensive. If you think back to the COVID crisis, if you think about, oh my gosh, we have to store whatever, vaccines, masks, anything that could happen, if you do that per industry sector, you're looking at an enormous price tag. And if you do this in the digital sphere as well, building in tolerance measures, like Matti Matz implied, we haven't had, in terms of a whole of society conversation, what we will tolerate in terms of effects of incursions. Are 3 days fine? Are 45,000 Berliners without power for 5 days, is that what we are willing to tolerate? Is that resilience, actually? Or where is resilience? And so because of many of our companies, in part also because you have aging management, you have structures that have for a long time danced on the cusp of risk because it has been good for the bottom line, continue to do so and tolerate what they feel is a fair amount of risk because they think it's still going to make them more efficient and agile. The opposite is the truth. So the idea that many corporate actors, particularly in the SME area, are now having to do these sort of day after or day of kind of plans that build in some structural redundancy, that build in duplication on the data front, that build out capacities to access data far afield. And again, You know, we saw there was an AWS data center attacked in the Middle East. I mean, these things can happen all the time. Frankfurt and Paris data centers are running hot because there is no duplication factor. So these are the things that now SMEs need to price in. This is where they need the kind of nimble and flexible solutions that oftentimes European purveyors can provide, but they're not yet seeing clearly what that risk portfolio is and what it will cost. And when they hedge, oftentimes they hedge on the wrong side of risk. And that continues to make this economic system, but we heard the wider European economic system, increasingly vulnerable because of how interconnected this economy is.
Mr. Merz, you already pointed out that we should focus on a multi-cloud strategy, but of course we wouldn't need sovereign clouds like the one you're building if we didn't, if what Mrs. Kluwer-Ashbrook just pointed out weren't true as well. We need some sort of independency. So how do we reduce dependency, especially in critical infrastructure?
Yeah, look, I think we heard a very good example from Estonia, how they do it. And I just mentioned how we, for example, did in Australia or in other countries years ago. It's always, when it's successful, it's always the same approach. It's a build, buy, assemble approach. It's always like the country or the nation or the region, they really focus on where they are best, there they are investing, then they buy the best technology, and they really take some time to create the right governance under their values for this setup. That's the only way this can work. Then for sure you discuss sovereignty from a governance perspective, then for sure discuss the sovereignty by design principle, and then it's all about cooperation and interaction, not only between the countries, but for sure, as we just heard, between corporate, government, and all the other institutions, organizations within a country. It's a team game here. Yeah, and I think this is why maybe also giving the number of 3.8 was the result for how do we see the future of Europe. The challenge that we have, to be very honest, is like, if I look to the US or Australia, other countries, that's a closed system with one country, one government, right? So Europe is a little bit complexer. I still see the advantage that we have in Europe, but for sure, then we have all these discussions from a governance perspective. Then we have a lot of regulators within Europe. So me trying to deploy sovereign cloud in the one country, in a country A or country B, means also that we have to adjust according to the regulations in the country, according to their requirements from a national security perspective. This costs time, this costs money, and there is no real scale behind that, as maybe in other countries where you don't have or you don't face that many regulations. So I think the best way is really a pragmatic way to start, and it's basically also something that I face in Europe, especially some countries. Like, we always like focused on failure. Others are like, okay, it does not work, let's take another approach. I just come back from India, where also we just established in 2.5 months sovereign cloud in India last year. And now we are running. Yeah? And is everything perfect? No, it's not. But we just adjusted together with the customers, with the organizations, with the government. And there are not so many, I would say, discussions and ideological opinions on certain things. Just take a pragmatic approach, just start, and then on the run, you adjust whatever you need to adjust. But then you have something in place. Otherwise, 3 years later, we are still discussing. Yeah.
Is that why at SAP the sovereign cloud is working with Azure as well, a Microsoft product? Is that why you start with Microsoft? Do you plan on at some point?
We have several offerings. We work, for example, with AWS for 15 years right now, as this was the preferred infrastructure provider in the US and also in the under Five Eyes countries. For the other Five Eyes countries, meaning Canada, UK, New Zealand, and also Australia, that was not a problem because they have this approach saying, we focus on where we are best, we adjust it according to our governance, but we buy the best scalable technology. Same with Microsoft. But we also offer our SAP cloud infrastructure, our own infrastructure, to customers who would like to have a non-hyperscaler, US hyperscaler setup. And I always work like, and this is maybe also something that we need to mention, it's like there's a huge misunderstanding when these big players like SAP and others talk about sovereignty. We always work with the government. I'm not deploying a sovereign cloud in a country where I do not have the full buy-in, for example, in Germany from the BSI, or in France from ENG, or in other countries from the regulator. They're checking over years, months and years, our systems, our technology. And once they say, okay, that's the right infrastructure, it's approved by our national security apparatus, then we deploy. So that's not a SAP game saying like, hey, that's sovereign and you can buy it and feel free and fine and whatever. It's always in a very close alignment with the government and basically with the required national security requirements.
Mrs. Cleaver-Ashbrook, there are initiatives in Europe who would like even more independency from US hyperscalers, but from Chinese companies as well. The Eurostack initiative, to name one, and they really want an independent tech ecosystem that works without hyperscalers. When we talked earlier, you expressed reservations about this idea. Why?
Well, I think it depends on how you define Eurostack. I mean, I think in general, I mean, we've heard it here, is to have a system that doubles down on where we have comparative advantage. And we have comparative advantage in so many tech-driven fields. In high-tech robotics, in med technology, in some of the sort of more very specific quantum systems. We have, and there, by the way, we have ecosystems that are where university research is directly linked to corporate research, is directly linked to scaling opportunities and funding opportunities. So if part of that Eurostack is in fact to construct systems that offer not only greater security for a lot of sensitive areas, but where we're doubling down on the capacities we have, it increases our capacity to negotiate internationally, because right now what we're seeing is an American government that beyond a tariff deal, which may be back up for a negotiation now, beyond certain agreed pieces, will continue to push to advance their technological companies against what we have put up as regulatory barriers. If you're able to double down and double back because you have something to put on the negotiation table that's integrated, that works, that repositions the competitiveness of your economic system, and conversely, because we're constantly dealing in dependencies now and choke point manipulation, that allows you to clap back, then that speaks for what you might define as Eurostack. If you consider a Eurostack to be building sort of technological autarky, I think that ship has sailed down the River Nile because, you know, again, we saw with Gaia X, we've just heard, so much of what we're constantly and currently using is built on base infrastructure that comes from the United States. What you do with that, how you manipulate it, how you secure it, and then how you build a wider tech infrastructure around it that is uniquely yours, where the data is controlled, where you're feeding in, you know, both on the, we heard the critical protection of critical infrastructure systems, waterways, electricity. If that continues then to run on a loop where you have duplication structures that you can secure elsewhere, but you're running, then if that's your definition of Eurostack, I'm all for it. If your definition of Eurostack is rebuilding something that we can't rebuild from scratch, then you're working against time that no longer exists, you're operating in a frame that no longer exists, and you do yourself no favor in trying to sell back to an electorate that that's possible, because it simply is not.
Okay, I'm going to ask the diplomat here. Mr. Vesuvius, is full digital sovereignty a realistic goal for Europe? Or should we aim for the more pragmatic ways and approaches that we've just heard about?
Look, so I'll echo what has just been said. I don't think that the goal is digital isolation. Sovereignty isn't we're not talking about total sovereignty. What we need to do is reduce the dangerous dependencies, preserve freedom of action, and build enough European capability that we are never left without a secure option of our own. As I think Mr. Merz defined sovereignty in the beginning, and I fully agree with everything you just said. So we need to be able to control the critical elements and not build a European island in isolation. So identifying the critical areas that we need to control. Scale was mentioned earlier. That's where Europe comes into play. I mean, separately, all fairly small players. Together, I mean, we can, as Europe, we have scalability. And then redundancies can be regulated and mandated. And if Europe is a superpower anywhere, then it's in regulations. So, but it's not a total concept, and not in isolation.
I'm going to take a question from the audience that I find quite interesting. we had mentioned earlier the International Court of Justice case, and the question is if Trump decided that everything, Europe should be disconnected from US services, like right now. Total collapse or not?
I mean, it depends on what corporates are willing to play along. I mean, you saw that Anthropic had no desire to play along and on using autonomous AI in the defense sector, and then the defense sector tried to get in the ring and get very nasty. The Pentagon decided to get very nasty about it, to use Pizza Hegseth's words, not mine. You know, I think, I mean, that's where we are. We're in this world of weaponizing everything. And fundamentally, what we need in the European context, and you've heard it here, is you know, a good sense of strategic, what I call strategic creativity, which is to be able to map out sort of what could happen when and how, to do things on a time scale, to figure out what your reaction times are, in order also, by the way, to have these kind of discussions with your population. What are you willing and able to tolerate? Up to what degree? What does that work? How does that work? And so I think it's useful to play everything out, to engage in that kind of, you know, digital diplomacy has come a long way. This is the kind of digital strategy, capacity building that I think we need. That could be a play that could run through Washington because the codependencies that have been created between big tech and the White House is there. I think that possibility is distinctly there. We should be prepared for it. We should be preparing various different components of it. But by that same token, I wouldn't entirely hedge on the fact that American tech companies don't understand what their international market value is and what kind of wedge issues they are inviting in if they make themselves solely instruments of this particular government. So I think there's a fair amount of wise people in American technology still that are not totally, you know, have not entirely bent the knee to the man in the White House. So I think there's room to maneuver, but we need to be doing our homework, not waiting for an offensive component to come from the other side.
I would just like a short answer from Mr. Metz and Mr. Vesiviev as well. If we had the situation, Trump deciding to shut off Microsoft, would we collapse or not?
Well, this was the strategic view. Maybe I give you a technical view. No. I can give some examples. And again, as I mentioned, a huge amount of European players here working closely with the US hyperscalers. Give you an example, a dedicated example from SAP. We have Delos as a cloud company established for the government, where we provide, in a sovereign way, Microsoft services to the government. And this is established in a way that, from a technical perspective, is not that easy to just shut down on updates and other things. And I can provide, if interested, dozens of legal statements on that. You can also ask the president of the BSI on that. So basically, there is a way out. Yeah, there is a strategy. And here also, kudos to the government and also all the security apparatus. There is a multi-cloud strategy. There is an idea behind that. I understand the danger. I understand the situation. But we heard a strategic perspective. From a technical perspective, there is a way out, and I'm not that concerned.
And maybe Mr. Vesiviev, from a political perspective, what do you say?
So I have to be obviously fairly careful here and very generic, and I'm not necessarily attaching my comment to the question, but making a more broad observation. So what I think we need to do is be able to demonstrate that we can attach costs to behavior that we'd like to discourage.
Right.
And an important point that's relevant here, but in deterrence theory in general, is that those costs must not necessarily be limited to the domain or the topic where the discouraged behavior might take place. So the costs might be reputational costs or political costs. In a hypothetical situation, we're in a very, very strategic situation, playing a very, very strategic game. We need to be able to play that game over all domains. That's me being as concrete as I can be on that question.
Thank you so much. We're extending our time already. So thank you to Mr. Merz, Mrs. Klüver-Eschberg, and Mr. Vesiviev. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we're giving the stage back to Nicole Bastian. Thank you.
Also from me, thank you very much for this interesting discussion. The next one will be interesting as well, and I switch to German. Es geht die Aufrüstung in Europa.
Now we talk about the rearmament in Europe. Mr. Kubilius said that he was on a missile tour in Europe so that more missiles can be produced, which can be used in the Ukraine. That we have seen how important these production capacity increases are. Armament is a delicate sector, so hundreds of billions of euros are invested every year. This was in 2025, it was 130, and it will continue to increase.
Es braucht, das zieht natürlich neue Spieler an.
And this attracts, of course, new players, this kind of growth we no longer have. But we need these new players for the production capacities to be available in 2030 for the defense readiness. I'm looking forward to 3 panelists which will give us an insight into an industry we do not know enough about. Welcome on stage with me, Sandra Grusch, Managing Partner of ENG Parthenon in Germany, Philipp Knoche, Chief Operations and Performance Officer at the Thales Group, and Marco Herre, the CEO of Deutz Defense within Deutz AG. Hello.
Wenn Sie gleich Fragen haben, schreiben Sie
if you have any questions, just note them down on Slido if you are in the live stream, and I integrate you into my presentation. Let's start, Mrs. Grusch, with a view from up there. We have the ambitions of rapid rearmament and defense capability, and you also have a view of what happens with the production capacities. How wide is the gap? Yes, we have seen very clearly Europe has, in political terms, executed and delivered, has made budgets available, and so in terms of statistics, everything has been made available, but we can see that in terms of capability, capacity, we have a big discrepancy. What is it due to? Well, this is certainly not due to the fact that Europe, Germany, France, all the other European countries would not be technically ready, or the innovation capacity would not be available. But I believe it means that scale is missing. We do not have the speed, we do not have the coordination between what Europe has presented and what it spends in terms of topics, in terms of future-proof processes. It is not yet fully matching the capacities, the capabilities that the companies have at their disposal. So this means that we can clearly see that individual productions are individual productions, dedicated productions. Planning certainty is lacking. They have no commitment how much is necessary on the European level, also beyond Europe. And this lack of planning certainty makes it difficult to really take up this scale effect, or to recoup this scale effect, or make it available as a production capacity. So that's the problem of the Han and the Ag, Mr. Herre. If we do not have the capacities but need to become defense ready quickly, one tends towards buying the established systems from outside the country. How big is the dilemma to rearm as quickly as possible and to have at the same time an own European defense capacity. If we look at the ecosystem and you come back to this, this was a small system, a small ecosystem which over the years was shrinking with the demilitarization, but also in technological terms, in terms of technological setup, we looked at platforms which have already decades behind them, which have not been subject to automation, and this small ecosystem was a closed system that is still very close. And if you look at the scaling of this system, we need to look at the countries where we want to scale, what the conditions are, what the prerequisites are. We can look at industry. In Germany, we have industrial muscle, which can make it available, but we must also have an access to the ecosystem. So there must be an exchange between the defense players and industry. How can one support? Maybe something needs to be rethought. And I said it before, the design to scale must take place. So products must be designed in a way that they are actually scalable. And then we have to look at the supply chains. That is an important point. If you look at our industries in Germany, we are automotive-driven, mechanical engineering-driven, but where is the supply chain? The supply chain is in Asia. It went to Asia over the past years, and this will be another challenge, not only to make available the capacities and the supply chain from Europe, so to create more sovereignty. So displace and or takes the supply chains back to Europe, which is a major challenge. That's why I agree. We have a gap between the spending and the programs that we have started, and of course the supply times. Just to define your role, Deutsche engine and motor producer in the automotive industry, but also motors and engines for tanks are already delivered by you. You are not new in the defense industry, but you want to expand, so to speak. And then Thales, one of the big players in this closed system of the defense system. Mr. Knocher is one of the central players in the industry. How big is the dilemma? Will we be defense ready in 2030 with European production alone, or do we have to buy abroad? Well, we will get there, but that's not the only approach, only from Europe. But it's not necessary to have Europe alone. So 50% of what we buy in Europe for defense comes from the US, and 20% from non-European countries. So reduce one of these parts would going to be more sovereignty, and this is feasible. As Thales, we have 2,000 people in Germany. We have double-digit growth rates every year, and an example that we produce in Singen is radar to protect the troops is produced in Germany, can also be used in the Ukraine. Between 2023 and last year, the production will be multiplied by 6. This is feasible. It's more difficult for heavy mechanical components. So this was not so much for the big companies. There are not so many, but the supply chain. And I will come back to that. We have 9 joint ventures here in Germany. But if we talk about electronics, all the consumer electronics in this room is probably built in Asia. So if we need complex electronics, we must ask the last producers in Europe how they can scale. So it was in Britain for missiles, and so radars times 3, missiles times 6. But there is a challenge to have the entire supply chain in Europe. And even if we are looking for a second manufacturer, all of these products are certified. There are rules behind them. You cannot just simply buy a component and say, okay, let's fire with this component. No, it must be certified. It must it must be tried and tested and available also in a fight situation. So it is not as easy as one thinks. It is industry, and we have big challenges. Mrs. Krusch, you wanted to say something. So I think that is a very important point. It is not only about the cooperation between politics and the defense companies that need to be strengthened to have the interface, but also beyond defense, technology, cyber, AI, innovation in general. All of these topics must be worked on. This is indispensable to get this independence and be able to work on these topics on a European-wide basis. We recently also published a study. Every euro of direct defense value creation or output creates the same amount for the subcontractors and the suppliers. And this is where we need to get to. These regulatory obstacles must be broken down. We need to advance innovations quicker so that we can support these corporates have less rules in this field, and that's another important component. Also look at startups or to talk to investors who can drive the acceleration. Mr. Harrow, can I also add a question? Has the procurement already been simplified? Because everybody says they want to simplify. Can you already see the debureaucratization? You can see it in a very important program where the rapid decision is possible because it's only 25 billion budgets in the parliament. So what we saw recently in new technologies is drones. So we have had 2 or 3 German companies also benefiting from the initiative on drones. Those things are happening in new technologies as far as money spending is concerned, as far as earmarking of budgets is concerned. On the regulatory side, and I come back to the points that you just addressed, as far as regulatory systems are concerned, there is a one part number that the vehicle must have. Every vehicle comes with one motor from one supplier. So I am a motor manufacturer, and I also have a portfolio as DEUTZ, but I cannot get into this portfolio because there is already another supplier in the platform. So this has to be dissolved. You can talk about standardization, define interfaces, and other suppliers should be unable to get also their supplies into these platforms. This would solve the platform issue, but not the platform side as far as steel and so on is concerned. But you can have an approach to scalability, and this is missing very clearly. And Sandwebs also do more on dual use. What can industry contribute with adaptation for defense? Mr. Knoche, where do you see the biggest obstacles for ramping up or scaling up of the European production capacity? Is it capital? Is it regulatory? Is it planning safety? Is it as the skilled workers? What are the biggest hurdles and how can we overcome them? So the biggest obstacle under the current view are skilled workers, skilled labor, because you do not have access to many markets. At Thales, we have 1 million applications per year all over the world. And it was completely different 4 or 5 years ago. But now we do find the experts, skilled labor. So we are quite small in defense, but 40% of our experts come from the automotive industry, and we work with the automotive industry to see how we can interact and help each other. So for big companies, it is important to have planning predictability. So not what you have in 3 or 4 years, but technology-wise. On a certain product line, we want to invest. It's not only financial spending, CapEx, and adaptability. So planning is what you mentioned already. It is very important to be okay with that. We must be agile in this field. But for the big system, which need an ecosystem, so it's not only a product, it's an entire system. The ecosystem was moved between mechanics, IT, and electronics. Everything must be aligned. And in most of the cases, this works, but in other cases, it's quite difficult. I would be interested in that. What is the problem? Because we have the political willingness, which is already completed. Billions of state money goes into this rearmament. All the companies are ready and say, we want to do. So what prevents you from doing it? Well, there are not so many obstacles. It is normal that there are frictions. And when there's an issue, media come in and talk about it, but many things work. In our production, radars, it's ×3. We increased by 3 for radars. So many things work already. But the more you grow, the more bottlenecks you have in terms of mechanics or electronics in the supply chain. I'm intimately convinced that we can do it, and we will have to be able to do it, because Commissioner Capilius said it. It's not only that we want to create more sovereignty, that we want to do this in our countries, but also the USA will have less availability to suppliers. Concerning this planning certainty, I would like to bring up Klaus-Dieter Vogt, who asked if you need this long-term planning certainty for defense systems and for supply chains. Does this mean that we need an EU defense plan for the next 10 to 15 years? Or how do we get this long-term planning certainty in? Well, it would, of course, be desirable that on a European level we consolidate concerning the needs, the requirements, with a uniform defense strategy being established, so that the suppliers of these systems have the certainty without the variance. So we have our fighter tanks. Britain has different ones. France has again different ones. So that's all different in terms of system. But if we could establish a European system which proceeded to this consolidation and would make this also financially sound, that it would be good. Mrs. Krusch, a question from Norbert Stiepel, who says, is there not a risk that in this rearmament phase we are missing or producing without matching the needs and requirements, because the Middle East and Ukraine has shown that low-priced drones can be more effective than the traditional armament systems. How do you see a risk? No, I do not see any risk in this respect, and my co-panelists are much better to provide the technical answers. Yes, we talk about drones, we talk about ammunition, projectiles, which must be increased in terms of production, but that's only one level of production, because you can also scale away to other levels. So defense is much more than defense hardware. It's a lot of technology, techniques. It's a lot of what is part of our day-to-day lives, the cyber industry. Cyber will not disappear, in my view. Energy is important. We can see what happens around cyber, and this requires exactly these technologies. In particular, if in the midterm or in the long term, it would be desirable, of course, if the hard defense teams were no longer as in demand as they are today. But I think all the other topics will remain important, and then we need the two companies which drive exactly that. So I do not think that this is only about capacities and skills. You mentioned it, skills, so skilled labor. There's a big gap in that field. But in interlocked industries, the skilled labor is knowledgeable to advance innovation. And there will always be a need in that respect. Mr. Knoche, where would you say that Europe has to make good most in this defense landscape, artillery, air defense? Well, back first of all to planning certainty. It must not be a central Soviet type of planning. So in Europe we have competition, and that's normal, that we also need to remain competitive, and that there's not only one solution, but cooperations are key in this respect and are an excellent tool in this respect. Yes, for certain topics we need a planning, we need cooperations, but not across 27 countries. Otherwise we lose too much time in terms of coordination. We must move forward with the people who want to work in the different areas. So that would be one point. And then Europe can continue to work on cooperation, because this generates technology in terms of AI, cyber, quantum. If we cooperate, we can achieve more than everybody acting on his or her own. So it also creates focusing. So one fighting tank is perhaps not enough, but one for the US, one for Europe might be enough. But it also creates new cooperation opportunities. We are in cooperation with India on air defense, big topic here in India. On all levels, from small drones to the ballistic missiles. We have systems to offer. Sky Defender, for example. Sky Defender, for instance, as far as we are concerned, our competitors have, of course, their own examples, also in European cooperations between France and Italy in this case. Yes, cooperations can do more as far as this topic is concerned, but just as you said, we need mass, we need quantities and things that can develop. So
electronic warfare.
Electronic warfare will come, will definitely come. So there will be spoofing, there will be jamming. Also, for the cyber attacks, you need communication which is secure, crypto or not. It is a supplement to some drones, not all drones, but at least some drones, an increase in level on all platforms, be it ships, be it cars, or fight vehicles. All these platforms will have a complementarity between mass and high tech, and we did not do it that clearly for Europe to have to develop both, not only mass, not only high technology. For a nuclear deterrent, you need, of course, high tech for many things, but you also need mass. So the two have to ramp up together.
Sie kommen ja jetzt quasi
Mr. Harab,
viele dieser Verteidigungsprojekte rein.
You get into many of these defense projects. How European is that? Are you focusing on Europe? Or is it an environment where it is absolutely easy to get into an Italian, Norwegian, French producer? We of Deutz AG have been working in defense, have been operating in defense, more opportunistic. So defense was closer to bridge play than, but nonetheless we did it opportunistically. We served several platforms, not only in Germany, and together today we are very committed in Ukraine, remotorization for the Ukrainian armed forces. And today we focus on Germany very strongly, but we are also in Europe, on the European parquet, and we are focusing on Germany for the moment. We are represented in Poland, in the Ukraine, and we try to revive our footprint from the past, which is not only limited to the platform, but also for DevTech or neoprimes, as we call them. We will remain focused, so we provide capital for startups not as a venture capitalist, but as a strategic partner. Aqua Robotics is a topic, air defense is a topic, so we try to get a broader positioning so that our footprint can also widen in Europe for the drive of drones and not only for motors. Mr. Knoches talked about corporations, a sort of FCAS, and nobody is here from Dassault or Airbus, and I could have saved the question. But Bruno Strivel asked from the audience, and thank you very much for this question. The EU has come from coal and steel, for which they created commissioning, to avoid interstate problems. FCAS should they not be planned by the EU Commission and not by countries, so that national fights can be avoided? That's a very nasty question, as some people would say. Let me answer it as follows. I have understood the national conflict, and that is a risk. But if you have the overall cooperation in Europe between the Commission, entrepreneurs, and governments, if this was possible in a dialogue, in a working group, I think that would be a very useful step forward in a joint task force instead of only talking about the Commission angle, which defines everything, because it's difficult to follow this, and because there's also political interference, let's say. So these projects remain political, whether steered by the Commission or the national governments. One last question around, starting with the raw materials in the supply chain. It's not only about hardware, but we believe that in the military supply chain we are too dependent on countries like China. Mr. Harrer, let's start with you. And how do we get out of this? So I said it already at the beginning. Since on the technology side we are automotive driven, and they have relocated a lot to Asia, we have the challenge that certain topics can only be covered by Asia. So in our products that we produce for drones, we need the magnets, and they have rare earths, and rare earths comes from China. So even if you have a European supply chain and certain chips or electronic components can be bought from European suppliers, but if you go down into the depths of the material details, you have to stop, because you always get to China. You will always end up in China in the supply chain. And that will be a major challenge if the 100% China-free supply chain is to be established for defense. This requires more efforts than we are aware of today, because we don't have it. Be it the foundries, everything based on metal went to Turkey or to China, so we don't have it anymore. So we have deindustrialized ourselves. Either we accept this or we provide enough funding to build that up again. What are the areas, magnets, rare earths, Mr. Knoche, where is it also virulent? So that's more sensitive, and I fully agree. I simply wanted to underline there cannot only be a sovereignty defense topic, because the quantities for defense alone are so small. Can we go through the car industry? It is an overall industrial issue, and we have rare earths mines, but the process, the chemicals involved are 18 stages. You cannot just reproduce it, and you need the overall industry dealing with this topic together. Is this already on its way? Well, on the European level, certainly on the overall industrial level, it's on its way, but we must tell ourselves that it will need some money to build up the capacity, and we always have a problem of balance. We want to buy everything cheap, but we want to have to do everything at home. Well, there's a clash in between it. We need to have investments. Mrs. Krusch, where do you see the possibilities where you can become more independent? Some keywords have been used. Let me come back to my introductory statements that in terms of technology and innovation, Europe is well equipped, well prepared, not to have the sovereignty, not the isolation, but the sovereignty can be achieved, and through capital, more flexible investment possibilities might be provided if you open it up, research, development, if you make it easier from the regulatory side. I believe that the status will come in easier, where we can say that we have a certain sovereignty, and in certain areas we might remain dependent on China and the US. That is a fact. But if the European sovereignty can be improved through a loosening of some rule works and cooperation between different countries, and if the investments are made available and are not too risky for companies, I think that with capital you can do a lot here. Not only, of course, because you also need the willingness to work together here, and one country alone will not be able to do it, even if it is two big countries like Germany and France. They could do it from the static situation, but they will not achieve. It must be an interconnection in Europe, and that's our massive advantage. If we can do it, and we must be able to make it, if we can make it, we will have a big leap forward. Big leap forward is a good closing remark. I thank you all very much for your presence on stage. Well, thank you so much, dear Nicole. Thank you for the fascinating conversation. As you can see, I'm not alone. I have brought someone along. He is Sebastian Stricker. He's a co-founder of Share, and he has curated a photo exhibition that you can find in the European Salon. Sebastian, what is it all about? What was your goal? We are of the opinion that economy, defense and politics will not make Europe stick together. We need to have a shared identity where we have the corresponding gut feeling and European soul. And we published the cultural magazine 12F, which wants to narrate European identity as it could be, through culture, through photography, through essays, through interviews. So Sari Schild is the photo editor. It's not me from the ZEIT, but also Robert Menasser and user Kate Tempest, or the Croix, a photographer, whom you can see in the photographic exhibition. And you will be the guide to the exhibition. That is our tip for the lunch break. And speaking about photos, the first photos for the year of 2026 can be found under the following QR code. And now you have enough time to have a look at it, or Sebastian's photo exhibition, and also have yourself photographed in the photo booth. I would like to add something. We start in 20 minutes with a discussion on the European soul. So on 13:15, and we start with a question: when did you feel European for the first time? So you can already think about it, and then I would like to tell you, if you go for lunch for photos, you will also find a surgical robot and test that as well. We have representatives of the exhibitor here, and that you can have an expert test carried out. We are back here at 13:40. I wish you a healthy appetite and great discussions and talks.
Finally, back on track. That was the hope of European economists for 2026. Slight growth was expected, but with oil and energy prices rising sharply after the war in Iran, the pressure is mounting.
The European economy has the capacity and the resilience to absorb temporary shocks, but at the same time we must be prepared for a more prolonged period of instability with potential disruptions.
Bad news, especially for Europe's economic powerhouses, Germany and France, whose growth had already been weak for years. Still, some European industries remain optimistic about the year ahead. In particular, pharmaceuticals, defence and aerospace are seen as key drivers of growth. Also, investments in artificial intelligence, data centres and digital infrastructure remain strong, also supported by the ongoing debate around Europe's digital sovereignty. And in addition, the Made in EU Act is now in the pipeline, aimed at strengthening strategic industries.
So the aim is to let us direct more European money to our European industries.
But is that enough? We ask, who will lead Europe's economic future? Which industries will set the pace? And which countries will come out on top? Time to talk about it.
Willkommen zurück mit der Frage,
Welcome back
Europe's economic future.
with the question, who will lead Europe's economic future, from Roberta Metsola. We heard already this morning that security on the one hand and prosperity on the other hand go hand in hand. And how is it possible for Europe to keep the balance in economic terms? Because we have a central challenge, and you can see it here on the graphics. No region has the same weak development as Europe. What does it do to us, and how can we change it? This is what we are going to talk about today. We start with an impulse from one of the sectors we just heard about, and which is one of the growth drivers for the economic growth of Europe, and that's the pharmaceutical sector. Christoph Glatzer is the Chief Global Value and Access Officer. You have to explain to us what it is of Johnson & Johnson Innovative Medicine. And at the beginning, he will give us an impulse on health being a catalyst for economic growth and resilience. Please welcome on stage Christoph Glatzer.
Hello.
Hello, and thank you very much.
Gesundheit nach Defense, das ist jetzt schon so ein
Health after defense, well, that's a leap forward that we will have to achieve. If you follow me, you may remember the film The Matrix, and we have a scene where Neo realizes that the world no longer ticks according to the code he thought to know. And I dare to believe that Europe is exactly there for the moment. In geopolitical terms, a lot of new stuff, alliances are changing, supply chains must be reinvented, must be rethought. And if you look at health, progress, prosperities that we experienced in Europe over the past decades, and if we want to keep that up, the code must be changed, must be newly defined, and health plays a key role in that respect. We must redefine health, we must rethink health, and we must understand that health must be seen differently. It must be seen as an investment and not as an expense, not as a cost factor. If I may quote my friend,
the source of futuristic wisdom,
Yoda would have said, Europe has to unlearn what you have learned.
Das sind mehr als
Europe
450
that's
Millionen
more
Menschen,
than
mehr als US, mehr als
450
Russland.
million people, more than
Und je
Russia, more
gesünder
than the
diese
US.
Menschen sind,
And the healthier these
je
people are,
widerstandsfähiger
the
ist
more
Europa.
resilient Europe will be and is.
Krankheit dagegen kostet Geld.
Sickness, diseases
Angenommen,
costs
dass
money. It is
Krankheit
assumed
oder Ungesundheit
that
Europa pro Jahr
non-health costs
2,9
Europe
Billionen
2.9
dass es viel Geld kostet.
trillion
Ich kann es auch
euro.
anders ausdrücken,
This
das sind
costs a lot. This
15%
is
des BIP in Europa.
15% of
Oder ein Kollege
the
hat das für
GDP
mich
in
errechnet,
Europe,
ich muss
or a
jetzt
colleague
ablesen.
calculated for me. 4,350 euros per European inhabitant is lost because Europe is not healthy.
Das ist natürlich ein großer Teil.
And that's quite a lot, and this is why we have to consider how health can again contribute towards this not being seen as cost, but health is the most underestimated value that Europe has. And a lot is happening in health. The progress we have seen in health over the past 20 years. I'm old, so I've been in the industry for 30 years. I have still to explain what a Chief Global Value and Access Officer is. So I've been in the industry for 30 years, and the progress that I have witnessed is enormous. Diseases which were clearly leading to death are chronic today or can be recoverable. HIV in the 80s, today they have a normal life expectation like everybody else. The field in which we are quite active, multiple myeloma, new therapeutic concepts provide for a functional cure. That's unthinkable, but it's super. In my life before industry, I worked as a nurse before I studied economics, and I knew people where rheumatics were not treatable, where it was difficult to get these people out of the bed. It was painful both for the nurses and for the patient. Today, this patient plays tennis. Why? Why? Well, because the research-based pharmaceutical industry invests to develop new therapies, and that's not easy. The European health and pharma industry invests every year 45 billion in research. That's more than anybody else invests in research and development. And we have 2 million people working in this field in Europe, which is also quite a lot. The added value of industry is 300 billion euro, and we export 670 billion, so values of 670 billion. We talk about the business location Europe, that's quite a lot. That's quite a contribution towards the competitiveness in Europe. But it's not easy. I always describe this as a marathon. Pharmaceutical research is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And I know what I talk about as a Chief Access and Value Officer. I am in the group which decides about the therapies we invest in. What are the types of diseases we invest in? Where do we conduct studies? Where do we launch first? And it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. I'm a marathon runner, so I ran Berlin twice the past 2 years, and you know that you need to have a lot of stamina. So the development of a new product takes 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years before we know whether this can help patients or not. Of 10,000 active ingredients in the lab, if we are fortunate, one will be approved, and if we are even more fortunate, we will have one with a return on investment, because the development of one drug costs between 3.5 and 4 billion euros for each individual product. We can only do all that because it is our risk, it is our investment if we can rely on this innovation, and the returns will still be recognized in 10 years, so that 5 or 10 years later we can obtain prices which reflect the value of this medicine, because without all that the progress would not exist. And only if we go this last mile, the refunding in Germany, this investment makes sense.
If
we look at Germany, the pharmaceutical industry is here too one of the sectors with the highest employment rate, and we have an investment of 10 billion euros in research and development in this field. That's more than anything else in any other industry. J&J invests approximately 15 billion euros in research and development alone. That's certainly a very high contribution, and if you consider that calculated in GDP, this is 12% in Germany, yes, and that if we remember that the total spending on disease is also 12% of the GDP, that's funny, 12 and 12. So actually, we finance with our output the entire health services. So 130,000 jobs in Germany and an export volume of 160 billion euros. But Germany competes all over the world. One of the biggest competitors of Germany is, surprise, surprise, China. Even in pharmaceuticals, not only in automotive. And in pharmaceuticals too, it is not only about manufacturing, it is also about research and development. The number of new patents, there's a number of new clinical trials like that in China, in Germany like that. That's all areas you need to consider when you think about the fact that Germany should be an industrial nation which helps Germany get out again, growing again. Same conference last year was here too. The new German government had just come in, and the pharmaceutical industry had been identified as one of the guiding industries to get the economy back on track. And even Chancellor Merz said, we have seen health too much as a cost factor, and he wants to turn this around. So the political willingness is there, but this has been a year ago. What is missing, if I look at Germany, are the activities which would be supporting this. But what we see at the same time, and I got it from my colleagues this morning, Tagesspiegel background health, something what you would consider as a torturing tool, where the pharmaceutical industry is to be made worse. So an industry which has a positive contribution, one of the few industries still investing in Germany and worldwide. And this reminds me of countries I know too, where health is not omnipresent and where also the outcome of the patient is not there. So very dangerous observation, because if we succeed in considering health, and not like another politician said in Germany, as a lemon that you can squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, then we can contribute to economic performance and output in Europe. What I wish is that it is recognized in Germany and in Europe that we now have the opportunity to rewrite the code, to unlearn what we have learned, and to consider health as an investment which will bring about a positive return for the patients, for society, and also for Germany as a business location and Europe as a business location. Because health policy is at the same time economic policy. Health policy is location policy. And if we bring all that together and declare this to be a top priority, then I am optimistic that at the conference Europe 2027, we will not have the same kind of discussion, and that it will then be realized that this is a sector which can bring Germany forward, take it forward, and which helps all the other industries because we make your staff healthier, they work longer, they are more productive, they are more committed, and as far as their competitiveness is concerned, they contribute to improving it every day. Why? Because health changes everything. Thank you so much.
Vielen Dank, Christoph Glätzer.
Thank you very much, Christoph Glätzer. Yoda can stay with us while we continue the discussion, and we extend the focus from health to the general question, how can Europe's key industries drive future prosperity? And we are joined on stage now by Stefan Runov, Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy, and Professor Martin Keller, the President of the Helmholtz Association.
Eigentlich sollte ich auf der Seite. Wir machen das jetzt einfach anders.
But we do it the other way around, okay? I will remain here. That's okay.
Der politische Wille und die Aktion.
The political willingness and activities, the action. So, Mr. Runov, autumn is come, the autumn of prosperity and reform. What has still to come to bring us forward? Well, the political willingness is there, and Mr. Glätzer also underlined that. It is also clear that a lot has already been put on track, but we need to do even more to get the full wave. And I can only remind you of the energy sector, where a lot has been done to stabilize energy costs. And this does not only concern the power tax reduction for industry or the reduction for the grid fees. Also in the industry electricity fields, we have initiated industrial electricity price. We have increased the subsidies, just to give you some examples from energy. So, but looking forward, what does it mean? Well, it means that we take action, and now we have to take the next steps. In energy, we have the net connection paper, we have the EU reform, but if we talk about fundamental reforms, this requires a lot of intensive debate, which we have just started in the field of energy, and we need to conduct this discussion, and we need to discuss it intensively this year. And at the end of the day, it means that we need to go beyond certain topics. If we look at Europe, we must also see that we are actually in a new geopolitical situation, and that means that in foreign policy, in trade policy, we need to have a new positioning, but we also need to look at the urgently required reforms which must be implemented in Europe in the field of reduction of red tape. Energy, I mentioned it, in the field of tax, and of course also on the labor market, to just take the initiative, get involved, and I'm optimistic that more progress can be made this year. Mr. Keller, you are a very experienced science manager who watches how innovations contribute to growth and prosperity. What is necessary from your perspective during the next years? Thank you for the introduction. Let's start with where we stand in Germany. We have an excellent fundamental research promotion for our scientists, and this makes us excel versus other countries. But now, how do we turn it into growth? How do we turn it into innovation? And this is where we have the discussion, and this is also what you tackled for the pharmaceutical industry. We at Helmholtz have many health centers, and if you visit those, you can see how research in the pharmaceutical field, in the medical field, is upside down. How do do we get some fundamental research so together with the direction the industry heads to, and how do we get this public-private partnership on track? I have been in America for a long time where the public-private partnership system and scheme works better than in Germany. So we have to ask ourselves, how can we get this research into our economy? And when we talk now about Europe's prosperity and growth, it is also about the technology edge, to be able to be even leading the pack. Where do we stand, Mr. Keller? There are different areas here in science. There are still fields where we in Germany are still world leader. So energy, I would say renewable energies, and the way we combine energy with environment, we are still strong and leading worldwide. Quantum computing is also a field where we do not have to hide in Germany, and so I would say that in the health field, we still have a lot of research. That's probably also why J&J invests here. Mr. Glatzer, you are based in the US and you come from Germany, and you can compare the systems, the competitiveness, technology support and promotion. Apart from the health sector, where do we see a need for change and a need for improvement in Europe? We should stay with the health sector, because I would dare to say that the health sector is a catalyst for many other sectors. So if you need the health sector, or if you need something, well, then it is planning certainty, planning predictability. It was mentioned before, and the understanding that individual areas like health, like social security and everything cannot be seen in isolation. There must be a cross-topic dealing with it. How can the economy be moved forward? How can we support what is most productive and not use any roadblocks as impediments? I have the pleasure to be in similar settings in Japan, in China, in the US. What strikes my attention is that the key to success is a common discussion of an objective and not go apart after the first step. So the willingness is here. Here we have the finance ministry, then we have the economic ministry, and then there are opposing signals which are quite disturbing for us in a central position. So it's kind of a mixed message, but for long-term investments, this is something we do not need. So as far as your question is concerned, regardless of the industry, this must be across all departments. Mr. Runoff, how can we do it? There are, of course, also different interests between the different departments. The Federal Ministry of Health has a different perspective of the pharmaceutical industries and the economic ministry. What is important, you need to have a common understanding, that's correct. We also need to see where we have our strong points and where we can support them. The question is whether we should do it with money or whether we set the right regulatory framework, and that is a decisive point. If I look at the European level, in the field of microelectronics, where the EU Chips Act will be revised, where we must go into a direction where we give more room for maneuvering for companies. If I look at the data use in the industry, we must give them the spaces to develop new business models. And another decisive point is so that new SMEs can be established on the market, we need the necessary capital, we need the necessary financing, we need a deepening and intensification of the capital market union, and we need money for innovative companies, venture capital, and this is something which appeals to all of us, where we all have to get the screws right and the different elements right. And it is also about making available big sums so that this can be realized in future. Okay, I get it. That certainly there's a lot of demand for more money, but the pharmaceutical industry doesn't want to have any subvention. We want to have planning certainty. We want to have a rule book which allows us to plan investments for 10 to 15 years and not being confronted with new challenges all the time, which makes the existing model worse. It can become better, but should not become worse. And that's where there's still investment, where new jobs are being created, like the pharmaceutical industries. That's all we want. It's planning safety and stability. Well, of course. And if we talk about planning security and certainty, we need to create perspectives over a longer period of time. But it's also clear that we have to ask ourselves whether the framework conditions we have in the different economic fields are designed in such a way that they create growth. We also need to see where we have to readjust in different sectors, and then try to do everything possible so that this long-term certainty is brought about. But this requires, of course, also a certain basic consensus on the political level, because we are in a situation where every 4th year we have to be re-elected, where new governments can be elected, and we need to have a basic, a fundamental understanding in Parliament that needs to be developed so that we do not have to be confronted with changes from one government to the next, and this requires an intensive political discourse. But I have to look at it from a different angle. What you have addressed is not only applying to the pharmaceutical industry, but to many other industries. Through the AI, the model is completely upside down and revolutionized. So if I look at the field of prevention, where we have the impact of bad weather on our body, and things we didn't understand years ago. So industry needs to have a systems approach, and this will also turn your industry upside down. It's in energy, it is in health, and here we need new models in order to rethink this. And I believe that's the present model, and you know it much better than I do. If you look ahead, how the clinical studies, trials will change, where the strong point is will be completely different. What about drug targeting? So the influence of the environment on our body with personalized medicine. It also means how does the pharmaceutical industry adapt to the new models, and here we need, according to our view, the holistic systems approach, which needs to bring all of this together with the environment from discovery.
Gerne, gerne.
Well, you may of course applaud this. I want to have a question from the audience interjected. Martin Lemke says, what kind of strategy is being pursued to get rid of the regulatory hurdles or make them lower in Germany and make research more attractive? Denmark is much further ahead, and China invests a lot in lab infrastructure. Well, one point we are concerned about, and we share probably these views, that's our Animal Protection Act, which is a very delicate issue. And here we have to consider how we deal with it, because many startups say, I cannot do this research in Germany, I go to a different country because I can speed it up there. And then also, as you said, how can we simplify life of startups? How can we make it easier for them to cooperate with industry? And how can the speed of implementation and the scalability be improved? Well, speed is a very good buzzword. A year ago, we talked about many reforms, we thought about reforms, but we didn't see a lot happening. So speed in international competition is important. If you look at the others, if there's a willingness to support a certain area, it happens. It happens at a different pace. We talked about China time and again, where the plan is being prepared, it is implemented with a different speed, and we see it in other countries in Europe as well. And this means that Germany is competing on a worldwide level, and this speed from fundamental research, which we have, moving to pilots and to scale, that's where Germany is a bit impeded through bureaucracy and other processes. I hope that this will change. It must change because of the pressure in international competition. Mr. Ruhnhoff, there is this approach of leapfrogging. The frog is leaping and takes over all the others, overtakes all the others. Is AI as the opportunity for Europe to do this leapfrogging, and where could it happen? Industrial AI is, of course, a huge opportunity for our industry, but it doesn't make it obsolete to look at the different reforms and create the different spaces. If I look at the European Union, we need to understand that we have to get quicker, and when we talk about the promotion of certain sectors, we need to understand that innovation and innovation cycles are so quick that companies cannot wait for 1 year for the approvals from Brussels, because then there's a train has left the station. You're absolutely right. It's all about speed. We need to get speed in, and speed. As a representative of the German government, I take it with me, but we are not alone at the end of the day, because speed also means speed in Brussels and getting the right speed on the road, so that in international competition we can survive in a competition with the US, but also with China, a country which becomes increasingly innovative and not only creates competitive advantages through the subventioning of industrial sectors. Competition conditions and terms would be my next topic, because in particular with a view to China, it is said that not everything is subsidization, it is also innovation at a crazy speed. So where is still something to earn for the Europeans if we enforce the right competition conditions? The biggest differences is the cooperation of all areas in charge on one topic, so not these silos in the government level, but if we want to advance health, and if we want to advance the pharmaceutical industry, the other framework conditions must be okay as well, and the different ministries must sit together and elaborate a plan together and then force a plan together. The farmer dialogue went into this direction, but it is very lengthy. And in parallel, there's this other process, I forgot the terminology, about the financing stability, which takes place at the same time. But the farmer dialogue would have to be completed first, and one would have to say that's where we are heading to, and then the rules come in. But here we get the rule book before we get the dialogue completed. And these contrary tendencies are the competitive disadvantage that I see compared to other countries in which I work too. Mr. Rundorf, by European local content provisions, is that what Europe needs more, what Europe can support? I think this is a question which leads to many controversies and controversial debates. I can only say one thing. If I visit other countries, I've been to different countries in Southeast Asia, I witness unbelievable dynamics. People want to bring their country further. They want to have economic progress. They want to get onto the markets. And this willingness to be successful again is something we need to fight for and need to get back. It means on the one hand that we look at the challenges we are confronted with internationally must be addressed in the field of commodities and raw materials. We must secure our supplies. In the field of microelectronics, we must move into a direction where we can build an ecosystem. But at the end of the day, it is not only about new protective tools or criteria which also would force our companies to use production in Europe. No, it is about the necessary reforms which should have been tackled already for some time in our country to get them on track in the field of labor, in the field of additional red tape. And if you look at Brussels, it is not getting less. If I look at the tax framework we have in Germany, I believe that all of these topics need to be tackled. And once we tackle them, we become competitive again on the international level, and then we are in a position to stand up and compete, but we need a level playing field. And at the end of the day, is then necessary is that with our trade policy instrument, we can address it, but also that we develop new markets through new free trade agreements. If I may, the Asian spirit. I lived for 7 years in Singapore. It's a different feeling. People come to the table and say, how do we do it? In Germany, it's well, what does it do to us, and not how do we do it? So we have to invert this and move forward, have this spirit of thinking positive and just rolling up the sleeves. And that's what the 80s would have said. That's a change in mentality, and Mr. Rundorf and Mr. Kellen, that's super. If you had a lever and you could activate it, what would you change? Well, moving forward more quickly, we are in a race, and it's all about AI. What is Germany? We do not have a lot of commodities, but we have super people and we have the data sets. So we have the race against America, and the question is whether we can rely on that. On the other hand, we have China, and we are somewhere in the middle, and this means that we need to have alliances in Europe and work in alliances in Europe and not share our knowledge with others and outside Europe, because this will change our life and it will change industry. Mr. Rundorf, you are a leader. We have exceptionally smart brains in our country. Let us give them the opportunity to do what they want to do as entrepreneurs, and even I would also say we should be a bit more optimistic when we talk about our situation. A lot is improvable, a lot needs to be tackled, but we are not as bad as our country is sometimes described. This does not reflect reality. We have to roll up the sleeves, and we need to transport this positiveness from the government side as well, and we need to have the acceleration from the public authorities, which must become more service-oriented. We end our panel on a positive note. Thank you very much, Mr. Glatzer, Mr. Brunhoff, Mr. Keller.
So, wir haben gerade eben über Buy European.
We just talked about Buy European, and Mr. Brunhoff said already you can have a deep debate, an intensive debate about that, and this concerns also the automotive sector. And one European producer for whom it is a topic is Stellantis, Peugeot, Fiat, Opel, Citroën, and we have now Christoph Hinrichsen, Vice President Public Affairs and Enlarged Europe of Stellantis, and my colleague Zacharias Sakarakis of the ZEIT about Made in Europe, local content for strategic resilience. Please take a seat. Welcome to the next session at Europe 2026. Our topic, Made in Europe, local content for strategic resilience. We want to talk about that today, because Europe discusses intensively about its industrial futures. There's pressure from all sides. The supply chains are under pressure. Competition is getting increasingly intense with Asia, but also with the US. And at the same time, we want the transformation of our economy towards a climate-neutral future. A lot of tasks ahead, and the EU Commission has thought about a new approach, a new industrial policy approach, which is summed up as a buzzword, an Industrial Accelerator Act, IAA, not to be misunderstood as the Munich Motor Show. So I want to talk to Christoph Hinrichsen. He's the Vice President Public Affairs Enlarged Europe of Stellantis. It's a big European but also global automotive group. So it's the brands that you know in Europe, mainly Alfa Romeo, Citroën, Fiat, also Maserati, Peugeot, and in Germany, of course, Opel, and also still operating in Germany in Kaiserslautern, Eisenach, Rüsselsheim, and now I need to do and Bochum. And okay, welcome, Mr. Hinrichsen. I asked you to learn the 14 brands by heart, but you didn't succeed. Okay, Made in Europe, what does it mean, Made in Europe? And how do you define as an automotive group this? Made in Europe, it's a change in paradigm in the way Europe does industrial policy. And it is also an opportunity. It is an opportunity. Our CEO, with the CEO of VW, Mr. Blume, a month ago, or 1.5 months ago, published an op-ed in Handelsblatt, where we spoke out in favor of the concept of the industrial accelerator and Made in Europe. We also submitted some ideas on that. Having said this, the concept is a good one, because we want to secure prosperity, we want to secure jobs. We do not want us at the end to have empty plants and thousands, 10,000s of unemployed. This cannot be the goal. So the Industrial Accelerator Act, which creates a seal for cars made in Europe and which involve certain benefits. We are absolutely okay with the proposal. Do we have proposals for improvement? Definitely. But in terms of concept, it's the right approach. Well, that's what it's all about. So define the details for the IAA, what is in it and what is being required by the automotive industry or by all the industries in Europe. The industry is to be strengthened against international competition by tugging subventions to this label of Made in Europe. But what is in it? What could you live with? What requirements for a European production are doable, are feasible in your view? Stellantis is strongly anchored in Europe. You have given us also brand names, and a lot of the production of the cars we sell are made in Europe. So this means that we are in a good position. The benefits we can derive from this, or to put it differently, what is clear in this project, and 35 people are in calls every day to understand internally what it means. It is a big complex monster of rules which is tabled for us in this respect, and this needs to be modeled, it needs to be shaped, it needs to be designed. And what this involves is a bit too early to talk about it, but what I can say in terms of footprint, it is a good, how would I say, it's a good springboard. So benefits we can derive would, however, compensate for the higher costs. And well, to be a bit more concrete, this is all about the local European content we need in a car, and in which form, and then what does industry get at the end of the day, so what you defined as benefits. And let's take the example of battery production. This is a field when we talk about electromobility, where the European manufacturers are not yet ready. Most batteries are bought in Asia. The Commission would like to have batteries installed much stronger on the market, established much stronger on the market. So what would you require in terms of benefit to be able to execute this? Well, we are absolutely in favor of a European battery. We are a shareholder of ECC, a French battery producer, together with Mercedes. And I think it is the only purely European battery producer producing batteries. So that's in Grandland, and in Eisenach this is being built, Grandland. So what does it take? Well, the battery industry is really in a difficult position. You told me about your visit to Salzgitter at PowerCo, and the same applies to ACC. The ramp-up of battery production on an industrial scale takes time, needs time, but also needs money and requires money. And not only in the field of capital, but also for the current expenses. Industrialization must be coordinated. The Chinese producers CATL and others are already localizing here, and they have 10 to 15 years advance, which is difficult to compensate. So chemistries which are only available to the Chinese and not to us. So we have different ideas concerning investment incentives. Do you give the money before, or do you benefit afterwards once the products are on the market? One idea is, for instance, that public orders, so if fleets are bought, you have an advantage if you use European products. Is that what you want to achieve, or do you want to have the classical subvention? But that's two different topics, and you cannot mix it up the way you just did. So battery subsidization is another industrial policy topic, and there are some aids, some reform aids. You would have to talk to Mrs. Rivera of DG Com to see how she wants to reform it. You must also work on the demand side, and purchase benefits only for those who have the Made in Europe stamp makes sense, but the plants must be fully utilized. So the green corporate fleets proposed by the Commission, so it's an array, a bouquet of proposals, not only the IAA, but also the CO2 regulations and everything else that was proposed in December. All of this needs to come together. So you need to work on the demand side. That's the right approach. And what can go beyond that? What can be done beyond that, apart from these public orders? So we have a purchase program which starts in Germany for consumers tied to a certain household income, but it is not said that it must only be European cars. It can also be for Chinese cars that the money can be used. Is there to be a restriction in these programs? Well, with the IAA, if it is turned into law, such a subsidization, so a national subsidization, so you have to copy it in all countries and find budgets for it, it would still be possible for those, so the support programs would be restricted to those who have the label. This is important and correct. If I had the possibility to formulate a dream, then it would be a European support program which is steered and controlled and managed by Europe. Otherwise, you need to live with national versions. Last week, Bloomberg said that at Stellantis, a cooperation with Chinese manufacturers, car manufacturers, is looked at. Is this a threat for the Commission? Saying, if you do not look better into our direction, we have other possibilities. We have already a cooperation with the Chinese manufacturer Leapwater. And it's absolutely normal, and everybody else does it like this. All the other manufacturers cooperate or think about corporations or talk about corporations. So it's nothing exceptional. The same applies to us. On the 21st of May, we have the Investor Day of Stellantis. There may be more information about that. And I invite you to that day. So I heard about the advantages from your point of view, but the last point, if we reposition ourselves as Europe, does this not reflect the international trend of protectionist, or is it the zeitgeist that we must get into this direction? No, it's a change of paradigm, as I would put it, which is necessary. in a world, and we heard it repeatedly, which no longer is as it used to be 50 years ago. So that's simply a fact. Maybe if I can come back to the panel, Mr. Runoff often said those in Brussels and we in Germany. Now more than ever before, we, and in particular Germany, as a German government, must also play its role in Brussels. CO2 regulation, one of the topics for the automotive industry in Brussels, which needs to be tabled. I am in Brussels every day, and I speak to the people over there. I have hardly heard anything about the German position on this. And also, as far as IAA is concerned, the German government is rather subdued. Germany has an extremely important role in Brussels and can co-shape this and should do it. The German vote should be discarded or forgotten. Unfortunately, this is not yet the case. I think the German automotive companies can and are active. And so thank you very much, Mr. Henriksen, for these insights and about what happens about the IAA in Brussels and the industrial policy approach. It was great to have had you here. Thank you very much.
Ja, vielen Dank euch für das spannende Gespräch.
Thank you very much for this exciting talk about the automotive industry, and I will talk about the IAA with my colleague. It's a truism, but we learn we need investments for growth. But how can we mobilize capital for growth? One possibility would be a strong capital market. But how do we get there? And what does it require on top? We now see a video message by Marie-Louise Albuquerque, the Commissioner for Financial Services and the Savings and the Investments Union. Then we will have a discussion which will follow.
I would like to firstly thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver a short message ahead of your panel discussion. Pitching the future of the continent in 3 minutes is a big ask, so I'll get right to the point. In your panel, you will look at how best to attract foreign capital into Europe and how to ensure that we have momentum in our work to improve our financing ecosystem in the EU. The Savings and Investments Union, our strategy to improve Europe's financing ecosystem and with it our competitiveness, was designed to answer these very questions. Foreign capital will flow when we in Europe can show that we are ready to make the big and sometimes difficult decisions necessary to compete at the highest level. And I should say that the signs are already pointing in the right direction, as global equity markets have been directing record levels of capital towards European companies since the start of the year. Europe's capital markets, however, remain fragmented. For our part, the Commission has already acted. Through the Market Integration and Supervision Package, we want to make interoperability and consolidation easier. But ultimately, this is for the market to decide. Our role is to clear the path, not to dictate the outcome. The real challenge is fragmentation. Harmonized rules and interoperable markets are what will create scale, strengthen confidence, and unlock the full potential of European capital. We're also taking a hard look at Europe's banking market, its competitiveness, the lack of cross-border services, and the persistent fragmentation within our single market. Our consultation on banking competitiveness is open, and I encourage stakeholders to engage. If we want competitive banks, we need strong institutions operating seamlessly across the Union and internationally. Scale is something Europe must pursue deliberately. A national competitiveness agenda built on outpacing your EU neighbor will not make sense, as it would be very short-lived. In today's global landscape, success must be European and then lifted to global scale. That is how we will be measured against our peers. And when it comes to momentum, we are seeing stronger political will behind the European competitiveness strategy than ever before. Interestingly, this momentum is increasingly shaped by external pressure. Europe does not have the time to dither or to micromanage internal balances before taking decisive steps. That is the reality of the world we operate in, and it is precisely what is sharpening our focus and what will drive our success. Thank you. And let us make sure that Europe is not only a place where ideas are born, but where they are financed, scaled, and lead globally.
Ja, vielen Dank. Herzlich willkommen auch von meiner Seite. Ich habe mich natürlich in Vorbereitung
Thank you very much, and I have, of course, done some research. If you look at the stock markets, Euro stocks 600, 9% plus, S&P 500, 1.4%, so 104. Europe, one could say, the DIW Research Institute has looked at the direct investments in Germany, and for the first time in many years, in 4 years, more capital came into Germany than went out of Germany, so a plus of 10 billion. So there seem to be some points which are interesting, and that's what we are going to talk about. And I welcome my panel at this conference. Please come forward. And your applause for this round. And I introduce you very briefly to Nguyen Trinh, Managing Director of the consulting company A11, Michel Schrodi, Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, in charge of international affairs, and Vincenzo Vedda, Chief Investment Officer of DWS Group. I would like to start with Michael Schrodi. There's a new initiative in which Germany is involved in other states of the EU to move forward the integration of markets. Germany was skeptical for some time. Why does the government now see this differently, and where should this lead to? Well, we have just heard it. It is about harmonization and sometimes centralization. In Germany, we have a federal structure. We have different member states in Europe. And this, of course, the impediment if I come as an investor to Europe and I have different supervisory systems, different legal systems. This can be deterring. That's why we need harmonization. And also the question how we can strengthen this framework so that investors come from abroad and they can say, I do not have any ugly surprises. There's a level playing field and for everybody in Europe. And this will also mean that nationally we'll have to discuss how stock exchange supervision, which is anchored in the federal states, can continue like this, where certain competencies could be transferred or where additional competence might be necessary. So there's a coordination with the Commission, which has proposed something on that. Mr. Vedda, how is the situation on the international capital markets? I gave you the numbers already. Do people have a high interest in investing in Germany and in Europe? Yes, certainly. So we started with our campaign, Gateway to Europe. I was in China in December 2024, we said Europe and Germany, now is the time. And she said, well, we come for vacation to Europe, but we do not invest in Europe. And extremely many things have happened. We see the differences every time. We see the initiatives from Germany. There's a long list, so my pitch is much easier. We saw also on the stock markets last year. They performed not only in absolute terms, but we can say this was an extremely good year, but there's a but. The but is that we come from an absolute dominance of the US markets, so we only started with the normalization. There's a lot of upside, but I think we have to wait for that. So, Mrs. Trinh, what do the companies say? Does still also something have to happen on the company side? So I work with scalers, but also with SMEs. And I have always been of the opinion you can look at the rule books, that you can be angry about it, but a successful company can not be stopped by regulatory hurdles, but will move forward anyway. So if something is installed on a foreign market, people look at the hurdles, but it is also important that the company can execute, can deliver. So that's one perspective of the companies. Then we have the perspective when it is about having ideas which are conceived in Europe, something is created in Europe. We, from the investors' point of view, and for European investors, it is more difficult to compete with US investors when it is all about growth, because the market is fragmented. No. Because the funds are smaller. If you look at the US, there are bigger venture capital funds which do have the possibility to make bigger tickets for CSOE, and for European VC funds it is more difficult to be on the same level, in particular during the COVID pandemic. We had changes. That's what you need to tackle. You must create an ecosystem. So capital markets must be reinvented, rethought, and we need to think in terms of growth and also make major investments. But we must also make sure that companies assume their entrepreneurial responsibility. Financing, that is a topic which has been around for some time, the big capital market which fragments Europe. How important is it, and what can we do? Well, as the German government, it is our task to strengthen investments. Now, one part is public investments nationally and on the European level. How do we get the so-called dedicated assets under control? And also to create a framework for companies. Companies establish themselves if they have the right infrastructure, if they have the right infrastructure and other structures and frameworks. So, we have the capital market when banks come in, and then we have the Location Promotion Act, which has allowed us to invest in infrastructure, renewable energies. We got rid of tax impediments, and we also have the possibility to invest in venture capital, and we want to continue on that level. And we also looked at the capital market on how we can intensify it, because we also need to look into the reform of industrial pension funds, of private pension schemes. We need to make it more attractive for the consumers, depending on the capital market, but make available money which can be invested. So that's smaller building stones, which mean that we strengthen the capital market. And of course, we have the big ones which we want to transform, where we want to create possibilities to keep them in Europe, to make them future-proof. But where are the new big ones? There's the scale-ups, there's the startups, and there we have a lack of financing. There's a Deutschlandfonds, the Germany fund, where we have a pillar where we want to improve the financing of startups, so that for the patent it's fine, and when we talk about the foundation and the further development, they leave Europe. So that is a topic which we address with laws and initiatives which we are going to tackle during the weeks to come. Is that sufficient? I think it is important for this to happen. You need from the two of them. So capital is simple. It goes where the risk ratios are the best. And then liquidity and size is important. How quick can an exit be designed? And the USA during the past 10 years had a better merit-risk ratio. And now it is about showing that complexity is a risk. And we have the people who sit in the US and they do not want to go for the complexity, but nonetheless you need this seed money, and Germany and Europe does more or less the right thing, but we need to do more. My appeal is that we can accelerate this, step it up, and go for the risk and be more courageous to in displacing the right steps. Maybe the investors do not price the risks rightly, so now the country in the US is governed by somebody who calls a war overnight. But why is the difference not so big? And so it's not that it wouldn't matter, but you have to look at the period you consider. If you look at the years to come, and if you look at the companies that are on the market, if you look at the profit growth, then the USA is still much better, but there are developments which in the long term will have an impact on the capital markets. But I think that is our opportunity, and you have to do more than we do now, and we need to look at the future. And if we are serious about the execution, and if we make a difference, we will see more capital. And this is what we need to make clear. And one reason why this is not as dramatic as you just said, in the US, they invest in AI extremely, which is currently booming, and so you cannot compare this tit for tat. That's a huge factor, but it shows where we have major opportunities, and with what happens now, we have a lot happening in the European ecosystem, with AMI in France being set up last week, but also in other companies we can see we are implementing. So AI is not only a strategy, but it gets into sales and distribution. You can look at the different tools, and the German ecosystem has played a prominent role here, and you can differentiate this. Video also mentions a bank, so I have to ask a question for Michael Schrodi. There is a bank which is to be merged for the moment. So why do we need Commerzbank as a standalone bank in Germany? That is, of course, a question which we asked ourselves too when we saw UniCredit coming in, which was a very aggressive entry. It came out of the blue. Nobody had talked about it before. And we want to have the banking union, and we can have bigger conglomerates. And the question is, what role does Commerzbank play as a bank deeply rooted in Germany and the biggest financial institution for SMEs? And the coalition clearly said that we want to move forward the banking union, but we have only two relevant banks, and Commerzbank is system relevant for the SMEs, so they know the situation on site, they have the contacts on site, and that's why we fear that some of the decisions which will be taken will be different if the registered office, the head office, is no longer in Frankfurt but elsewhere. This can have an impact impact on Germany as a business location. So it is not against the banking union, but it's a clear statement. We support the independence of Commerzbank. It had a great development together with the Works Council. So it's both the CEO, Mrs. Ortlop, and the Works Council which move together in the same direction. Numbers are good, and that's a good way, and we want to support them in this respect. So it is not against the banking union, but it is a clear support of Commerzbank. Is it convincing? Well, it is understandable. I have the dilemma in person. I have an Italian passport, but born in Germany. But it shows the dilemma for more Europe. We have to go this way. There's not only Commerzbank and UniCredit. We had other examples between Italy and France, even within Italy. We had the cancellations. So we need to take these steps. If we cannot do it, and if we cannot find a way, nobody believes that our approach to the banking union is credible and serious. It would be a difficult merger, certainly. I live in Frankfurt, so I have very personal experience of that. But I think it is the areas where we should show unity. Of course, we talk about the banks, we talk about the harmonization of the insolvency law. If I invest here, I need to know what I get out of it again in an extreme case. But the more you do, the more we move towards a European state with very serious functions being centralized, like with banking. Will it end? Or can we stay away partly? Well, I have a very ambiguous view on that. I see a lot of opportunities in doing it, but nonetheless we have to make sure that we create a healthy competition, a sound competition. I have a very trivial example. We talk about the idea, what about a European Palantir? And the feedback I get is that it is very difficult in the regulatory terms. Because it is very fragmented. It is not easy. But if all of that were completely harmonized, I do not know whether it would do good. And how can you make sure that it is nonetheless reliable? We have different preferences in Europe, in different countries. So legal frameworks are interpreted differently. So if you take France and Germany, for instance, how can you get all this together? So as a social democrat, in 1925, we had some countries in Europe addressed. So we are in favor of a strong Europe because it involves benefits and advantages. But nonetheless, we need to look at it without an ideological focus, and where is it feasible? And you talked about insolvency law. This has been discussed for years. Of course, it is an impediment. The question, when I invest, what happens in different countries? Harmonization would make sense, and national developments make it difficult to get all this together, but it's the right approach. In fiscal law, it would be even more complex to get everything together. Here I would say, don't do it. Do what can be harmonized and do whatever has an added value for the internal market, but do not touch where there were developments on the national level which are difficult to bring together, which cannot be solved nationally. Another point where we can see this is the minimum tax effort, where the US want to have exceptions, but it's also a question of global justice and justness. It's difficult to bring it about, so you have to take the steps which are feasible, and the regulations from the national state should just wait. Well, the IRA in the US, Mr. Vedder, is it still a big incentive? So it has been disassembled, but was unbelievable amounts. But there's a fiscal impulse, so where tax is being refunded. So it's always a bit of oversized fiscal impulsions, but subsidies are good if they lead temporarily to changes. So many people in the business community call out what they need, but that's not interesting for investors. So there are some with subventions, some without, and most of the industrial nations have a huge debt ratio, apart from Germany, so it can't work. So these impulses are short-lived, because the impulse comes through spending more and not a constant similar spending. I think every major structural change, and we can see we had a business model for decades driven by exports, and it no longer works. So what we need now, and studies have showed it, we need private capital to finance companies, but also targeted incentives by the government. Money is made available by the government so that the big leaps can be financed as well. And they may be too risky for some of the investors, or will not be worthwhile for the moment. So the dedicated assets are not to generate growth for decades. Of course, what we see, and geopolitically speaking, it stays with the 1.0, 1.02%. We will see, because erratic Mr. Trump might cause difficulties with the energy prices, but it should strengthen the companies, provide them with better framework conditions, and be strong themselves. So it's not to generate 3 or 4 years of growth until the next elections, and then it is over. No, it should be the contrary. It should be the seed for companies being able to grow again, so that new global players rise in Europe as well. So AI is no driver in America, so we need to look at the big innovative ideas. So not only patents are to be developed, but they must also be further developed, and that will make us strong. But the discourse in Germany goes into this direction, so that it is no longer perceived as an impulse, but much stronger. And we, the entrepreneurs, have a fair share which we invest. So USA and AI, of course, it invested, but it's mainly the private companies which invested a lot, so that they can be in the lead. And therefore, it is not only about the framework and about repairing the framework. It is also the entrepreneurial acting and assuming of responsibility which counts. So not only looking at the politics, but acting. So do the European entrepreneurs not have the animal spirit? So energy is a problem. That's a fact. And certain business models were based on these numbers, that you cannot help out with structural changes. And of course, we need subventions to get over certain structural changes, but the structures should not be damaged. Well, this takes up what was said before. In theory, this looks good, but in practice, there are many fates attached to it with the subcontractors, subcontractors, and how do you deal with that? So transformation is great. There's nothing new comes, but you should also look at the existing one. So from an entrepreneurial point of view, an example, we work with an e-commerce retailer, so it is a classical retailer, and we were extremely impactfully influenced by the supply chain because there were responsibilities attached to that. So ship transport was quite amazing, but nonetheless did a plus year over year. The margin grew because they looked into the other areas to see what they can do. So have private brands, so private brands production, which is now steered. And then you have a higher EBIT quota if you know what you can market immediately. And we have also the marketing team influences in there. So we think of it one-dimensionally, but there's a multiple dynamics to be considered, and this is also how you have to look at it. One sentence, because I look at the time. I want to have the last word. I have 1 minute. I'll give you the last word. I set the framework as a politician, but we also hear from somebody who wants to invest and is investing as a company. This European ZEIT and it's attractive again. The site is attractive. It is not stain. And we were talking worse about the location as it is. We have a lot of substance. We have a lot of essentials. We can improve things, but we have a good education system. We have excellent universities, and we also have excellent employees who are ready to work. And this is something we can build on, and we should be more self-conscious in Germany, in Europe, versus the others. We have a lot to offer, and we should look at our country in a stronger way than we were talking about it over the past years. Thank you.
In der Tat, vieles zu bieten, aber das haben andere halt.
We have lots to offer, and others have it too. Is that enough? But Mr. Schrodi is right. I have been on the way since the end of 24. I sell investors I sell Europe to investors, and the most critical people are Europeans when I sell this project. And we have our own tasks, but we also need to talk about where we can still be more courageous. Thank you for the panel, thank you for listening, and I give back to Anna.
Ja, vielen Dank euch.
Yes, thank you very much to you, and thank you for these insights. So we need more investments, but also self-consciousness. And what we need here is a short break. So coffee and tea are available, and we will be back at 15:30 here in this room. Thank you very much.
In den Endspurt des Tages.
Well, we come to the last part of the day. Welcome back from the break. When we talked about security and defense in Europe, the question always remains the same. Who has the largest arms, the most modern equipment, the strongest allies? But today, a new question has come to the forefront. Who has the smartest algorithms? Who can predict an attack before it even happens? And what ethics, rules and standards do we need for AI in a military concept? In particular, in these days now, we ask these questions. And many experts see the war in Iran as a catalyst for this debate. And just a few days ago, it was already mentioned today, there was a dispute over Anthropic's US AI giant wanted to stipulate in a contract that its AI would not be used for fully autonomous lethal weapon systems. The US government did not like that at all. Yet AI is undoubtedly not just a factor in modern warfare, it is also a future economic sector to which, if you look at the financial markets, enormous potential is attributed. And because it is also economically important, it is vulnerable. Just a few days ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran attacked Amazon data centers in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. And they were data centers of US groups. What happens if such a center no longer works? What does it mean for Europe? That's the questions which are relevant today. How dependent are we on the global market leaders? And now we have an in-depth discussion on it. And now discussing the role of AI in Europe, we have Horst von Butler, editor-in-chief of WirtschaftsWoche, along with Gonzalo Saraiva-Matias, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister of Portugal, and Dr. Carsten Wildberger, Federal Minister for Digital Affairs and State Modernization of the Federal Republic of Germany. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much. The panel will be held in English. And yes, for more than a decade, Europe has struggled with productivity growth. Since 2010, productivity in the United States has grown roughly twice as fast as in the European Union. And at the same time, we are entering the next phase of productivity when we talk about AI. According to the OECD, a 1% increase in digital adoption can raise productivity by up to 2% in advanced economies. Yet Europe still lags behind the United States and China when it comes to scaling digital technologies and AI. So the key question is for the panel, can digitization and AI become Europe's next growth engine? And I'm very happy to discuss this question with two distinguished ministers. But before we start with both, I have a couple of questions to Minister Wildberger, because as you know, in Germany, we have our own special problems with red tape. So welcome, Minister Wildberger, here on stage. Sorry. Yes, because you have been 1 year in office right now, and I would like to 10 months, yeah, roughly. It feels like a year.
Feels longer.
So when you look back, what has actually changed? What have you actually achieved? Are you satisfied, or are you, after 1 year, say, okay, I thought this was less harder or would go faster?
Good afternoon, everyone, first of all. I would say there are two hearts beating inside me. One heart is that after 10 months with a completely new ministry, I think the team can be very proud what's on the way, what we have achieved. And there's another heart which says, obviously, we need to be much faster. And the challenges ahead of us are huge. And whilst we're making tangible progress, and I think like a digitization, we have solutions that can really scale now over time, I wish it would be faster. That's the honest answer. So two hearts.
I mean, it's astonishing because everybody wants to cut red tape and everybody wants to become more digital. So your personal lesson, what is the biggest cultural or bureaucratic obstacle you're trying to overcome?
Well, I think when you build too much regulation, too many rules, bureaucracy over, say, the last 20, 25 years. In Germany, everything is, when it comes from Europe, we even make it more complex. That also changes the culture. You institutionalize complexity around it. So we should not be surprised that it takes a lot of effort to cut back, because it's structural. And the structure is also in the head. That said, for the first time, we have, in a very structured way, and also for politics in a very committal way, written up a clear program how to cut it through from the government perspective, the federal side, but also with the states. And the state agenda that has not been talked about in public is actually very ambitious. There is a commitment to cut bureaucracy by 30%, and I'm confident that we have the processes in place to actually get the job done. In the meantime, we have actually put a lot of simplifications in place when you think about infrastructure approvals, reducing bureaucracy there, which is actually one of the most complex tasks, and many others, but it's not enough. And we have the challenge that the things that we do, it's hard to actually get it through in the context that people perceive it, because it's also fair to say that we need to be much faster. It's simply not enough. But I would still say it's for the first time, at least for a long time, that I feel things are moving in the right direction. Again, not fast enough.
Could you give an example? Because you sometimes say people don't see it, they don't feel it, what has changed, and it's hard work. Could you give me an example of what changed, for example?
So, for instance, digital infrastructure approvals. It took 3.5 years to get a mobile site just approved. This can be done in weeks now. We have, for all the investment in infrastructure, a law on the way which now allows for bridges, for roads, that to be approved very, very fast. We also have in place a law that will simplify how to build sites, to build buildings in a much more automated way, which makes it cheaper for customers. If you take all those three things together, on the whole infrastructure side, this will change things very, very much. At the same time, we've built a digital solution for the approvals that can automate this process and reduce the time it takes to get infrastructure approvals done by 85%. So all those things, of course, you make a law, but till it diffuses and actually reaches everyone in the municipalities and it hits home, it takes some time. But this is one big block of deregulation, simplification, we've put on the way. And I could go on with others. But I have to say, my biggest surprise is, gosh, what complexity have we created in every single area? And that is painstaking details. And when you're actually going through the details, then people say, no, I don't want to see these details. Give me just the one switch so that everything becomes simple. That doesn't work this way.
A lot of your former colleagues still criticize it's not enough, it's not fast enough. What do you think? Are they right, or do you call them up and say, come on, shut up? No?
No, we're world class in definitely stating the problem. So I would say, thank you, that's great, agree. And we don't have a shortage of insights. So I can show you the analyses I have on my desk, what needs to be done. But the real challenge is in the system to get this job done. That is actually, unfortunately, a very complex process with all the different ministries, and that takes time. But for the first time, we have a different approach to tackle the problem, and I would say I'm actually much more hopeful. At the same time, I'm not yet happy because I know that we need more speed.
I would like now ask Minister Gonçalo Matias on the stage. Welcome. Minister, is there anything we can learn from Portugal? Because in some areas you're faster than we are, right?
We are learning a lot from each other, Carsten. I was appointed a month later than you did. So we are learning a lot from each other. We are exchanging lots of ideas. I have lots of experiences. And let me say that I completely share your thoughts and difficulties. That's exactly that. So my portfolio is more or less the same. So my portfolio name is State Reform, which is basically simplification and digitalization. So we are trying to simplify the economy, to simplify public administration, to streamline procedures, regulations, and at the same time use technology to speed up this process. And in a way, we are lucky, let me tell you, because we are in an era, we are in a moment where technology can be extremely helpful for us. We can use AI. AI was not here 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, our colleagues would have to deal with bureaucracy, with decades of bureaucracy, without the same instruments that we have right now. So it is for us, and it's a challenge, but it is for us to take advantage of the instruments we have And this morning we were discussing that. We have AI, we have technology, so we can use that at the benefit of our citizens and companies to speed up decisions, to cut red tape, and to speed up all these processes and procedures. Now, of course, your questions were quite to the point. I feel the same. People all the time in Portugal ask me, well, now you're 10 months, 9 months into the job, what have you done? Actually, just to give you a joke, after a month, I received a letter from a political party asking why didn't I reform the state after 1 month? And that was a political party that was in power for 8 years. So obviously, if you have decades of bureaucracy, you can't reduce that, we can't solve that in a year. And even if you promise that, which we didn't, even if you promise that, you're not being serious, because you cannot do that in a serious way if you do that in 1 year. You can do cosmetics, right? You can use a decision here and there, but that is not long-standing. That is not structural. And as Carsten said, this is a structural problem that needs structural solutions.
Yeah. Maybe AI will help us, and we talk about AI in the next productivity cycle. So everybody says, okay, we will have huge productivity gains, but the outcome is far from guaranteed, and so far we don't see it in the statistics, but we see many AI work slopes, you know, like actually it's caused more work. So from your perspective, where do you see the biggest chance for Europe in the productivity gains? Is it physical AI or other areas? So from the German perspective, and then from your perspective.
Well, first of all, I would say that for the first time, we are actually taking the topic of AI very seriously as a government, and it's overdue, way overdue. And tomorrow in the cabinet, for instance, we will approve and decide on the first-time national data center strategy that has a lot to do with compute that we need urgently for AI. So with AI, it's in my view as follows. No one can predict the real outcome, but the one thing we can predict is, if we do not participate, we will not talk about any growth in the future. The growth will be somewhere else. So the only option we have is embrace it at full speed, and we are way behind. In which areas are we behind? Definitely on, say, compute infrastructure, although a lot of things have happened also in the last year. We are improving, and we have some great projects on the way. Second, we are totally dependent on the foundational side. Language models, we're quite good at world models, and we're okay-ish on some generative models like pictures, etc., which are borderline to world models. We have to get our act together and create an alternative to, say, the American and to the Chinese ecosystem. And we are on it. We're working with partnerships here, with Mistral, with Canada, and we have a lot of capacity when it comes to research, but now it's about how do we scale this. There's work underway. And the third area is how do we enable the big companies, the small, medium enterprises that sit on a wealth of data that a lot of countries are envious of. How do we enable them to use AI to refresh their business model, but also go into new business models? And the third area is we need many more startups. There's some great success already, and I think Verena Pauster is here. 30% more startups, which is a great success, driven also by AI, but we need many more dynamics in this, on this front, and this is where we're working on.
So you advise us, just one question, you say, okay, so the Americans, they will have closed models and open source models will be in China, so we should not end up using Chinese models. So you say we should build our own open source model?
No, it's not about open source. So open source in the models is usually open weight. So hardly any publishes the code, which is, I think, it's anyway, the logic is in the weights. So it's most of the time it's open weight. But you also have Llama in the US that is open weight. So there are also open models. But that goes way beyond that. These models, they capture more and more value because they become more intelligent. We're entering now the phase where these models is not just a tool, they become agentic. They make decisions by themselves. They are trained on values, on target functions that is important to a nation. So we have to keep, if you want to keep the value here in Europe, we have to build it also on the base of our models, because we will have to pay a lot of money for that. All the companies that are doing programming Some companies, 90% of coding is done through, say, models like Anthropic. And we have to catch up to us with our own technology because we don't know where this is going. And I don't want to foresee a future where we get totally dependent in this field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Minister, maybe to add one question. So we don't necessarily lack innovation, but often adoption and scaling. So how do we make sure that we just don't have with a few startups, but that we really scale during this AI revolution?
Well, I think we need to scale. We need to create our own companies. That's sovereignty. For me, sovereignty is not isolation. Sovereignty is creating our own capacity, our own companies, and scaling them up. Well, first of all, we need infrastructure, of course. So we are totally aligned here as well. So we approved a national agenda on AI. We approved a strategy on data centers, and we are receiving lots of interest in Portugal on data centers and gigafactories for several factors. One is proximity to submarine cables that connect Europe to, and they all come to Portugal, connecting Europe to the US, to South America and to Africa, and also price of energy, which is quite cheap right now in Portugal. And
you have cheap energy, right?
We do have the second cheapest in Europe right now. Okay. So that helps. But I mean, I don't just want infrastructure. We want ecosystems, right? We want research, we want industry, we want our companies to benefit from that ecosystem and to scale up. So we need to be part of that ecosystem, and Europe needs to be connected and together in that ecosystem. Now, I have no question, I have no doubt that AI is a driver for competitiveness. The numbers, you just quoted the numbers of several research, that is very clear for me. Let me just highlight two issues or two aspects where I think productivity can be boosted by AI. So one is public administration. We have lots of context costs. So companies complain about the way the state interferes with them. So if we use AI and technology in the state, we can take away those barriers, not deregulation in the sense of leaving our values unprotected, but by protecting our values in a much faster way. So that is clearly a path for competitiveness. The other is taking care of SMEs. SMEs need to be able to access AI technology to compete in a global world and to grow. And we need to help them access that. For that, we need, of course, investment, we need infrastructure, and we need to work together.
Energy is not cheap in Germany, and there will be a lot of energy needed in the future. So I learned now AI consumes the amount of Sweden, and we will go up to the amount of Spain in 2000. Not Spain, sorry, of Japan. So the whole electricity needed just for AI. So how do you make sure that we have enough cheap energy in the future?
In Germany? You mean, or in Germany?
No, worldwide.
Worldwide.
So the amount of Japan in 2030.
Of course, the energy demand, the electricity demand is massive. Mm-hmm. Our strategy at the moment, just to put some numbers for Germany, we have about 3 gigawatts of data center capacity. Mm-hmm. We will more than double this by the 2030. And that will be roughly about 10% of electricity consumption. Mm-hmm. 6 gigawatts is something I would think we will we will do more than that, just to put things into perspective. The reality is, so Katharina Reiche is also working on this one. There are some structural topics we need to discuss, because when you run a data center and you have power generation, the question is, do you have to cover all the costs for the whole system, or do you take a more wholesale type approach depending on the voltage level? That makes a huge difference. And if you take that into account, we will be, for instance, a bit less competitive, for instance, than France, but not that much. And let's not underestimate, a data center is a factory. If Germany is definitely also world-class in running factories, we run one of the most energy-efficient data centers worldwide. We have great German companies that go abroad and help other countries, like in the Middle East, to make this energy efficient. I'm not saying this is easy. You're blessed with solar, and you're doing some great things. In the Nordics, obviously, there is power, especially north of Norway, for instance, where you have a lot of water. It's much cheaper, but we're also discussing European-wide how to collaborate better. So I think it's not, definitely we're not in the best pack, but I tell you, this is not going to stand in the way of still being successful, much more successful than we are now.
How do you align these strategies? Because, I mean, we should not end up with 27 AI strategies in all the countries, because we will not be able to compete against China and US. How do you align your strategies? Because, I mean, you met yesterday with a couple of companies here, but how do you do this?
We meet all the time, and that's very important. We need to be aligned. I mean, first of all, energy. We cannot be competing on energy. Of course, Portugal did a good investment several years ago on renewables. Our renewables mix is about 63% of the energy package, so we are in a good position. But Germany offers great industry, so we have to work together and offer redundancies and make our weaker points stronger and work together. So we need to align this. The fact that we created a strategy was exactly for that in Portugal, and we have to do the same Europe-wide. I mean, we don't want to end up with a data center in every corner. That's not the objective. But we have to take advantage of the strategy of the industry, because it's the future. I mean, there's no point in denying it. And for sure, I mean, other areas, like Carsten was saying, and Germany is a very powerful industrial country, other areas consume a lot of energy, and we are not shutting them down. So certainly the way forward is not to shut down data centers, is not to shut down AI, but it's to be more efficient, to use energy in a much more efficient way, and collaborate together so we can have the strategic point. So, for example, we are all applying to the Euro HPC application right now. Maybe we should structure and align our strategies to have a single European network, rather than having 5 or 6 different places that do not connect. So working together, for me, it's critical at this point, especially to compete with other parts of the world.
The US and China are leading the race, and some people say, okay, for Europe, or especially Germany, physical AI is the biggest challenge, so industrial AI. Is this really our challenge, or is this an illusion?
No, I think on the industrial AI, we are making actually great progress. If you just think of the global champions like Siemens and others we have, in terms of full automation, they're doing a fantastic job. If you take the AI factory that Deutsche Telekom and NVIDIA has opened in Munich recently, by the way, from idea to execution, 6 months only, 6 months, 10,000 GPUs. And I think they've published it. It's more than 70% after a few weeks already. And for instance, Siemens is on it. We also have some great robotics companies. They are hardware, but they're also software. So I would say, imagine, also in the Mittelstand, we sit on such rich data. One thing that is underestimated, whilst you have models that perform very well in several domains, but industry, vertical expertise is critically important. So if those companies have the right partners, work with the right models, I think they can achieve a lot in industrial AI. And that said, we also have some great companies, also unicorn status, that have world models. What is a world model? World model is where you can do reasoning in the physical world, where you understand, you throw a ball, okay, which direction does it take? Where is it a parabola? And they basically understand, maybe there's gravity and things like that. So these physical worlds from observation, this is what these models work on. Of course, the language models extract this from knowledge embedded in a way that's in the language, but they don't have these physical capabilities. But this is where the industry AI plays a crucial role with the tons of data. So we have, for instance, Bosch does that. They have people on the shop floor wearing suits. So then we collect data on doing, to then work with robots, how to use that industrial processes. So the way we sometimes talk about ourselves is, I find it sometimes a bit depressing, because this country is way better than we talk about ourselves. That said, we also have huge challenges, and the key challenge I see for us, I was at a research institute the other week, and they showcased 6 examples based on AI, which I would say from a prototyping perspective was kind of, they said, world class. We have another structural challenge. How do we use prototypes and great examples to scale them? Everyone says, yeah, we have a scaling problem. But I believe the scaling problem is deeper than just saying it. And we need to put much more brain into it. Why does it take us why do we find it so hard to scale things, also globally? That, I think, is one thing we're trying to get our head around. But on industrial AI, I think we have some excellent companies.
How can we attract more AI talent in Europe?
Well, we have lots of talent in Europe. We have exported talent from Europe to other places in the world. So we have to create the conditions for the talent to be retained in Europe.
But how?
Creating infrastructure and creating the ecosystem. Again, if we have these wonderful gigafactories in Germany and Portugal, when we have them, when we are building them, they are places where we can retain our talent. Then we can create ecosystems. It's very important not just to have the shell and the GPUs. We need to create research centers around that. We need to create an industrial component around that. And then you create the environment where, you know, European talent, international talent can be here. Now, if we don't have that, if you don't have the infrastructure, if you don't have the ecosystem, if you don't have the research system, then you can't retain the talent. And then there's nothing to offer to our young talent.
When you talk to the companies like Siemens and others, some of them say, okay, the EU regulated too early because we learned to adopt the strategy. We decided what not to do with this technology. So would you agree, the AI Act, was it too much too early?
100% yes. I think it's a better idea to regulate when you have a market instead of preempting a market, assuming you have a market, and then basically stifle innovation. And I hope that doesn't happen with quantum. But we're on it, and Germany actually said no to the current weaker proposal from the EU because we think it's wrong, and we have to fight. We have to fight for more innovation friendly. Of course, we need rules because this technology is dangerous. Also, it has some dangers, and I don't downplay the risks. But we need to really have much more room for innovation and do the right things. And maybe one more word, because when you talk about the industrial AI, we focus, in my view, our conversation, it's important that we focus on the big companies, but we do not give enough room smaller companies. The real innovation, the breakthrough innovation often comes more from smaller companies. They, of course, need financing to scale. The capital markets are the public money doesn't leverage with private capital. There's a major challenge, but we also have to give much more room for young companies to thrive. The good news is, with this technology, in a relatively short period of time, you can become really big, really big, and that can make a heck of a difference. But I'm sure that Verena Poster can say much more to this.
You nodded when Mr. Wildberger talked about AI regulation, so the two of you could go to Brussels and maybe
we do
start
that,
a group
we do that
and kill
often.
it?
We do that all the time. We speak with our colleagues from the Commission all the time.
But how can we change this if you two think we regulated too much too early?
Look, I believe everybody agrees with that right now. And we were here in Berlin a few months ago. Hanna Virkunen was here, and she announced the new package afterwards. So I think we all agree with that, and we just need to find the fine-tuning of the regulation. I agree with Carsten. We need regulation. It's not a matter that we can operate in a market without regulation. We just need to fine-tune it and not to kill innovation, because that's not the way, that's not regulation, that's just killing innovation and killing technology that is essential for all of us.
So if we meet here in a couple of years and we talk about the success in AI productivity, what's your vision? What needs to be done? What's on top of your mind right now?
I think the first one is hopefully people in Germany will realize that the public service will use AI at scale for improving complex processes. We're on it, and that thing will scale on a German infrastructure, a Germany stack, which is sovereign, and there's some great work on the way. And in a few weeks' time, we will announce a few great things. I hope we will have 5 times as many startups in this space, many unicorns. We have some companies with breakthroughs, and in 2 years' time, we will have found our way that we also on the foundational side we'll have some very promising players, and we will use our weight that we have from research with company data. And one thing which is important, we have to think about our great Mittelstand, the small, medium enterprises. They are really gold. And I wish that in 2 years, we also found a formula where they can use data and AI to renew their business models.
their goal, but they are suffering right now from the geopolitical risk they're facing.
It's tough on any front at the moment, and definitely I think our job is to cut bureaucracy where it's necessary much, much faster, because that is a major burden, and I realize that. And as I said, we have not just a plan, we're executing, but I wish it would be much faster, and with that, I'm not happy with the speed, but things are happening. And the reality is, despite we have all these crises and everyone is working takes that enormously seriously, we cannot always also look to the state and say we can fix any problem. This is too much for a state, and we will fail that way. And I think the state has already taken too much responsibility. We need to give much more freedom, entrepreneurial freedom, back to the companies. We need to give much more trust back to the people. And we need to withdraw where we've gone too far. And that's an important process. But we are trying to, and I think not just trying, we're actually managing an unprecedented crisis at every front. And I think, touch wood, that things will also turn out a bit better than they are now.
Yes, unfortunately, we don't have time to go deep into this crisis, because we wanted to talk about the future, actually. So, but your last thoughts. What's your vision when we meet in a couple of years? So, what should we have accomplished when you talk about AI productivity gains?
Well, I think Carsten used a very important word, a very important concept, which is trust. And I believe that is transformational. We have been, one of the reasons why we have all this bureaucracy is because we didn't have trust. So we created all sorts of mechanisms of bureaucracy to control each other. Now, technology can help us preserve the values we want to preserve while trusting people, because then we have means and ways of following up, of making sure that entrepreneurial projects, personal projects can evolve, can go on, companies can thrive, and then we can keep track of that. We can look into what's going wrong and be much more trustworthy on people. So trust is a very important factor. So if you ask me what I would my vision in 5 years is we have reduced dramatically red tape. We have technology in place, we trust people and companies, and we have a much better world.
Thank you very much, both ministers, for this panel and this insight about productivity. I'm happy Verena will announce a game changer on the next panel, so there will be some hope. Thank you very much. And now some music. The jazz trio 2.5 Standards will perform Ode an die Freude.
Das war Ode an die Freude von
This was
Jazz
Ode
Trio
to Joy by
Mit
the
Christoph
Jazz
Michaelis, Adrian
Trio,
Liebermann und
2.5
Falconer.
standards
Vielen
with
Dank.
saxophone,
Nochmal
bass
round
and
of
piano.
applause.
Ode to Joy, your applause.
Ja, Ode an die Freude ist wohl der
So Ode
Inbegriff
to Joy
europäischer
is the
Klassik.
incarnation of European classic. When I think of European music, I also think of Eurothrash and Eurovision Song Contest. But we have it all in Europe. We have the high culture, we have pop, and this makes us Europeans and connects us. And not only in music, but also in the economy, collaboration is crucial. On one side, the startups, full of ideas, innovation, and speed. On the other side, established industry with experience, infrastructure, and capital. So the crucial question is, how do you successfully bring these two worlds together? The next panel will try to find an answer to this, and Nadine Schimasik will talk about it. She's a reporter for technology at the Handelsblatt Media Group. Welcome to stage.
Ja, Carsten Wildberger hat uns ja eigentlich schon.
So Carsten Wildberger has already announced us and has told us that we should talk about the young, wild companies in Europe, and that's exactly what we are going to do. I need my three panelists for that. I would like to ask them to come forward. Verena Pauser was already briefly introduced. She is the head of the chairwoman of the board of the German startup association. She's the spokesperson of the German startup companies. Please come forward.
Ebenfalls auf der Bühne möchte ich begrüßen.
Then I would like to welcome the founder and CEO of DeepSet. DeepSet is a startup which helps others to get AI applications up and running. And he is also and we have Milos Rusic here. He's also an expert in many different topics. Right, and then we need our third panelist. That's the president of the European Startup Network, angel investor, and CFO of the recycling startup Dipoli, Humph.
Ja, und ich weiß nicht, wer ins Programm geschaut hat.
Well, if you looked at your program, we should have had Maya Noel of France Digital, so we would have spoken in English, but she is ill, and that's why we are here on stage and speak in German. Okay, let's start immediately. As a matter of fact, a lot of positive things exist here. We have as many startups as never before. We have a lot of venture capital, risk capital, and nonetheless, we seem to have a problem to cascade these startups to turn them into unicorns. Maybe you can briefly comment on this and give us your view on this. First of all, because not everybody knows the numbers, so 29% more foundations took place last year versus 2024, 27% AI across all federal states, and in particular wherever we have technical universities. That's the goal of our country. We have world-class research and development, but they do not create new companies. And what is painful, if the companies grow up here, and we have some of them, they no longer belong to us. 86% of the investors of scale-ups are extra-European, but in the past this was no problem with that. The most important thing is that they get money and that they grow. Now, in times of European sovereignty and for critical infrastructure like defense tech and space tech, it cannot be our European model that we build a ramp for the world, and for those who fail, we finance, and all the others can use those who succeed. And that is the biggest challenge, but also where Europe has a possibility to make available capital in such a way for the companies belong to us, and we are a rich continent on our savings banks. We have 3 trillion euros. We invest 300 billion through our insurance companies, and this does not go to venture capital, so we have still room for improvement. But about the American investors in your case, well, quite good, I must say. They are invested in us. Ruby Ventures, for instance. Decacorn. So let me just give you another perspective on that. What one wants to say is that the company has a lot of momentum, that there's a high demand which grows very quickly. And I think it is a fact, even if we are European companies, the home market is central market. Even SAP is still based very strongly on the German market, not on the European market. And that's why I believe that we as European companies have disadvantages, because capital within the meaning of buying technology is weaker. So the urgency to adopt AI is not so high. There's a certain caution, there's a certain risk. So the market is hesitant in buying, which is not so good for the companies. And as a result, we lose potential. And we have a different approach by now. We should have a preference, and we should buy quality here, and we have it here. We have the talent. We don't have a problem to produce quality here, but there's a bias to buy products which come here. And as a society or as policymakers, whoever is the culprit here, I do not want to comment on in concrete terms, but we should become bolder to just build new technologies, purchase new technologies, and then we also get the valuation. Are you a fan of Buy European? Yes. And also build European. Let me take the perspective. So Milos is AI, so he's software of the industry, and Mr. Wittberger said it as well. I believe in the narrative that the European industry has a bright future ahead if it knows and understands that the pre-industrial companies, we are a chemical company, we do plastics recycling, and if industry understands that you need to keep those up as well, and that you should cooperate well with others, because it's different versus other partners. Unlike AI, you need to build plans to get to the next higher stage. So sales revenues, profit come with larger plans. So it's O1 risks, as we call them. So from a pilot to an industrial scale, you do not scale it in axles. It's molecules, so you have to do it in plants. And industry must understand that one has to purchase at an early stage, that you pay perhaps a bit more, and you can co-locate, you can co-finance, you can co-build. That is very important for us. And I believe in it. Also because of our industry density, I think that deep tech will have good opportunities. I would like to integrate the audience, and I have two questions I want to ask you. Do you believe that in Europe we can already scale well a startup company as a condition such that scaling is easy? Who is convinced? Please show your hand. Oh my God,
das
really?
ist ja eine Hand hier.
That's one handful.
Nächste Frage. Haben Sie schon
Next
etwas von der
question.
EU gehört?
Have you heard about the EU ENG or the 28th regime? Oh, I wrote about it. That's great. So you read it.
Und genau darum soll es jetzt gehen.
And this is what we are going to talk about, because tomorrow the EU Commission will make a proposal on the 28th regime, so the EU ENG, and we have some hope in that. And this will be about being able to found more quickly European on the European level. And you have some information from Brussels, I suppose. So first of all, the big attempt was 27 registers, national legislations, 37 employment benefits, 27 equity markets with different stock exchanges are to be harmonized and integrated into the EU ENG, or what we call the 28th regime. So this would bring about simplifications for employee participation. So not different rules, but that it is being provided, and there will be a reflex to look for the weakness. Where's the weakness? So this, we still do not have this or that. So I think that if tomorrow, and the draft is already around, if we react in such a way that we look what would be the best way to go about, then we will talk too badly about it, and then we enter into compromises, and everybody has a view, and then you have only a little structure left. I would like to do it differently. So I would ask the question, what is in that is better than anything we had so far? I do not know the final draft, but I think that we have something like founding a company in 48 hours. All over Europe. So 100 euro fee without having to involve a notary. You can go to the notary, but you do not have to go. But they will not be pleased, the notaries, but the notaries in this country, they are well off. So they will survive an EU Inc. So no share capital in the amount of 25,000. So you can set up without minimum capital. You have employee participation regulated. You have IPO regulated is once only. You set up once.
So, und habe ich noch was vergessen? Es ist eine Verordnung statt eine Richtlinie. Und das ist entscheidend.
Sag doch noch mal, warum.
Genau.
Ich glaube, das ist
also eine Richtlinie ist, ihr 27 Mitgliedstaaten dürft das jetzt nehmen und lokal adaptieren, und dann sind die Deutschen eher dafür bekannt, dass sie dann ganz viel Komplexität noch draufladen. Und eine Verordnung ist, so ist es, das tritt jetzt.
Sorry about that. So this happens on day D, and this cannot be negotiated, and the share capital cannot be negotiated. And this is in a world where we normally wait for weeks to get a registration in the trade register, but this is a major step forward, and that's why I'm looking forward to it.
Ja, Milos, gründest du jetzt dann einfach, wenn...
So it is, if the EU Inc. is there, Milos, are you going to found again? Because it is so easy. Maybe I will found again, not because of the legal form, and that is that's a wrong approach to it. So bureaucracy makes it difficult, but it is not a driver, not necessarily a driver to say that immediately. So when I prepared for this event, I had to think about my story. I set up my company 8 years ago. It was a profitable company with no venture capital, and we financed it from our own pocket. We were at the notaries, and we wanted to set up a company with €1, and this was not possible because the registration costs are more than €1, and then you would have to file for insolvency. So we had to found as a GmbH with 25,000 capital, and can talk about stock options for employees that we had to prepare to have a good program, for instance, for US employees. If you want to scale to the US or something like the tax revenue declaration, and the focus goes back to the companies, that the impact is a major one, but we cannot rely on the EU leading to a push in companies. Do you think that there will be a push because the council still has to sign, and it will take some months, but is this something which will ensure optimism, because it is difficult enough in the current situation to have startups up and running? Yes, I see it this way. Also, this is the third time this panel here. I am a bit relaxed. I know how you can handle things in bureaucracy, but it is thinking too short. Because there are so many talents, there are so many inventors, there are so many university employees who want to found and then to say this is European, this is simple, and the employee participation is clarified. And also, so if I invest in an EU Inc., I always get the same. Will be quite beneficial and will result in many advantages and benefits. And this EU Inc. has already emerged from the startup scene. So it is a campaign. I hope that many people will listen to it and will then implement against all odds. And that is very positive. And I would like to add something. Das European Startup Network has made a lot of contributions to this. It will not be perfect tomorrow, but I fully share Verina's view. The legal central court is perhaps not optimally solved, but we have to look at the positive. We have to push it, and in the different member states, we can ask them just if you implement, add some, make it even simpler with the central court, but it will be good tomorrow, that's for sure. Do you have the feeling, you always say we have no risk capital for the scaling of scale-ups? Will this contribute to having less problems here, and that there will be more capital for startups? But we have such a fragmented capital market, and this is why we have hardly any IPOs. McKinsey has found out that we have had 400 billion added value to NASDAQ, because you go to the NASDAQ because we have not the same signaling and liquidity on the market, and we are 450 million people, so we are neighbors, and scale to a country is almost just as difficult as an extra-European scaling. This cannot be correct as such, and this will be deterring for American investors. They say, if I can get one internal market with the US, I prefer to invest in Silicon Valley once and for all. And we must break through this with the EU Inc., where hopefully a lot will follow from what can be easier between the European states in terms of scaling. So that's something we need to see. Investors prefer to invest in Europe rather than in one single country. And the Scale Up Europe Fund is being put together, 5 billion, a mix of private and state capital directly into the big scale-ups. Here you can say again, it should be 50, but now it is 5. So far we had 0, so it goes in the right direction. We have a long way to go, but we should not always compare ourselves with America. We should find our own way, because times are over where we said if we copy Silicon Valley, everything is fine, from Celonis to ESA Aerospace, defense, tax, quantum, whatever their name is, who want to have their IPO, or Flix, which have a European DNA. It is good to have European companies, and hopefully they will go to the stock exchange. I would like to integrate the audience now. So we have mics which we can throw to you, and if you have questions for the panelists, show your hand and you get a mic. If you don't want to have it thrown to you, you can also be handed it over. Nobody? Nobody has questions? Okay, I have more questions. Oh, did I overlook you? Oh, okay, here we have somebody.
Super gefangen. Okay. Ja, nur eine kurze Frage. Also es wurde ja viel über die.
A brief question. We talked a lot about regulation.
Gibt's auch Möglichkeiten?
Are there also possibilities concerning the subsidies which would make it easier for startups?
Also da vielleicht noch mal als kurze Nachfrage. Förderung.
So subsidization, so support programs. So that startups can be motivated
ja, größer zu werden oder ihre Projekte
to grow or to implement their projects, because seed money was a topic.
Genau. Ich glaube, ihr könnt das aus der Praxis wahrscheinlich.
I think from the practical point of view, you can comment on that.
Carsten Wilberger hat etwas gesagt.
Carsten Wilberger said he wants to have demand which is healthier than subsidization, because public authorities should be on the demand side on the market to get a service under market aspects in terms of valuation, support, and subsidization as something which means red tape. We have had that, but I would have preferred to have commercial orders rather than subsidization. And that is important, and this is where you have a certain momentum. Then you must perform. There's also performance pressure. It must not be a donation. And I think that's a much better lever that one should bank on. If one wants the state to invest in the market, and then there is potential. We know that the government is rather rarely a customer. But we need customers who take the product at a higher price at an early stage, so that we can convince banks to finance bigger plants. We got subsidization from the EU, 10 to 12 million, and it is quite difficult to submit the applications, and it is the other way is a better way. I have a question from the audience, a digital one. I just read it out. I hope I got it right. I have not yet understood it fully. Does it make sense to focus on more innovation in scale-ups because the investment sum is increasing, or should we have pre-seed and early stage as something more important? Pre-seed, early stage are the phases of a startup when there is no product or no service, so when you are still in the finding phase and want to have money for that, so risk capital. So first of all, it makes sense to invest in the country. When we had the economic miracle, we invested 15%, now 0.6%, so this doesn't help. I invest myself. If I go pre-seed in a startup, my lever is bigger than in a Series D or E, but I am also a business angel. The big pension funds cannot take over the early phase risk, and certainly not a diversified one. For them, it is more important to go with a high diversification in the late stage because they do not have to do 2025 access, so they must do 12 or 13%. And this means there are different investors, and in pre-seed, seed, we are well positioned in Germany. More is possible, but pre-seed, seed is financed if you are a good startup and you are not financed late stage in this country. That is the problem. Full stop. So that's all we can say. But there are enough examples, and so we are already at the end. But before I will close the panel, I ask a last question, and please a very brief answer. If somebody contacts you and says, I want to set up a startup in Germany, what would be the most important lever for you to be able to say, do it, it's a super idea, and you can grow from here? What has to change in that respect? Very good point. What we have not yet said is that to get talents, skilled labor, or create talents, I think the most important point is, even if pre-seed and seed is well financed, we do not have enough new foundations and hiving-offs, and nobody dares to do it. And this is why I would place the focus on more entrepreneurship being celebrated. It's a good thing to create a company, to grow, and even become rich. It's positive, it helps. So we work on one of the sentences, but the answer was very good.
Also ich würde sagen, es ist was Kulturelles, und zwar Schnelligkeit.
I think it's something cultural, speed in particular when decisions have to be taken. And if somebody comes and says, I want to I want to set up a company, I just will say, just go ahead. If you have a good idea, go ahead, it will work out. I thank you very much, David, Milos, Verena, and have fun. We continue with Hannah Grünewald.
Lieben Dank. Ja, spannendes Panel.
Yes, a great panel. Thank you very much, and thank you for this panel. We heard how important it is to have collaboration, and you can try that out if you have a coffee or tea, and maybe your next business partner is already standing next to you, but come back, because we will be live in New York, in Kiev, and in Paris, and then we will have the German and the French Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Herzlich willkommen zurück aus der Pause und
Welcome back from the break, and a big thank you to 2.5 standards. Another round of applause, please.
Ja, wir sprechen gleich
We will be speaking shortly with some fascinating guests, and in doing so, we will be forming a sort of a triangle across the globe. We are going to start in Kiev, where we will be live with the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ukraine, Pavlo Klimkin, and we will go to New York to Sonia Alvarez, foreign correspondent, Washington of WirtschaftsWoche, and Paris to Friederike Hoffmann, Handelsblatt, foreign correspondent in France, and then we will close with the two ministers of foreign affairs, Wadepool and Baron. And we are, of course, prepared. We have many questions which we can ask, but we would also like to ask you whether you have questions to the former foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ukraine. What did you want to ask him?
Ich notiere mal hier mit, damit wir die aufnehmen.
And I take notes.
Ich würde erst einmal noch an ihn erinnern, er war auch Botschafter hier in Berlin.
Yeah, we was also an ambassador in Berlin, so welcome back to Berlin on the screen. And is he happy with the support he gets from Ukraine or Germany? Would he want to have more?
Was möchten Sie noch wissen da hinten?
What else do you want to know?
Wow, jetzt ist
Here we go. Now we have good participation of our audience.
My name is Tom Hoyam, and I was with you for the Orange Revolution in Maidan, not 2014, but 2004. And I've seen how the democracy has developed as an election observer all over in Ukraine. And I would like to ask you, how will it be with the future elections, because I know there's a rule you can't do it normally in a wartime, but I would like to know how the democracy will develop, and I appreciate very, very much what you're doing.
Vielen, vielen Dank. Thank you very much. Und da war noch
hier vorne war noch
And so we have something here at the front.
Bitte sehr.
My name is Thomas von Lübcke, German Baltic Future Foundation. I would like to ask you, Mr. Klimkin, how quickly can the Ukraine be ready to join the European Union?
Vielen, vielen Dank. Noch eine Person.
Thank you very much. Another person. I would take another person who has not yet asked a question. Okay. Maybe we have also prepared some questions anyway. So Right, we can work on this basis, and I would say we start.
Switch to English.
Yes, we do. So Ukraine has just emerged from a really tough winter. We want to hear live from Kiev how the situation is and how the view on 2026 is. And we are very happy, I think, that we have a successful connection to Pavlo Klimkin.
And we just heard, many of you know him probably. There he is.
There, we see him.
Many of you know him. He has been, among others, ambassador of the Ukraine in Germany, here in Berlin. And he has been, of course, foreign minister of Ukraine from 2014 to 2019. Today, he's a foreign expert at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Hello, Pavlo.
Hi, good evening, or better to say for you, good afternoon from Kiev.
I think the connection is a little unstable, but we continue and try. I hope that it might get a little better.
We'll try. Pavlo, Ukraine has just entered the 5th year of the broad Russian aggression. And you have made it through a very, very tough winter with immense attacks on the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. A rather personal question for you at the beginning. Which feeling is dominating at the moment? Is it relief? Is it anger? Is it frustration? How do you feel?
You see me sitting in front of you just in my t-shirt and my shirt. I mean, 2 weeks ago it would have been totally impossible because you needed to put on all kind of stuff, kind of to survive, and even to feel as a normal person. So the mood is not bad with the 5th year of the war. But what is fundamentally important for me is the sense, what next? I'm someone like strategizing and someone like understanding what can we do. And I mean really together as Europe. And the fundamental point for me, whether we can change the fundamental perception of everyone else that Europe is different now. Ukraine is part of Europe. And it's how we should be seen for the outside world, whether for our friends or for our enemies. But the mood is really not the one where we can start kind of bugging off. Not bugging off at all.
Mr. Klimkin, the peace talk negotiations stall and financial support is uncertain. President Zelensky has in recent weeks shown a tougher tone towards European allies and the US, reflecting mounting frustration in Kiev with these developments. What is the most urgent step in your view right now?
The fundamental point for Europe is to ask itself, what do you want Ukraine to do? One point is to survive. Second point is to draw and to survive and to come out of this war as a European country. And third, to win. And according to this mentality, you have to start acting. So the most fundamental point for us is to keep Europe together, to have the sense of strategy, and to gain momentum, both on weapons and financing. But on the top of that, to clearly understand what is at stake in this war. And in all my conversations with my friends in Europe, I don't have a sense that everyone clearly does.
We had questions here in the audience collected for you, and one was, how satisfied are you with the support from Germany?
It's all relative. If you compare it where it had started with the Helms, it's a kind of quantum leap. And we are extremely grateful if you compare where Germany had been and where Germany is now. It's really a quantum leap. But if you see it from the perspective getting further, of getting into the future, and considering your perspective to win, and I understand this perspective is here, is available. We're far from that. But it's also fundamentally different if you compare what Germany has been delivering and what other European countries have been delivering. I'm not a kind of guy willing to make a distinction between friends. But Germany is definitely somewhere on the top.
Talking about friends and maybe the lack thereof, Hungary has blocked a 90 billion euro credit line from the EU to Kiev. Is there a plan B?
No, I believe we need to deliver. Because it's not just point of truth for the European Union and of course for us. It's point of the European credibility. And it's not about finding out how we can proceed legally. It's about a reality check for everybody in the European Union. Whether it's a kind of union able to act on its survival and its credibility, or actually not. So fundamentally, we can play with the results of the elections. In 3 weeks. But it's a point of weakness. And it's exactly how it's seen now in Moscow, and not only in Moscow. So it's fundamentally wrong to wait. Deal with it now, it's my message.
Pavlo, at the beginning of this year, we had a lot of negotiations between Kiev, Moscow, Washington, towards a potential truce this year. At the moment, in the last 3 weeks, everyone is concentrating on the war in Iran. Do you believe in a truce this year? And what does the war in Iran change for Ukraine?
I believe a break is possible, although it's not extremely likely at the moment. But the end of this war is extremely unlikely. And I'll tell you why. Because this war has become a kind of modus vivendi for the current Russia. Current Russia is like a bicycle. The moment you stop, you tumble over, you fell. So fundamentally, the whole war economy is focused on this war. Just imagine how you get back more than 1 million of people under contract now and fighting. How you basically mobilize the Russian society now without this war. So fundamentally, the moment the Russian leadership stops seeing it as a mobilizing vehicle or the existence of this regime, we can talk about the end of this war. But so far, we are talking about a break, a sequence of breaks, but not the end of the war as such, because I don't see the real drive in Moscow towards the end of the war.
Mr. Klimkin, you said a few days ago or a few weeks ago in regard to Europe, it is not enough to invest billions in a weapon system. What exactly do you mean by that? What does it need? Like a change in mentality? Maybe you can clarify.
Some of my friends do believe, and also in Germany, you can buy more sophisticated weapons, and it's your road for more security. It's just part of the issue. Because you need to change the mentality. What I've learned in this war, doing a lot of stuff, it's about your spirit, it's about your resilience, and it's about a kind of cohesion of your society. If it's not the case, any kind of sophisticated weapons won't help you, point.
When the negotiations about a break in the war were taking place, there was also the discussion about elections in Ukraine. And we had the question here from the audience, what is your view? When will we see elections in Ukraine? That would be a sign of democracy, of course.
I am fundamentally against elections during the war. Because it's difficult to deliver a real free and fair elections during the war. It's difficult to deliver access for everybody, especially for our militaries. And it's not about politics, it's about our moral obligation to deliver a right or not just to vote, but of being elected to everyone. But it's also about Russia, which would use any chance to destabilize Ukraine in the run-up to elections. But also Europe. So fundamentally, I'm not a fan of any elections. And I believe we can try to be creative with elections. It's not impossible to have elections when we have relative security. But I'm still fundamentally against it. As a Ukrainian citizen, as a Ukrainian politician, and as a Ukrainian expert.
Thank you so much, Mr. Klimkin. I don't know if there are any remaining questions from the audience.
Yes, we have one concerning membership of EU. Do you think there should be a fast track for Ukraine, overtaking Serbia, etc.? And when do you think Ukraine can join the European Union?
I negotiated pretty much everything with the European Union as deputy minister, as foreign minister. And I'm gonna tell you, fast track is not what I like. It's bad for Ukraine, it's bad for the Union. It's not about discounts, whether discounts in time or discounts in substance. But what we do need, not just Ukrainians, any Europeans, is a fundamentally different way how we gonna get into the European Union. Because our accession would be geopolitical. It's gonna be about security. It's gonna be about our security, but it's gonna be also about the European security. So a kind of normal way is not a way forward. And my idea is very simple. What basically all kinds of countries have been tasked with, and it's a normal methodology, should be done by us without any discounts, but also together by us and the European Union. So let's not go into discounts. Let's change the whole approach. through the accession negotiations. And I also shared my ideas in Brussels and in Berlin. They are quite known.
Thank you very, very much, Pavlo Klimkin, and a big hand from Berlin to Kiev.
Thanks for standing with Ukraine.
Thank you and take care. Ja, und von Kiew springen wir jetzt direkt nach New York City.
Now we move from Kiev to New York City and to Paris, because in the line we have already our colleagues, Sonja Alvarez, foreign correspondent of WirtschaftsWoche, and Friederike Hoffmann, France correspondent of Handelsblatt. Hello, the two of you. I hope that you are ready and come up on the screen.
Ja, hallo aus Berlin.
Hello from Berlin. Sonja, perhaps to start with you, since war in the Near or Middle East has already been a major topic of discussion here today. The public is not unanimously behind Trump's war on Iran. Is this evident on the streets? Are there protests?
Ja, es hat gleich nach dem Beginn des Angriffskriegs Proteste gegeben.
After the beginning of the war, there have been protests from the two sides, from the skeptics who protested against war against international law, and in particular in New York, we had a march which was a march of thanks, where Trump and Netanyahu were thanked and celebrated for having ventured this attack. But this is also reflected by the American population. We can see the split. 41% support the attack, 50% are against, and then if you break it down to the electoral groups, the Republicans provide a lot of backing to the president, and less for the independent, less for the Democrats. But what is important for Donald Trump is, if we ask him what is particularly concerning for them, 84% say it is the economic situation, and 48% say it is the Iran war. And we can see it in the economy with the prices, and also the flight tickets, the air tickets have already increased, and Donald Trump promised to have the prices lowered, and this has not been the case with the war he started. So in week 3, Donald Trump looks a bit differently. So he asked the NATO allies to also provide some support in the Strait of Hormuz. He criticized the rejection. What is the burdening of the Atlantic relationship as a result of this? Trump uses what he always uses, which is pressure and blackmailing. He also told NATO that if the allies do not help him in this situation, then for the future of NATO, this will have very bad consequences. And we have seen that NATO and the Europeans reacted in this specific way, and we have had very clear cut answers. So Mr. Vadapul, the Chancellor, said it's not our war, and that is a noteworthy reaction, and the President is very angry about it in a press conference. He showed again his lack of understanding for this. So I always was in favor of NATO. I always supported them, and now setting only a few ships seems to be a problem. And Lindsey Graham says that he spoke about this refusal, and he said that he had never seen the President so angry angry. He talks about an arrogance of the NATO partners and that this cannot be accepted, which means that he's on an escalation course, and that is why I am looking forward to what the Minister of Foreign Affairs will say. So will this line be upheld? Because it is very clear that the Americans are needed to support Ukraine. Next question to Friederike in sunny Paris. So Macron also offers the nuclear shield internationally. Does this strengthen France internationally? I did not get it right. I think, do you talk about nuclear power? Okay, nuclear power. When Macron made the announcement that also other countries can cooperate. This was not coming as a surprise in France. It was a surprise that Germany was part of it, because France offered this already in the past, in particular the nuclear deterring effect, and that is a big step. That is how it is perceived. And what happened already last year is that there was already a decision on a closer cooperation with nuclear deterrence in the UK, and so there could be joint convoys and patrolling, and other countries could be involved, Denmark and Poland, and this would be a different situation. We spoke a lot about cooperation in the military field, and when we will talk to the two foreign ministers, one buzzword will be FCAS. And so the big question is, if this billion joint military product were buried and discontinued, what would that mean for the possibilities of European cooperation looking forward? So there are several military projects which work better than FCAS, but FCAS is the biggest and the one which is most loaded. So that's not only a joint fighter jet for France and Spain, and France, sorry, and it has also to do with clouds. On the one hand, we have industrial companies who are fighting, so that we have to ask ourselves how a cooperation is possible. 2 weeks ago, I was at Dassault, one of the companies involved, and they only were talking about the opponents, not about the partners. And so also on the political level, there is not unison. And so we see a French president who wants one aircraft, Merz wants two, so Rafale involves 400 subcontractors, so that would also play an important part. And we are now in a cul-de-sac, and we do not know what will come out of this, and this is also a symbol which reflects on other projects, also the joint fight tank. Question to you, Sonia. The war in Iran is not the only point of conflict between the US and the EU. We remember the debate about Greenland and the J.D. Vance talk at the Munich Security Conference 2 years ago. Is something fundamentally broken in the Atlantic cooperation? But you mentioned the examples we have seen it. The USA did not even consider it necessary to inform Germany about the attack in Iran. Israel had to do it, and when the Chancellor went to South Africa to the G20, the peace plan for Ukraine was published. So Berlin no longer succeeds to have a connection to the powerhouse in Washington, and the Americans are no longer talking on a peer level. So Trump speaks about Mr. Merz about more than a friend, so they get along, and which is to be cultivated also in future. But the relationship is quite tense, and this does not mean that there is a real problem, but the partnership is sought with other countries, with Mercosur and India, as it is done with the European Union. Last question. We have the municipal elections, and we can see that the extremist parties have been reinforced. How real is the danger that in the presidential elections next year, the right wings will have the next president? Well, we have to wait for the second rounds, and we will see how strong the Rassemblement National has taken roots. So in the first round it has widened, but the Rassemblement National always had difficulties before the second round, because then it's about a firewall, as it is called, in Germany. So then the other parties go into strategic configurations, and we will see it, whether it will happen again this way in France. But the fact is that the Rassemblement National is by far #1, but we do not yet know who will be the candidate for the different parties. So in France, many people believe that they should become a president, and they utter this, but who will be elected will be decided on a short-term basis. And even for the Rassemblement National, we do not yet know it, because we do not yet know whether Marine Le Pen will run again. Rassemblement National has secured an important lead because they have been in a permanent election campaign, so they are constantly election party conventions, the party comments on the different topics in order to place and position their main position concerning security, concerning purchasing power and migration, and that is an advance, a lead, which is difficult to recoup by the other parties. We thank you to Paris and New York City. Thank you to both of you, and this is your round of applause.
Ja, und das war jetzt eine ganze Menge Stoff.
And this was quite something which needs to be discussed between the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Germany and France, Johann Wadefuhl and Jean-Noël Barrot, and Christian Trattbar, the editor-in-chief of not the Handelsspiegel, but the Tagesspiegel, so the editor-in-chief of Tagesspiegel, and Anja Wehler-Schöck, whom you know already.
Yeah, thank you. Herr Wadefuhl, Sie hier. Sie können gerne durchdrehen. Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this very nice welcome. Europe stands at a crossroad, and the European Union is searching for renewed sovereignty and independence, for stronger, more autonomous defense capabilities, and for greater geopolitical weight. And we are very delighted to discuss all these subjects with you, with two foreign ministers which represent countries from the heart of Europe, also countries that are among two key drivers to this very process of a strong European Union.
Yeah, what better moment to discuss with these experts on the Russian aggression in Ukraine, on hybrid attacks against the rest of Europe, the rupture of transatlantic relations, a doomed rules-based order, and now an unpredictable war in Iran, which is dampening Europe's hope of economic recovery. All the while, right-wing parties are gaining ground throughout Europe, threatening the future of the Union from within. So I'm very glad to welcome you both here, ministers. It's my honor to introduce Jean-Noël Barrot. Jean-Noël Barrot has been the French Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs since 2024, and he has already served under 3 prime ministers since then. He calls himself, do you have to count? He calls himself a dedicated European, and in a recent speech, he warned of the forces who would like to make Europe disappear. Une Europe éclatée serait une Europe plus facilement vassalisée. A fragmented Europe would be a Europe that could be more easily subjugated. Bienvenue, Monsieur le Ministre.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
And of course, we are also very welcoming Johan Wadefuhl. He has been foreign minister for nearly a year, and it has been a year in which he has found himself at the center of major geopolitical shifts. Just in a second. And he recently described German-French relations as a question of destiny for the European Union. And at the same time, he emphasizes that differences must be addressed openly between these two countries, while always remaining willing to reach out to one another and shaking hands. And I can confirm that they've already shaken hands backstage, so everything is fine, I think. And how Wadefuhl views...
And we hugged each other.
Yes, they hugged each other, that's right. So, perfect. Everything is in love, and we will find out what your view is on the state of the European Union and, of course, on the global hotspots of today. So, you will outline that now for us in a short and a brief statement. And, Mr. Foreign Minister, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Guten Nachmittag, cher Jean-Noël, bienvenue à Berlin. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at us, you would not guess that we are 20 years apart. Who's the younger one? Okay, it's Jean-Noël. He was born 1983. Hopefully, I'm not revealing any state secrets. So, my birthday is in 1963. So this was the very year when President and Chancellor signed the Élysée Treaty. Of course, that is a coincidence, not a plan by my parents, but I like to take it as a certain personal mandate, because today that treaty still provides valuable guidance. The questions that Adenauer and de Gaulle asked themselves at the time are, unfortunately, I must say, far from outdated. How should Europe position itself in the systemic confrontation between East and West? How can we strengthen Europe's ability to act without creating new divisions within the European community? And above all, the issue of Europe's security looms large. One thing is clear: we are living through an exceptional moment in history. For the first time in generations, Europe is confronted with two wars directly at its borders: a war of aggression on our own continent and a war in the Middle East. I only returned from the region last week. In such a situation, one thing becomes once clear: we in Europe must stand together, and we must take Europe's security our top priority. Only a united Europe can bring its strategic weight to bear. Only a united Europe can effectively address the impact of war on its population. Only a united Europe can prevent other powers from exploiting this moment to weaken Europe. And Europe can only be united when France and Germany stand together, whether in concrete interests and measures or in the shared determination to finding compromise. It's precisely in moments like these that the strength of the Franco-German partnership becomes evident, keeping Europe capable of acting in times of crisis. But a closer look at the history and the lead-up to the Élysée Treaty shows that things were not always quite as harmonious as the famous fraternal embrace between Adenauer and de Gaulle might have suggested. None of this happened automatically. The Élysée Treaty itself was concluded at a time of hard-edged power politics at the height of Cold War, only a few months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you ask who first had the idea for the treaty, many historians will give you the answer: France. And the initiative for the European coal and steel community, in a sense the germ cell of what could become today's European Union, whose 75th anniversary we are celebrating this year, also goes back to two Frenchmen. Long story short, many of the great advances in European integration began with a French impulse. But we also know this: Europe needs both of us. To quote Helmut Kohl, Europe needs France and Germany as the core and the motor of the realization of European Union and a united Europe. When France and Germany reach agreement, it matters. That is why, for decades, the Franco-German engine has been the central driving force behind European integration. And yes, sometimes this engine sputters a little, and we simply have to give it more revs. After all, we share the same goal. Europe must become stronger and more modern. To achieve that, we need reforms. To name just a few, EU decision-making is based on thorough analysis and comprehensive exchange, yet we must mitigate the risk of decisions being taken too slowly and too late. We need to make cooperation amongst member states more flexible and extend qualified majority voting in distinct policy fields. When we speak about reforms, we also need to talk about more dynamic enlargement process. Enlargement policy is our strongest instrument for stabilizing our continent. On all of this, we are in agreement, but we must seize this unique window of opportunity now. Jean-Noël, we are already working together on many of good ideas. We are also awaiting the ideas from European Commission on internal reforms soon. There is no purely national answer to the challenges of our time, nor is there an exclusively Franco-German one. But what we do need is Franco-German unity as a prerequisite for Europe's capacity to act. There's no alternative to that. Thank you so much.
Jean-Noël Barrot, à vous.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation, Joanne. It's a pleasure to share the podium with you. You might be 20 years older than me, but your performance are much higher on Instagram. We just bumped into a group of youngsters as we were walking on the plaza to come in that congratulated you on this performance.
Yeah.
So the first time we formally met in our current capacity as foreign ministers was on the day when the new coalition government was formed. And 1 month later, we were sitting together in Geneva with the Iranian minister, our British colleague, and the European High Representative, trying to find a path for negotiation in the midst of a war. That is to say how much we've gone through together, which always helps forge strong friendships. What's the main geopolitical challenge of our times? Well, it is the growing rivalry between two superpowers, the US and China. A rivalry that is shaping into a race to technological domination, a race to the control of critical value chains, a race to military supremacy as well. A rivalry that is going to lead those two superpowers to change, modify their network of alliances, and write new rules for the international order. A rivalry that threatens to drag some of us, France, Germany, Europe, into tensions and conflicts that are not our own. Is this irreversible? The answer is no. But there is only one player that can change everything. that can diffuse the tension, that can prevent us from being dragged into these tensions and conflict with the associated consequences. It is a third superpower, a strong and independent Europe. Why? Well, because we are the most advanced coalition, union of nations in history, that we are the largest solvable market on earth, and that we are the most democratic society. Because people live better in Europe than they do in China or in the US. They have a better health, and they have a higher life expectancy. And because so many countries around the world are willing to join us, to get closer to us. Now, 9 countries are formally candidate to EU accession today. Others might join them. Iceland in a few weeks or months, and maybe Canada at some point. and then look beyond that. Look at our British friends, the UK, who have been talking about reset, who are now talking about alignment, and some of whom mention the terms customs union. So let us say to our British friends that if they stand ready to come back to the single market with all associated privileges and duties, they will be met with open arms. And, and look at Switzerland, with whom we just signed major arrangements. Look at India, the minister of which country Johan and I greeted at the Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels earlier this week, with whom we've signed a historic agreement. Many countries around the world are willing to get closer to our union because what makes this union very attractive is its prospect, its promise that can only be upheld if indeed we build a strong and independent Europe. And to build a strong and independent Europe, what we need is to further this ironclad alliance and friendship between the French and the German people, which is a legacy, as Johan just said, of visionary souls of our predecessors, Konrad Adenauer and Robert Schuman, who proved to the world that by cooperating on steel and coal, France and Germany could become stronger and more prosperous than by fighting over such resources. It is a friendship that is enshrined in this 1963 treaty, but also rooted in the multiple economic, social, human connections between our two countries, and that has survived through time, through political changes, and through political instability. And it is an alliance that is the true engine for a strong and independent Europe, as evidenced by the very ambitious agenda that we adopted together, our Joint Council of Ministers, last summer in Toulon, and which has already started to deliver for European security. Remember the recent joint statement of Chancellor Merz and President Macron on forward nuclear deterrence, delivered on prosperity, on European prosperity, with our joint simplification agenda, our agenda for the Capital Markets Union, and also our agenda for digital sovereignty with this very important summit that took place here in Berlin last November. And is starting to deliver for European democracy with our joint fight against disinformation and foreign interference, with the Europeanization of Arte, with the democratic shield that is being built between Deutsche Welle and France Médias Monde. This friendship and this alliance is what can make Europe stronger and more independent in a way that can allow France and Germany to uphold their interests and their values. But it is not a given. It requires everlasting resolve and faith. But the good news is that just like Chancellor Merz and President Macron, Johan and I have plenty of resolve and plenty of faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Wadefull, Minister Barrot, for these encouraging opening remarks. Jean-Noël Barrot, I'd like to start off with a conflict that is not our own, as you said, Iran. On Sunday, US President Donald Trump had threatened that NATO allies would face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. And yesterday, after the meeting of the EU foreign ministers in Brussels, Kaja Kallas made it very clear that Iran is not Europe's war and that Europe would not participate militarily in a war that it hadn't started. So is Europe going to be a bystander in this war and watch its fallout? The third superpower is going to stand by and watch?
To the very contrary, actually. What Europe has done in the past few days is proving itself as the third superpower that is starting to open a third path where a number of countries are going to follow us. This is best exemplified by the deployment of military capacity by a number of European countries in the areas to protect our friends and allies. This is best exemplified by a minister's trip to the region to come and support our partners that have been drawn into this war that they had not chosen. This is Europe. When there is a war that is not our choice, we of course care about our people, our embassies, our military capacity in the region, but we also are the first to provide protection for our partners and friends who are under the fire. That's exactly the kind of message we want to convey to the world. We provide comfort, support when times are hard, and we don't let ourselves be drawn into wars that we have not chosen.
Mr. Wadefull, maybe you can make it a little more concrete, because the German Defense Minister Pistorius said that Germany could support diplomatic efforts to secure the Strait of Hormuz. What could they look like? Have you any efforts started already in this direction?
Yes, of course, and I would associate myself completely with what Jean-Noël said. This was the first measures we have been taken by European partners, and especially I would thank France especially for being active at the first moment, especially in the Mediterranean, in protecting Cyprus and showing them that it means something for Europe, that we have Article 42, paragraph 7, which means that we would support member states who are endangered. Secondly, the most important thing we can provide is to find a way out of that conflict, because I don't expect there will be a military solution to that very conflict. We share, of course, the concerns Israel and the United States do have with Iran. The both of us have discussed exactly these issues, and Jean-Noël mentioned it in the last summer together with our colleague Abbas Arakchi, but we didn't come to a common solution. He was not ready to find a compromise with us. It's of course the nuclear weapon, it's of course a missile program, and it's the behavior of Iran in the region. Yes. So these things have still to be solved, and that was the purpose of my visit, to show solidarity with the Gulf countries and to begin a first conversation about how to find a way out of it, because at the very moment when the United States and Israel have achieved their goals, you have to begin with the talks, and you have to prepare these talks to find a way out of that. That means, of course, containment to Iran, because it will perhaps remain a threat to the region and to others, to Israel and perhaps also to us, but also to find a way out of it, to integrate especially the Gulf countries and perhaps also Iran, if there's a will to do that, with us, to have a new security architecture in that region, because that is needed if you look to the Strait of Hormuz and so on.
But nevertheless, I mean, if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, the ships are stuck, and the consequences of this war is felt by everybody here if they just want to have fuel on the station, for example. And I doubt a little that there are really kind of directions of talk, that you have any voice in this region. What makes you so optimistic that the third power in the world can stop this war?
No, we will not be able to achieve that alone, but we are, of course, in conversations with others. Jean-Noël just mentioned it. Yesterday, we made we met our Indian colleague in Brussels. And of course, he's one of the colleagues who has, of course, a connection to the Iranian regime. Others as well. I met some of them in the region there. But all of them are asking Europe to step in, to play a role, to be perhaps a catalyst for talks. And of course, our role is always to integrate the United States and Israel. This is a special German task because we have a special responsibility for Israel. So to bring all of that together, that will be a very big task for all of us. But this has to be achieved, and we have to tackle that, because you will not find an only military solution for that conflict. That is I would say, not realistic. So at some point, you have to begin concrete conversations with Iran, and I think we can provide a lot for that.
Mr. Barrot, if we stay in the region for a moment, several instrumental figures in the Iranian regime have been killed by the strikes. Israel said today that Ali Larijani, Iran's top security official, is dead now. If you compare Iran to Libya and Iraq, for example, where outside interventions attempted regime change, Iran has a much more massive arsenal as well as a nuclear program. What happens if Iran falls apart and becomes a failed state without a government?
Let me simply add to what Joanna said on the third superpower and what the posture should be in such a war. I said that our posture should be to support and protect our friends and allies. But in any case, in the future, we should be drawn into wars over energy that we did not trigger in the first place. And this is part of our agenda. If we want to get rid of fossil fuel in Europe, to go to renewable and some of us to nuclear, it's precisely because we never want to go at war because of our dependencies on fossil fuel. Turns out that we have many things in Europe, including great ideas, but we don't have fossil fuels. So let's accelerate, if anything, our transition to other sources of energy to be completely independent. And when we deploy military capacity, to do it to serve our interests and values, not to cope or to respond to dependencies that we need to get rid of. And then as far as the future of Iran is concerned, of course the risk with forced external military intervention is to end up in situation of fragmentation of countries like we've seen in the past in the region, which create a lot of instability and which become the source of migration waves, the source of terrorist resurgence, and the source of foreign interference and influence, which is absolutely something we want to avoid. And that's why it's going to be important, just like Joanne said, that the day after comes with a plan to make sure that there is stability, security, and beyond some form of regional integration for the region. I think that despite of the dramatic consequences of this war, if we step back a few months ago, the hope was still out there that on the horizon was the prospect of such integration. Let us not forget that the Iranian regime, in addition to what Joanna has already said, has also exercised a bloody repression against its own people. And for sure, this is also not sustainable. And for sure, this will have to be addressed one way or another.
Mm-hmm. But just to follow up, what could this plan look like to uphold Iran should the government completely fall?
Well, I think right now our priorities, and we should keep focus. Our priorities go to the security of our people and assets in the region, the security of our partners, and the restoration of the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, a topic that we will be discussing extensively today with Joanne and beyond with other partners. I would add to that the question of Lebanon, a country that is dear to our heart and that is being drawn into this war that it had not chosen because the Hezbollah decided to attack Israel. because Israel is now considering a full-scale or potentially a full-scale ground operation in Lebanon, things that we've seen in the past that typically come with massive displacement of populations and with dire humanitarian consequences. So we're going to focus on this, while in the background exchange views, share notes with our partners in the region on what might be the architecture for the day after. But I think this still needs some thoughts and some discussions before it can be presented on such a stage.
Mr. Walpe, we talk about European sovereignty, but if you look at your Chancellor Merz, he was not always so clear in opposition to the US and Israel's strike against Iran. During his recent visit to the White House, he told Trump he was on the same page with him. He said also that last year, during the 12-day war, that Israel was doing our dirty work. So why is this? Is this a change of course? Is there a more opposite position from Europe against Israel and US? Is that necessary to be much more clearer?
No, I think we are clear. We are clear on international law, which has to be respected also by Israel. Germany has always been clear, and this chancellor, especially when it came to delivering weapons to Israel in the Gaza war at the last summer. So he paused that. That was a first measure taken by a German government in front of Israel. So this was obvious, and he, of course, was clear that the very reason for that was the way Israel was conducting the war against the people in the Gaza Strip, and the situation was so dire, so many people dying, so that he was forced to do so, and the government was, of course, behind him. So this was absolutely clear. The second point, of course, is we are in a complicated situation if looking to Iran. I have spoken about the behavior of Iran and the threats it imposes not only for Israel but also for us, if you look to the range of the missiles. And John Noel pointed out how they treated their people, and of course shot them on the streets and tortured them, and so on and so on. So they do absolutely not have a legitimate basis in Iran. So this is, of course, we have to take into account if we judge about what is really going on there. But looking into the future, our expectation in front of the United States and Israel is absolutely clear. Please tell us if and when you have achieved your military goals. We have to know. We have to know that. You have to inform us if you want to be, if you want to have our support and our collaboration in coming to a situation after the war. And as I said before, there will be no military solution. And to have a controlled regime change is, I would say, a hypothetical idea, which is not realistic. We have not seen any example of that in the past. So chaos in Iran, as bad as the regime is also not in our interest, and not in the interest of the region, and of course in the interest of the people living in Iran. Because if you look to what happened in Iraq, what happened in Libya, the examples are bad enough, and we should learn a lesson out of this.
Yeah. You're not expecting any regime change in Iran?
I don't know. I hope that this will happen. But what I'm learning, especially from Marco Rubio, and we've had a lot of talks with him, was absolutely clear that the United States and also Israel, this was a point Gideon Saar made when I paid a visit to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem last week, was absolutely clear. They have military goals to destroy the nuclear program, to destroy the missile program, and for that very reason, to prevent Iran from being and becoming an uncontrolled threat to Israel and also to Europe. So this is the purpose of what they are doing right now.
So, Minister Barrot, if we take a look at the transatlantic relationship, Trump once more made a threat against NATO allies. He promised a very bad future if there was no support to secure the Strait of Hormuz. What do you make of this threat, and are you concerned about the possible repercussions?
Just before coming on stage, I heard that there was a new statement saying that after all, the request for help was not as pressing as the first messages suggested. And we are going to work very hard to ensure security of navigation, but like President Macron said this afternoon, we would never do it in the current situation in the Strait. What we have in mind is an international mission that would bring together partners that are able and willing to contribute to the safety of navigation. Once the calm will be back in the area, after, of course, deconflicting with the major players out there, including Iran, of course, but also Oman, so that the ships can sail through in the same kind of spirit that we've built the European mission Aspides in the Red Sea, that over the past 2 years has been able to secure the passage of north of 600 ships. This is basically the way we are going to try and provide a contribution long term, or at least a durable contribution to freedom of navigation in the area.
But to come back to the transatlantic relationship, once more Trump has made threats against NATO allies, and NATO relies heavily on deterrence. What does it mean for the transatlantic relationship, including the NATO alliance, if the strongest members repeatedly makes threats against its members?
I think the alliance is very strong. The commitments that were made by the member states last year to raise their military spending to 3.5% is exactly what the United States are and have been expecting for a long time now, including before President Trump came into office, namely shifting the burden or shifting the responsibilities more and more to the Europeans. And we see this as an opportunity to develop our vision and our capacity within NATO, to Europeanize NATO even more than it was before. I think that's the right way to see what we're trying to do currently in NATO.
It's an opportunity for more sovereignty. So we are now directly in the EU, and we have another war in front of our doors here. This is the war in Ukraine. Are you, Mr. Wadefuhl, a little afraid or concerned that the war in Iran is overshadowing the war in Ukraine?
Yes, of course. I would just please, in one sentence, underscore what Jean-Noël was saying. This, of course, is again a wake-up call for Europe to really step up for more sovereignty, and also the discussions we do have with our American friends can only encourage us to be more ambitious and to do more when it comes to security questions, but also when it comes to economic questions. So we really have to bring the European Union into a position that the sovereignty we are talking about is really a fact, and we are de-risking our dependencies from other regions in the world. But of course, coming to Ukraine, this is our most important priority still here in Europe. And of course, Russia is the biggest threat to our freedom and to our security here. So we cannot allow that this conflict overshadows what is going on here in Europe. And that means for Germany, we are still active in Ukraine. We are supporting Ukraine in the way we have promised before. We are building our brigade in Lithuania. We are deploying our Air Force and our Navy capabilities in the Baltic Sea and in the North Atlantic, which always means we do see the threat coming from Russia. And this is not the time to lower sanctions on Russia. This is absolutely clear. But the contrary is correct, and this is what we are doing, what we're trying to do, to have a very good 20s sanction package from the European Union. And I hope we're going to achieve that now in the European Council in the next 2 days.
But Mr. Barrot, maybe following up question to that, it's military support for the Ukraine, it's sanction against Russia, but it's also the diplomatic way. How can we achieve or reach any kind of peace in the Ukraine? It was Mr. Macron I think it was in January, when he suggested to invite Russia to a G7-linked meeting in Paris. So just a question, isn't it a way that the European Union is going to make direct talks with Russia? Because the US, they have different problems now. So should the EU talk directly with Russia?
The EU and beyond the EU, because other countries beyond the EU are strong supporters of Ukraine. And this group is now the main supporter of Ukraine, both financially and militarily. And in addition to what Johan just said, we're hoping for a 20th sanction package to be formally adopted in the next few days. But let us remember that on Saturday, last weekend, we rolled over the 2,600 designations, so sanctions, European sanctions, and that on Monday in Brussels, we adopted new sanctions against the war criminals responsible for Bucha, and sanctions against people, including a Franco-Russian citizen responsible for propaganda, Russian propaganda in Europe, but also in Africa. Having direct discussions with the Kremlin, we cannot exclude this possibility, given that we're the main support that Ukraine is relying on, given how much we've invested in supporting the Ukrainian resistance. There is no reason why we shouldn't seek, when time is ripe, for independent contact with Russia without intermediaries, just so that Vladimir Putin's Russia understands what are our expectations and red lines, and that we can hear what are Vladimir Putin's Russia red line and expectations as well.
Is this your opinion as well?
Yes, of course.
Directly with Putin?
No, of course, there's not a lack of readiness on our side to talk to Russia, but there's a lack of readiness on the Russian side to find a compromise. This is the very question we are in. But of course, Europe has to play a role, because what it means, what is needed for the solution, of course, the expectation on the Ukrainian side to become member of the European Union. So we have to be part of the conversation. This is absolutely true, and not only the two of us, but all the other 25 members as well. And of course, security guarantees for Ukraine. We are in principle ready to provide Ukraine with security guarantees, but if it comes to that stage and if they have to be formulated, we have to become part of the conversation, of course. So because we need our parliaments, we need the governments to be convinced which measures we have to take for that very reason. So, of course, we are always ready. Everybody knows that we are ready to talk, but the one who's not ready to talk about compromise and to find a solution is Mr. Putin. He is ongoing with his war. This is the reality we are faced with, and for as long as this is the case, our priority is to support Ukraine with whatever they need.
Mr. Wadufel, I'd like to come back to some of the suggestions that you've made in your introductory remarks regarding a stronger Europe. And for some of them, we have heard them for a while. They've been around for a number of years. A majority votes on matters of foreign policy, for example, a European Security Council, European Army. Why is Europe not moving forward? And what makes you confident that these initiatives can be achieved now?
Because I do see the political will in Paris and in Berlin and a lot of other capitals to go forward, because we see that if we want to achieve European sovereignty and make real steps toward that, we really have to have reforms within our union. This is absolutely necessary, and I would say the most important thing still needed is the qualified majority voting, which is absolutely needed, because we cannot allow one country to block the other 26 countries if they want to make the next step, especially in the field of security and foreign policies. We have seen that several times in the last, I would say, months especially. But so that is absolutely clear, and I also want to make the point Jean-Noël made. This is the time to enlarge the European Union. It is 25 years that we promised to the Western Balkan states in Thessaloniki that they really have a chance to join the club. So it's now time to deliver. From them, of course, to achieve the criteria, and for us to really give them a real chance to join us. And then if Iceland considers, I would say the next, this is perhaps the only, it isn't a difference, but I would add Norway would be the next country which also could consider to join us. I'm open for Canada. This is a new geographic idea, of course, as well. But this is this is a concrete and realistic chance that the European Union, in 2 years' time, may be enlarged by 1 or 2, perhaps also 3 countries from the Western Balkans, and also 2 northern countries. So that would really show that we are attractive, and that we are really on a good way to become the 3rd superpower in the world.
So we're taking away a lot of invitations tonight, but I want to come back to France and Germany as the motor of European reforms and strength. You both mentioned it, you spoke about an ironclad partnership, but if we look at one of the poster childs of French-German cooperation on defense, FCAS, it seems to be doomed. Jean-Noël Barrot, how can this be saved? How can FCAS be saved? Can it be saved? And how can this be a role model for a strong European cooperation, including on defense projects?
Let me first go back to your earlier question. And please, let's stop saying that Europe has not delivered. I think Europe is by far the continent that fought the most effectively against the COVID-19 crisis. That was the most traumatic event for most of our co-citizens. Let's stop degrading the image of Europe while the European people are craving, are hoping for Europe to stand up and to accelerate. I'm not saying the pace is right, I'm saying the direction is right, and that we've proven in recent times, faced with the COVID-19 crisis, faced with the war in Ukraine, of our capacity to go way beyond any, all the red lines that we had set for ourselves. And this is also to say that even though the point Johan made are very important, and I'll say why, let us not forget that that unity does not need to precede, to come before action. Sometimes action creates unity, and that's what we've seen with the COVID, and that's what we've seen with Ukraine. And we've done all of this. We've adopted 19 sanction packages with unanimity rules. It's been tough. It has required a lot of political will and drive and negotiation and so on. We've been able to do it. But why do we still need to think about reforming our internal processes? Because our union is going to enlarge. And as we get more numerous, we will need to streamline our processes, the enlargement process, the decision process. And as you know, typically, France and Germany have brought together this idea, or carried together this idea of extending the field of qualified majority. Germany insisting on foreign policy, France insisting on fiscal policy, but we are going to keep carrying this agenda forward because the two processes need to go hand in hand and move in lockstep, the enlargement and the institutional readiness to have decision processes that are still streamlined, even though the union is larger. Another point I want to make. Some will say... I'm not letting
go on FCAS.
No, I'm going to FCAS. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's a very important topic. Some will say, okay, superpower number 1 and superpower number 2 have a vertical line of command, while you guys are 27 and soon to be 28, 29, and so on and so forth. It is a historical mistake to claim that collegial decision-making is not conducive to power and to the expression and to exercise of power. Venice has ruled over an entire region for several centuries with an absolute collegial decision-making process. The only thing is that those decision-making process need to be streamlined, and that's what we'll be working on. But let's not spend our days and time blaming ourselves. We have a strong union, needs to accelerate. There is raising awareness that our sovereignty grows through a strong and independent Europe. Let's ride this momentum and accelerate the stream of reforms. Now FCAS. This is obviously not the only moment in our history that France and Germany have decided to tie their destiny and their faith into a project. The first of which was this steel and coal community. And everyone remembers the spirit of this steel and coal community. The spirit of this steel and coal community that came out of the mind of Schuman and Adenauer was a very simple idea. Germany and France are fighting world wars over a small region that is holding steel and coal, which is necessary to build weapons. But the steel is in one place and the coal is in another place. So if you want to build a weapon, you need to have the entire region. And that's Germany and France fighting over this region. And these guys proved that by pooling the resource, then there is no need to fight against the region, because the resources are available. And this is the same spirit in which we've built Airbus, and we've implemented other subsequent cooperation. This is exactly the same spirit of the forward nuclear deterrence. And that's why we keep believing in the FCAS project, and that's why we're going to fight as long as we can until we find a solution. And let me say something clearly. Do not expect the solution to come from the corporates. Do you really think that Schuman and Adenauer, if they had got to see the steel and coal corporates at the time, that these guys would have said, go ahead and build European community, they would never have the green light. So it's up to the political leaders and our leaders to find the way forward for this project that can project our relationship in the decades to come. Sorry.
We will take a very brief round of questions. If you raise your hand, I will try to throw the micro to you, or I bring it to you in order to see you. Okay, please, very briefly, if you state your name.
Thomas von Lübcke. I just would like to ask the two of you to give a clear perspective to Ukraine to join the European Union, ideally with the other 5 you just mentioned.
Thank you. 1 second, we'll hold that. I'll come in back.
Thank you, Thomas Schneider. Right now, the Hungarian president is blocking a package which has been agreed by the European Union in December last year of 19 billion euro for the support. It's a loan to Hungary. Mr. Orban is still blocking it. What is your common idea how to solve this problem? Is it just waiting for April when the next parliamentary elections take place in Hungary, or do we have a plan B or even 3? Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Tom Høyem, and I was a minister in the Danish government responsible for Greenland. And I will first of all talk both to you from France and you from Germany. Thank you very much for helping us in this crisis, which is really a serious crisis. But I will also give you an information. I was the minister who negotiated with the European Union when Greenland left the European Union. Mr. Genscher was very helpful at that time, and we had a very good agreement with the European Union. But just now, there is a majority in the Greenlandic population which actually would like, maybe, again, to join the European Union. So maybe you're not only talking about Norway, not only about Iceland, but maybe also that Greenland would like to come back. But first of all, thank you very, very much that you helped in all these ways. I know that Greenland and Denmark is very happy for this. We have election just now, and I'm sending you a greeting from my party leader, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Denmark, Lars Løkke Rasmussen. You both know him. He's my friend. And I'm nearly sure that he will also be your colleague after this election. But thank you very much.
Okay. So, we have the perspective for Ukraine, the lone Greenland.
Yeah, mange tak. Thank you so much. So, Lars Løkke has two friends here in the room already, and as I'm also coming from Jutland, from the southern Jutland and German part of Jutland, I'm really happy. No, this was, of course, no question for Germany and also for France and for the whole European community to stand with Denmark in that very situation. And that showed what Jean-Noël just described, that sometimes situations create unanimity, create a new idea of Europe, create a new power, and that everybody really knows where are we standing for, what is the very idea of Europe. And this is, of course, freedom of speech. This is, of course, democracy, but this is also sovereignty of countries, and we will defend that against everybody, also if it is a partner or an ally. So Europe is clear on that. Secondly, the behavior of Hungary has been criticized several times. We do not need a plan B or C or D or E or F. We have a plan A, and the plan A is to bring that loan through the European Council within the next 2 days. I would remind Hungary that the Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, has agreed to that very plan, and that nothing in the meantime happened, except that a pipeline was destroyed, Hungary, through which Hungary is receiving gas from the country which is attacking Ukraine. So this is the very situation we're in. And Ukraine has all through the 4 years allowed Russia, which is attacking Ukraine, to bring its gas through their own territory to Hungary, which in very important points was not on the side of Hungary in our European bloc, but blocking Ukraine the way towards Ukraine. So I would say it's absolutely clear where we are. And of course, we have always achieved a solution within Europe, and I count on Hungary that they really understand what it means to show European solidarity. This is our clear expectation, and Hungary has to stand for its own idea of freedom, which it has defended in a very famous way in 1989. And Germany is always thankful for the role Hungary played at that time. Ukraine has a realistic and a clear chance to become member of the European Union. I'm not a fan of giving concrete dates for that. But on the other side, we talked about the Western Balkan states. It cannot take another 25 years for Ukraine to become member state. So we have to find new ways. We have to be creative. And we have to show Ukraine that in a foreseeable time, they will be member of the European Union. Of course, reforms are needed in Ukraine. This is absolutely clear. They have to do a lot of work. We're going to help them. And then I'm absolutely sure that they are going to join us very soon, and I would expect some years. Going back to the FCAS question, when Jean-Noël was born, I was already serving in the German army, and I sat in a tank, air defense tank, which was a combination of French and German craft workers. And that was, I thought then, and I do still think that, was the best tank, air defense tank Germany, Roland, here called in Germany, ever had. So that combination, that shows me still, and this is the spirit I still feel, that in the combination, we always come to very good technical solutions, and we come to common solutions. So I'm also very optimistic that our leaders, and they can count on us, will find a very good solution for the FCAS project. Everybody can be absolutely clear. We, Germany and France, will be working very closely together when it comes to all European questions, and security is, of course, the most important question for the future. And there will be no doubt that we always come, sometimes after long-lasting discussions, always come to a common solution and present that to others. So I would say, though 1963 is some years ago, we are now 63, the ones who were born in that very year. I feel the friendship between our countries is still very young. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any further remarks?
No.
No. Okay.
Not a single word to add or to withdraw from those of the minister.
Thank you very much. So, Monsieur Barou, merci beaucoup. And thank you, Mr. Wadefuhl, for having us here and giving us some insights of your point of views. And thank you for giving us a little more time than expected. And thank you all for your questions. And also, thanks for having us. And we wish you a good night. Thank you. Thank you. And we are going to hand over to you again.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, thank you very much. Vielen Dank. Yeah,
thank you very much. Well, that was our grand finale of a pretty spectacularly packed day. Thank you for having been here. Thank you for listening, for your constructive questions, and thank you for having participated at the photo wall. So that's what you have connected and associated with Europe. I have looked. So it's cohesion, it's courage, boldness, home. We have talked about the European soul, so you can also get a refueling of courage and boldness. And if you want to go through the programs, there is an app. The QR code is on different tables. Download it so that you can stay in contact. We now have a celebration in the French embassy. You can leave your luggage here. We will still be open here for some time. And then tomorrow we will continue here. Then we will not be us, but it will be our colleagues from WirtschaftsWoche and Tagesspiegel, and some quite exciting speakers like Philippe Aghion, the Nobel Prize laureate, the professor of economics Monika Schnitzer of the Council of Economic Experts, the German environmental minister, and Moritz Scholarek from the Institute of World Economy. We thank you very much. That's all for today. My name is Nake Bastian, and my name is Anna Grünwald. Have a great evening. See you soon.